Hello everyone, I'm Junghyun Lee and this is a special LCK Newsfeed update. The final stage of Summer Split will begin in just 25 minutes. Today, the two teams who climbed to the top of the LCK during the Sphere Split will face off for the 2021 LCK Summer Championship. Today's match will take place not at Lowell Park but at a special studio for finals. And the winner of today's match will receive ceremonial rings gifted by luxury jewelry brand Tiffany. We're all waiting to see who will be the champions of LCK Summer. In just a moment, we'll be hosting the LCK Global Finals pre-show. So get your clamps ready to welcome our special guests and me, of course. The pre-show begins now.
Welcome, everyone, to the LCK Summer Finals pre-show. I'm Atlas.
And I'm Junghyun Lee, guys. You know who I am from LCK Analyst Desk. I'm glad to be back here in the LCK Global broadcast. With that aside, I'm suited up. You're suited up. We're looking fancy, and we're actually in a new studio.
I know, it's absolutely unbelievable. It's been, 2 years? Feels like so much longer. Junghyun, your very first time with a final outside of Lowell Park.
I was actually feeling very nervous on my way here in my cab. So imagine what this is going to do to the players. But, I digress. We're in a new studio, which means we have a very busy night of League of Legends to get to, don't we?
Exactly right. We do. And we've also got a lot of really cool stuff for you guys as well. Using the hashtag LCK pre-show, you can win yourself some super awesome gear. Of course, the LCK gear, we've got the mouse and keyboard, as you can see right there. Gorilla has been advertising that for quite some time, and it is super duper cool. We've got a big show coming up, though.
So, guys, tweet your comments and questions to hashtag LCK Finals pre-show, and your tweet could be read on air, like this one. How will you guys celebrate the finals? Well, the finals hangout. Will there be a big LCK party? No, Luna, there won't be a party.
No, we are responsible over here, and there are certain precautions that must be taken, and we are going to be keeping as safe as possible. Just so we can bring all of the action.
Can I come, please? No, Luna, sorry. You can't join us, but you know who will be joining us?
Yes, I do, in fact. Let's welcome him right now. It is my absolute honor to present one of the veterans of the scene, of course, player on CJ Frost. All the way back in the day, spent some time on Jin Air, went all around the world, became a coach. I'm, of course, referring to none other than GBM. Thanks so much for coming.
Yay!
Thanks for having me. Hi, guys. I'm GBM T1 creator. I was player and coach 8 years.
So much of a wealth of knowledge for us to tap into, Junghyun.
I know. GBM is just known for knowing everything. He's the League of Legends guru, so we're very glad to have him here. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the playoff bracket first.
Yeah. And, of course, we had a pretty exciting one moving towards these finals. But in the end, it was Damwon Kia and T1 that made it. Damwon, they did manage to get that bye, so we only saw one best of 5. T1 playing through 2, but of course only losing 1 game in the 7 that they played. Very impressive run. What made these two teams different, GBM?
I think the two teams that constantly keep trying to change came to the final. These two teams, especially Damwon, they tried so many things, and T1 changed ADC and jungler, so this meta is really, really different than other season.
Yeah, and I think we saw a lot of teams that were staying pretty true to what they were in the regular season, but it was not Damwon.
It wasn't working for them. So for those who kind of adapted, which is Damwon and T1, they made it to the finals. Okay.
Those that adapt survive was, I believe, one of the quotes that
The
Junghyun.
strong survive.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see whether they're going to be doing some adapting as we move into the final. But we do have some highlights here to go through, starting off with Damwon Kia. They had an amazing performance up against Nongshim. We have less information about them because, of course, only played 1 best of 5. But I have to say, I was very impressed with Canyon, GBM.
Yeah, and I think Damwon, especially, like they have really good team fight setting with Canyon and Barrel. Look at Barrel's position every team fight, and Canyon's team fight positioning is insane. They always be there when they need.
Yeah, and also some of the picks that they were able to get as well. Do you think that the draft is going to look different in this final? Because I'm seeing Jace and Ziggs. Should Damwon be allowed to have these champions?
Yeah, of course, like Jace and Jigs, this champion is really important for Damwon, but especially they have other champions too, Lee Sin or Diana and Viego, like this champ too. And I think important point thing is top lane, because these two top lane, they have huge difference experience.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go, of course. Peanut, he won the MVP, but I think that Canyon certainly made him look a little bit silly in this final, and Canyon's got some MVPs of his own. We do need to have a look at the mid lane. Let's focus on Showmaker first. What do you think? Because, of course, Showmaker did get MVP for the mid lane. He got our mid lane pick. He has been playing very, very well. Very different to Faker, though. What does Showmaker bring to this team?
I think Showmaker is really balanced player. When he needs focus in lane, he just focus in lane. When he needs roam, he just roam. But for Faker, he's roam and team player. As a leader, he has huge ability, especially about that. So I think champion is most important part of these two guys.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that the draft is going to come down a lot to what's going to be happening in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Something as well that I noticed for Damwon Kia was the bottom side of the map also. Beryl and Ghost seeming a little bit more stable. Do we think that they're back to form?
I think, especially Damwon, top lane, mid lane, jungle lane, these three guys really insane. That's why they play like that play style, because they just need initiate or team fight champion. Then Canyon will help them. So Ziggs, Rattle, like these champ are really fit on Damwon.
Okay.
So you can sort of just avoid having to worry about the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And it certainly does work out that way. We'll see whether it is actually going to work, of course, as you can see, Damwon still very happy-go-lucky players. This moment right here was something that everyone was talking about. Canyon finding that split second.
That spot, especially that spot. This team fight was really hard to win for Damwon, but Canyon find the point and he exactly engaged that point.
Yeah.
Wow, it was insane.
It was absolutely amazing. I wonder whether Dr. did have a moment to flash. I don't think so personally, but that was the debate that we saw on the internet.
Very controversial. Very controversial. So we saw that Damwon looked fierce. What about T1? What did they look like?
Well, I have the answer for you because we do have some highlights for T1 as well. A very different performance, I thought, from where T1 were finding success. And GBM, we welcomed Teddy back to T1. And he looked really, really good. Was Teddy the difference maker, or was it something else for T1 that allowed them to look so good in the playoffs?
I think Teddy tried to change his playstyle. He was stable in lane normally, and he's a high DPS player. But this time he changed the playstyle like Ghost, Ashe, Varus, like this champ. When he need Aphelios, he just played that also. He's trying to keep changing his playstyle for team. I think that's to make him back, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that Teddy was a real surprise. But I think when you're talking about T1, you always need to talk about that man in the mid lane. And we have GBM, of course, a god of the mid lane himself. GBM, what does Faker bring to this T1?
I think especially Faker has huge experience and many data. So other players, they don't have that much experience. So I think he's the leader in this team. When I was in the leader every team, I have to focus on team play instead of my lane. So I need to wave clear and shot calling like that. I think Faker doing like that job. So he need like that champ, not Aurelia, Akali like this champ. So he just play Ryze, TF, and Azir, and wave clear and controlling the team. That will be the point of this T1.
Oh, okay.
And I think that, you know, Faker has gone from sort of the carry, like you were talking about earlier on in his career, but now He is certainly that more leader, facilitator. Will that help with Owner, who is so much younger and so fresh and is now up against Canyon, who is a terrifying opponent? Do you think that will be enough to help T1 get towards a victory?
I think it was kind of unbalanced start of the season, but this time they found a point and they exactly succeed and they came to final. Yeah.
Okay, so definitely Faker's leadership helped, probably. If you were Faker, what would you say to Owner before the final?
Normally, when I was mid laner like this play style, usually I'm shot calling about his scaling, because normally like these rookies are usually they try to help old player in the team, for example Faker or Carrier and Teddy like this. But Owner play on his play style and he never disappointed himself. And he trusts himself, and so he just lead the team early game. If the early game jungler lead the team, that's the best scenario for every team.
And it has been very impressive because he's so young, but he has been playing so aggressively, like you were saying. And T1 needed that. They needed that early game power because earlier in the season, they were a lot slower. And now it's all about early game for T1. That's all we really hear. Wasn't necessarily the case in their series against Gen G, but looking forward to seeing whether that can work out because Owner versus Canyon is so incredibly important.
Yeah, it's kind of first big match for Owner, so he's nervous for sure, of course, but he needs to grow with this situation.
He just needs to do it.
Yeah, and I believe.
You believe in him. We'll see how Owner does against Kenyan and how Faker leads his team to victory in the series in just minutes. And we actually took a look at how great the two teams looked in round 2, and it's now time to talk about how they did against each other.
Exactly right. This is the match record between Damwon and T1 over the last couple of years. Of course, the T1 record goes a few years earlier than this, as we know, but not against Damwon. They are certainly a much newer team here, but 15-7, Damwon has been winning recently. But as you can see, guys, these are best of 3s. GBM best of 5s, they're different.
Yeah, it's big difference.
So
he shows different about especially draft, because if you play 5 games like this, they always thinking about changing the draft. But in my experience, they shouldn't change the normal like their plan. They need to trust themselves even if they lose.
Okay.
Yeah.
So stick to what you know. Stick to what you have.
Yeah, and adapt only a little bit, only enough to get those victories. And now you've got a stat for us, Jonghyun. This is one that you've been a bit of a fan of.
Oh, yes. Let's take a look. Khan versus T1. It's funny because the first time Damongia ever set foot on LCK playoffs, T1 destroyed them. And Khan was actually playing for T1. And now he's back in the finals with Damongia against T1.
Yeah, it was actually Damwon Kia versus Coma and Khan, which is crazy, right? And so now Khan and Coma back together again. We do need to talk about this though, GBM, because we've been talking about Jace a lot together backstage, and this guy invented Korean Jace.
Yeah, he's insane Jace. He's crazy level with Jace. And especially 2018, and that meta was Jace meta and Kana was monster that moment. But Kana is kind of new player and rookie, so he never played that Jace meta, so he could mistake like Rich play Cannon into Jace and he get destroyed. So I don't want to see that situation again with T1 Damon match. So I don't want to see that 2018 King John monster, please.
Coming back to life?
Yes, of course. This is from a T1 perspective. It would be very, very scary if Khan came back. But Kana is a great Jace player as well, and maybe it is something that should just be banned or maybe could be picked away.
But one thing different is Kana never played against Jace that much as like Khan, because Khan really has a huge difference experience with Kana, because he can play into Jace so many times. But Kana never played like that much. I think that difference gonna make change top lane.
Oh, okay.
And also Khan, very, very hungry as well. He's an older player. Has
Might
already
be his last year. Playing
exactly.
For
He's already
LCK.
said that he's going to military, and well, I imagine that would just make him even more hungry for this victory. I think that it means so much to Khan to finish on such a good note, and he has an opportunity to now. Could certainly be very, 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 very fun
Yeah.
for
Alright.
Khan, and we know that he always definitely has fun.
If he does win, it's going to be a dramatic ending to the summer season. But we also have another storybook-like situation with Goma and Faker. Wow. Title race.
Yeah, of course, they were together for so incredibly long. They won most of their victories together. It was 8 of them. They won one separately, and now against one another to see who can make it to 10 wins first. This is, like you say, like a fairy tale situation.
Well, you know, it's so funny because when you look at their interviews in the media, they have so much respect for each other. You know there's going to be tears. You know it's going to be history. You know you're going to need your handkerchief or tissue, whatever. You know it's going to be emotional. So what are you thinking, Mom?
I think this series is gonna make prove Koma make Faker or Faker makes Koma.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited to watch.
I actually think no matter what, they both made each other.
Yeah, I think
That's
so
how
too.
I
Yeah.
Heartwarming.
You know, I don't think there would be the same Koma or the same Faker
It's
without
good
each-
synergy.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so too. But now let's see who's going to be able to take it. Of course, it's a very different scenario, and as you can
Okay.
see, Koma and Faker did a lot of work together, guys.
New champion or old champion?
Oh, okay. T1 or Damakia?
Exactly, and of course, as you can see, this is going back all the way to Champions in 2015, where they were able to win 2 victories there for SKT. But the recent history has been Damwon
Damwon
Kia,
Kia.
being able to win here in spring and summer. T1, of course, only really becoming T1 here at the beginning of 2020, but that history still is so extraordinarily impressive, and Faker has been there every single step of the
Yeah.
way.
Right. So I
It's
guess,
just amazing.
yeah, a lot is on the line in terms of legacy for T1 and for Tamangia as well, because they will be building their legacy if they win tonight.
Yep.
So,
Because this
3-2
trophy,
versus
wow.
B9.
Yeah, this is definitely recent form versus class. Because look at this. That is that is a lot of trophies in that trophy case.
Yeah, it's a lot of trophy. I wish I have one.
Okay, moment of silence
Yeah,
here.
let's.
But as you said, new versus the old champions.
And Damwon Kia being able to win recently, does that mean that they're the more scary team, or is it the fact that T1 have that extraordinary history? But let's have a chat about this win rate here. 81%
So,
Wow.
to win if you win game 1 in a best of 5. That's a big number.
that's a big number. It's gonna affect the whole flow of the game. So if you win first set, you're gonna get 81% win percentage. But why is it important for the players to win game number 1, GBM?
Because especially mental and draft change. If you play a game 1 and if you win that game, you trust that game and you never change that draft and
Yep.
gameplay. But if you lose your mental and you lose your trust also. So they need to be cool themselves. That's the most important part. And especially about this job, Faker will take care of
Yeah.
his players. I trust that.
Do you think that Khan can be that player
That
for
leader.
Damwon Kia as well? Because of course he's another veteran, but do you think
Oh.
he will be able to do that for the younger
Yeah,
players?
and actually
Damwon
he's
Kia?
doing that.
Yeah.
I saw that sometimes with off the record. So yeah, he's making the team happy
Yeah.
and more be excited. So they never sad even if they lose. So they trust they will win even if they are losing the game. Yeah.
Okay, so but I just want to ask you, because you've been a player yourself, after you lose the first game in BO5, what goes through your head?
Something wrong. What is wrong? Oh, what's going on, guys? Oh, my draft is wrong, or you guys gameplay like that, or if I'm player, or my gameplay or my picks maybe I should change something. I remember like I played versus G2 at World 2018
Yep.
against Perks. I knew I'm gonna lose against Perks. He's really good player.
Yeah.
So I was cool and hey guys, I'm gonna lose. I will lose. I will give up 20 CS. Let's carry the team fight like that. I changed my plan. Normally I'm trying to carry in my lane, but
Yep.
yeah, I was doing like that. So
So yeah, so the result of the first game does influence how you're gonna play the next ones.
Yeah, and whether you're going to go with adaptation, I like that we get the coach perspective and the mid laner perspective here as well. And speaking of which, we have a mid lane play to break down. I think we need to have a look at what Faker does for the team. So GBM, can you show us this play? Because while I was watching, I was like, oh, Teddy's so good. But
Yeah.
yeah,
look
look
at
at this
that.
position. But like here, this team fight detail is look at the position. Genji trying to bait team fight, and Camille trying to bait them. But in this team fight, look, right position, and he's blocking the Camille position exactly. So Teddy can carry this fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's controlling the team fight. He's predicted next situation, so they could win this fight. Yeah. Who is this guy? Ah,
it's Faker.
Faker.
Faker,
So
of
that's why.
course.
Okay.
And he's playing Rise as well. And I
Yeah.
love that we have GBM here, of course, control mage extraordinaire and coach and leader for his team, demonstrating exactly why Faker is so good at what he does. And I think it's really, really cool as well because it's reflected in a lot of Faker's stats as well. We see that there are people, I mean, I don't like talking about, voices on the internet and things like that, but saying, is Faker the same player? And I think that he's not. But he's still just as valuable, but for a very different reason. I think it's really cool that you can make these changes and adapt so beautifully to that leader position rather than hard carry, killing ambition in the mid lane on Italy, things like that.
Right, so we have another point to go over with GBM, right? We actually have a tweet coming up. What lane do you think is going to be the key matchup in the series? We should talk about that too, right?
Yeah, I actually think it's really, really interesting because you could almost not be wrong with any lane that you talk about. But what is the most important for you, GBM?
I think for top lane especially because of the draft gonna make them something happens. For example, from blue side, if Damon ban Cannon, and T1 should think about Jace and Nar situation, but Kana play Jace, Nar, Cannon like these three champions so much. So if they ban Jace, they have to play only Nar. But this guy really play well into Nar, especially with GP like this champ. But Kana doesn't have that much answer. Maybe he could play Aurelia, but I don't see that much that game.
Yeah.
So I'm nervous about top lane.
Okay.
I'm a little bit nervous as well because I think a lot of it has to do with the jungle also.
Yeah.
That Canyon guy is pretty good.
Yeah.
And Owner has spent a lot of time on the top side of the map as well. So we'll see whether it is going to be kind of getting all of that attention because Khan, we've seen, can sometimes die a few times in the early game. So maybe there's a chance for them to really attack through the top lane.
Yes, so we talked about how we should keep an eye out for top lane and the jungle, but we actually want to talk about other players that should really deliver for their teams to win. Let's see who it is.
The mid lane, of course. We took a little bit of a break from talking about Faker after that key play happened, and now we're straight back to it yet again. These are the stats for both Showmaker and Faker, and as you can see, regular season and playoffs, everything combined, Faker's stats actually come out very, very good against Showmaker. I think that I'm drawn to damage per minute and damage per gold, where Showmaker has been carrying a lot more.
Yeah.
But as we can see, both of them still very far ahead in their lane, getting things pushed out. But GBM, as you mentioned, for Faker, it's so that he can push out and control.
Yeah.
Showmaker wants to push out and kill, is what it feels like to me.
Kind of like that, but I think they are both really good player, but especially more Faker. Faker has more team play. He sacrificed for team, but Showmaker, he's scaling for himself like that. He need team, but T1 needs Faker like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they have for many, many years now as
For
well.
many reasons.
The more things change, the more they stay absolutely the same. Showmaker also managed to win our MVP for the mid lane as well. He's in fantastic form at the moment. But Faker, he was definitely up there on my list, even though he didn't necessarily make it to the very, very top as far as those votes were concerned. And I think that Faker is going to be absolutely pivotal. But now we have to talk about the other side of the coin. Of course, Faker is going to be very, very powerful for T1, but on the Damwon Kia side, I feel like there's going to be a gap in the jungle. Some may call it a canyon.
A canyon.
Yeah, the jungle god.
He is, and you were talking about changing, adapting, what we can see round one to round two.
Yeah, look at the jungle
It's so
minion.
different.
Yeah, look at the jungle minion. Round one, he's playing his own style, like spring season.
Yeah.
But meta change and patch change, they nerf jungle experience. And exactly he's trying to adapting at round two and he succeed. And he exactly came back like spring. He's the monster now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how some people say, you know, in round one, Kenyon used to feed on jungle mobs and grass,
Yeah.
you know, all this herbivore stuff. And now in round two, he's just eating off people, you know, ripping them apart, devouring them inside out. So Kenyon definitely would be the guy who holds the key in tonight's series.
I think so too. I think that Canyon certainly found form at exactly the right time. Because I think in the regular season, he wasn't the same, you know, god of player of the game that we've seen so often. But then against Nongshim, we gave Peanut our MVP of the split.
Yeah.
And then Canyon just destroyed him. It was like he took
"Give it back to
personally.
me."
Yeah. No, seriously. It was very, very scary. And showing that adaptation, showing that power for Damwon.
Yeah.
But is it going to be enough? I guess we do have to now talk about some more of the nitty-gritty. And I want to go into the head of GBM, the coach, because you do a lot of drafting on your stream and things like that.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know what the key picks are going to be for T1 and for Damwon Kia if they're going to win this series.
Of course, as you know, Jace and like this Rise pick, Syndra picks is the basically, but they need to be ready more pocket picks, especially top and mid lane.
Yeah.
For example, like when they play Rise with LeBlanc ban, but Faker play a TF Azure like this champ.
Yeah.
It doesn't that sounds good with this T1 because Faker needs roam for team, and for especially about top lane, if they play Nar, what he gonna do? Kanna, I mean, with Cannon ban and Jace ban. Maybe he can play Wukong or Aurelia like that, but he doesn't have experience that much. Yeah.
I think it could be dangerous with the Na pick. I think that Na, especially here in our Western perspective, our global perspective, we haven't really felt like Na has been that strong. Renekton as well, another one of these picks that is very high priority, but we don't know whether it's necessarily a fantastic pick. It can certainly work for getting that lead in the early game. Do you think that Renekton is in a good spot? Do you think it's still going to be high priority here today?
I think with some team, Renekton is good spot with good Nidalee player or good with mid AD player, Aurelia or Lucian mid player. But for both team, I don't think Renekton and Lucian, these two picks are really good for both team.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
But I'm wondering if Faker would whip out his Galio too.
Ooh, that could be fun. We had this conversation before because, of course, Showmaker really likes his Syndra.
Yeah. I remember.
Is the Faker Galio going to make a comeback? I imagine there's a lot of fans sitting there going, "Oh, please, no, not one of these tanky picks."
Yeah,
but
maybe
he's
for
been good at
Faker's
it.
Galio is really excited ready to watch because they high priority Jiggs and Syndra, but if you play Galio into Syndra and Jiggs is like very effective. Yeah, and actually when Syndra was the meta, Galio is always came back that meta. Yeah.
And also another one of these flex picks that you can definitely do as well. So you can put that on the bottom side of the map if you want to give it to carrier just in case. Flexibility, very, very important. So GBM, I'm going to put you on the spot here just a little bit. So say T1 is blue side.
Yeah.
What is the very first ban that you're going to be throwing down?
My ban. My first ban. I think my first ban is gonna be Syndra for Rise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. and Diana this second ban because of I want to first pick Rise for Faker.
Do you think Rise needs to be first picked, or are you going to focus on maybe getting a Jace for Canna? Because that could be very important. Or do you expect that?
Yeah, I think Jace
Damwon
has
has
more
to
high priority.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
definitely Jace.
Yeah, if you open Jace, you just pick Jace and you can play Orianna or Azir into Rise.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You mentioned Diana, and I was wondering if T1 should ban Diana or take it away every time. Never give it to Damwon Kia.
Yeah, it's hard because of every time when enemy play Rise, Damwon always counters pick with Yasuo with Diana, so it's kind of worried.
Yeah. Do you think that this Diana Yasuo is powerful now? Because we saw it at MSI and it sort of worked for Damwon. We've seen it not necessarily work. Like, is it one of these super high priority duos in the jungle and mid lane?
Yeah, I think it's really high priority with jungle mid game because this mid meta kind of you never play 1v1, you play always 2v2 or 3v3. So this two champ is really synergy, it's powerful. Maybe you can counter pick into Yasuo Diana with Vlad or Kartus. I like that.
or Vladimir?
Yeah,
That's so cool. I want to see
I
that
like
come
that.
back.
I like it.
That sounds a little bit new to me.
It does, and
Yeah.
also we don't have Nogri in the LCK anymore, so the Vladimir feels less of a popular option. But
I
certainly
would
be
counter
really
pick.
fun.
Yeah, I would counter pick with Vlad if enemy blind pick like that.
That's why we miss GBM, because he'd be bringing the Vladimir. Now, guys, we need to put our money where our mouths are.
I actually put down my money for it with you three.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, we're going into some predictions.
So, okay. Both teams had really impressive run this split. Who do you think will take over the finals and why? My heart says T1, but my mind, Damwon Kia. And I think that goes for most viewers watching this show. Not for me and you, at least for different reasons. So should we take a look at our predictions?
I think we definitely should. I think you and I, Jungin, represent one vote with the heart and one vote with the mind, as GBM also going for a T1 victory here. I'm outvoted. And I look very silly because you guys are expecting this one to go very long, and I've just gone 3-0.
Oh, like,
Wow.
how do you explain that?
Well, I just think that based on how Damwon Kia have been playing, they've just been... It feels like they have the recipe for success in so many different ways around the map. And I think that consistency is very important in a best-of-5 and in a final like this. And I just think that Damwon Kia is going to have it. The highs for T1, as GBM mentioned, very, very high. But I don't know whether it's going to be enough. But you guys, tell me why. Tell me why T1's going to win.
Not sure, but T1 has priority with blue side, and especially I think they have more strong bot lane, in my opinion. And if they just ban Rel, I think T1 has more priority with bot lane because Barry doesn't like that much trash. So T1 bot lane gonna has more priority. So they can carry with carrier and owners new power.
I just want it to happen because honestly, 5 games, that's what I want. That's what my heart wants. My heart just wants as much League of Legends as possible. We're finally outside of LoL Park for the LCK Summer Final. It's super hype. Let's stay here for as long as possible. Get as many games as we possibly can. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to check out the fan vote for this one as well and see who's going to be able to take it. Actually very interested as... yeah.
There's
A
many
lot
T1
of T1 fans.
You guys have
love.
it. Obviously... the fans always get it right, so I just look like a bit of an idiot here.
You know why I picked
6.2%.
T1? It's
Why is
because
that?
they seem so determined. I mean, like, they really want to win, whereas Damwon Kia, they've always just won, right? So, I don't know. I just felt like, in terms of motivation, T1 just has more.
Yeah?
And that is why I voted T1.
Hello guys, I'm T1 creator.
Oh,
Once
so
you're employer.
slightly biased, potentially.
I'm
over
joking,
on GBM's
sorry.
side. But also, like GBM, because you were a player for so long, a coach for so long as well, I imagine that you and Faker, you have a lot of sympathy for how Faker thinks about the game, and seeing his hunger in picking up another victory would be really, really cool as well.
Yeah, it's been a while. He needs to get victory this time, I hope. He makes me pro player actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was in amateur, I always learned from him, and I always telling about this story with interview. So, please, for me.
I think as long as it's at least 2 games, that's all I want. I just want this final to go the distance because it would be so incredible to see Faker versus Coma going blow for blow. Oh man, I just can't wait for it to start as well.
We actually have 5 minutes left until it starts.
And so remember, guys, there is of course the sweet Twitter competition that we have going on as well, and you can win yourself some really cool stuff. So make sure you use that hashtag LCK Finals pre-show and get in your votes to win a mouse and a keyboard and all sorts of really cool stuff here for the LCK. And as you can see, ABCDE also wishing everyone well on the broadcast as well. Great to see. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I just want to give out a shout out to ABCDE because when you actually think about it, these 2 teams, regardless of who wins tonight, they're going to Worlds. They're representing LCK. So it would be a nice thing to do when one team wins. We actually show our appreciation for both teams too.
No, I absolutely agree. And I'm just so ready to get into this final. I just absolutely cannot wait. It's going to be so cool.
It's actually funny. We talk about the new studio, right? I had the chance to talk to the coaches before the pre-show. And I heard that Keria actually booked a hotel next to the studio so he could get used to it because, you know, he hasn't been outside of World Park playing finals.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
And so he spent a night actually in a hotel to get used to not being in his comfort location.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I was a player because I have car sick so much. So I was fighting with head coach about that.
So what did you do about it? The car sick?
I was trying to convince him first, but I failed, so I just followed it. And I carried the game, so.
And so you made up for it in the end.
Yeah.
We probably all watched it as well as, of course, we've seen many a GBM carry back in the day. But we also have something else that we can look forward to. Of course, the analyst desk will be hosted by yours truly, and I've got 2 amazing guests alongside me as well. We're going to be welcoming Wadid, as well as Nemesis coming over from Gen G as well. I'm going to have to try and keep these guys under control, which is going to be quite difficult, I could imagine. But very interesting. It's
I
going to
saw
be a whole
Nemesis in Gen G uniform today. So I was like, okay, that works.
Well, sometimes you got to represent. Of course, it could have been the same for GBM, but he decided to go with his bow tie, and I certainly like that one a lot as well. But yeah, Nemesis and Wadid, it's going to be great to have Wadid back on the global broadcast as well. So I hope you guys look forward to that one.
All right, so.
Yeah.
I mean, we have 2 heavyweights, T1 Damangia, going head-to-head. I just don't know which way to call it, but I predicted T1's win. You, Damangia. You, T1, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's getting close. Finals is finally here. So if you're looking for a good quality, high-level, incredible League of Legends, you know those traits are going to be on full display tonight. I mean, I'm not going home, even though my work here is done. You shouldn't go anywhere too, right?
Yeah, and I'll be, of course, right here for the analyst desk. But thank you so much, GBM, for coming on the pre-show. It was an absolute pleasure to look into that huge brain of yours for what's going to happen in this final. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the opening ceremony. So let's get towards that countdown and towards this amazing final.
지난 10년간 이곳에 이름을 새긴 수많은 팀들의 족적, 특히 LCK 서머는 역사의 길이 남을 명승부와 함께 흥미진진한 스토리들을 만들어냈습니다. 2012년 썸머 당대 최고의 인기팀이었던 프로스트는 CLG 이후를 패패 승승승 역습으로 꺾고 최초 서머 우승 트로피를 차지했습니다. 2013 서머 SK텔레콤 T1과 KT 롤스터 블리츠의 첫 통신사 매치, 역사의 길이 남을 제드 대 제드 명장면이 등장하기도 했습니다. 2014 서머 드넓은 해운대 해수욕장에서 펼쳐진 KT 롤스터 에로우즈와 삼성 갤럭시 블루의 결승전, 서머의 KT가 드디어 첫 우승을 거머쥐었죠. 리그제 이후 다시 만난 SKT와 KT의 2015 서머 파이널, 통신사 더비의 리벤지 매치로 많은 화제를 불러 모았는데요. 우승한 SKT는 봄과 여름을 제패한 최초의 팀이 되었습니다. 락스타이거즈가 결승에 오르면 늘 SKT에게 우승을 내주었지만 16 서머는 달랐습니다. 함께할 때 뒤로 올 것 없던 락스타이거즈는 감동의 첫 우승컵을 들어올렸죠. 2017 서머 결승에만 오르면 우승을 거머쥐던 SKT였죠. 철옹성 같던 그들을 무너뜨린 주인공은 바로 롱주 게이밍, 창단 첫 우승을 차지했습니다. 여름만 되면 귀신같이 강해졌던 서머의 KT, 4번의 결승전을 펼쳤지만 늘 우승컵과는 연이 닿지 않았던 스코어가 드디어 성불에 성공하면서 감동의 시나리오가 쓰여지게 됐습니다. 19년도에 이르자 또다시 되살아난 SK텔레콤 T1의 파워, 스프링에 이어 서머까지 그리핀네가 연달아 승리하며 챔피언의 자리를 이어갔습니다. 2020 서머, 신화를 만들어갈 팀이 이때 탄생했으니 바로 혜성처럼 등장한 담원 기아. LCK 서머를 우승하고 내친 김에 월즈까지 우승, 세계를 제패하는 쾌거를 이룩해냈죠. LCK 서머 참 뜨거웠습니다. 자, 그리고 바로 여기 이 자리 2021 LCK 서머 파이널에서 자신들의 이름을 다시 한번 역사에 새길 두 팀이 자리했습니다. 작년 썸머 우승, 월즈 우승, 그리고 올해 스프링에 이어서 서머까지 그 우승 행진을 이어갈 수 있을 것인지, 우리는 새로운 신화를 써 내려가고 있다. LCK 디펜딩 챔피언 담원 기아! 영광을 재현하기 위해 이 자리에 섰습니다. 이번에 우승하면 10번째 LCK 우승, 전 세계 최고 기록을 써내겠다. 우승은 우리가 전문이지! T1! 전 세계 이목이 집중된 역대급 시즌 역대급 매치업 2021 LCK 서머 스플릿 파이널. 그동안에 많은 트로피를 들어올렸지만 이번 트로피의 의미는 정말 특별합니다. 과연 T1이 V10 10번째 우승에 성공할 수 있을지, 아니면 담원기아가 LCK 3회 연속 우승의 그 영광을 거머쥘 수 있을지, 우승자의 재단이라는 그곳에 명예로운 자신의 이름을 새길 그 팀은 과연 어느 팀이 될까요? Let the finals begin. 2021 LCK 썸머 스플릿 대망의 결승전을 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Welcome, everybody, to yet another final here at the LCK. The 2021 Summer Finals begins right now. I am Valdez. Joined with me today is Wolf and Chronicler. And boy, do we have a treat for you guys today. It is going to be incredibly hyped. Damwon Kia looking for their third victory in a row here at the LCK, whereas Faker and T1 looking for his 10th. We'll see what's going to happen today, guys. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited. We have so much history that could be made tonight. If Damwon are able to take this title, T1 could return to being the top of Korea just before what's been a long time since their last Worlds performance. This win tonight would guarantee them that seed into the group stage. It's Khan's last LCK finals, and it's owners first. Everything comes together in this one final best of 5.
It can't be better in terms of storylines, but I feel like both these two teams have gone through such a development, not only through players, but throughout the entire summer split. Damwon Kia looking in shambles by the midst of it. We weren't even sure at what point they were gonna get by the end. Still won the regular split. And then T1, that match against Gen.G, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's crazy the road that we have taken. As you were mentioning, some things kind of are inevitable, and Damwon and perhaps Faker are as well. But guys, we do have a trash talk video ready for you right now, so let's hop into that and watch.
3연속 진출이라는 게 되게 엄청 큰 의미인 것 같아서
도장 깨기를 하면서 이제 결승전을 와서 너무 기쁘고요.
이번 연도에 데뷔했는데 실감이 안 나요. 사실 아직까지도.
오랜만에 올라와서 너무 좋고 또 다몬이랑 만나서 더욱 이기고 싶은 것 같아요. T1에 이제 저랑 한솥밥 먹던 친구들이 3명이나 있는데 그때는 제가 착한 사람이었거든요. 그래서 뭐 무서운 줄 모르겠지만 우찬이는 진짜 벌벌 떨어요.
그때 당시 이제 동아 형이 여포였어가지고 눈치 보느라 바빴습니다.
아이 그쵸. 아이 뭐 말도 못 썼죠. 말도 못 썼고. 아유.
동아형이랑 적팀 만나서 그래도 정대훈 감독님도 적팀이라서 이기고 싶네요.
저 이제 김정균 감독님과 저와 함께하는 시간이 엄청 긴데 이제 생각도 못했고 이렇게 10번째 우승을 놓고 다투게 될 거라고는 더더욱 못했고요. 이기고 싶은 마음이 드네요. 아, 상어가 장유유서 우리 김정균 감독님 우승 아니겠냐 고생 많이 했는데 좀 먼저 웃게 해드리자.
2년 차인데 2번 결승에 오를 수 있다는 자체가 정말 행운인 것 같고요.
제 입으로 설명하기 민망하긴 한데 아시잖아요. LCK 탑 중에서 최다 우승자. 우승하게 되면은 6회 우승이기도 하고 누구도 좀 넘보기 힘든 자리가 아닐까 싶습니다.
엄청 베테랑이시고 경력도 많이 쌓았고 개인적으로 좋아하는 탑이었어요. 근데 마지막 연도에 우승컵은 드리고 싶지 않네요.
내년에 군대 갑니다. 양보 시원하게 해주세요.
어차피 가는데 우승 양보해 주는 게 더 이쁘지 않나.
너희들도 이제 군대 다 가고 해야 되는데 가는 길 웃으면서 보내주라.
후배로서 선배 한번 기강 잡고 싶네요.
싸가 좀 선배로서 기강 한번 꽉 잡고 가도록 하겠습니다.
화이팅.
오너 선수는 일단 엄청 피지컬도 좋은 것 같고 운영도 잘해서 엄청 잘한다고 생각하고 있습니다.
롤드컵 우승한 정글러고 그냥 캐니언 선수보다는 잘하고 싶다라는 생각이 있었거든요. 뛰어넘게 된다면은 제 목표를 이루는 거기도 하기 때문에 기분이 좀 많이 좋을 것 같습니다.
오너 선수가 니달리 자주 쓰시던데 가끔씩 제 스킨도 써주시더라고요.
인간 사냥꾼 니달리라는 걸 썼는데 제 금지 스킨이더라고요. 좋아서 하는 것보단 스킨이 좀 괜찮은 것 같아서
제 우승을 기원하시는 게 아닌지 생각하고 있습니다. 감사합니다.
20년도에 캐니언은 갔다고 생각하고요. 좀 떨어진 상태여서 할만하다 생각합니다.
나이도 젊고 이제 앞으로 창창하실 것 같은데 이번 결승은 제가 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
몇 살 차이죠?
1살 차이요.
한 살이라도 어린 제가 피지컬은 더 낫지 않겠습니까?
커즈 선수가 나오든 오너 선수가 나오든 제가 찢어보도록 하겠습니다.
찢으면 이제 또 피한 다음에 이제 옆구리로 가가지고 캐니언 선수 옆구리 조심하시길 바랍니다.
최근에 우승을 가장 많이 가져간 선수가 쇼메이커 선수잖아요. 저랑도 비슷한 면이 많다고 생각을 했었는데
저는 게다가 또 3회 연속으로 포스트에 선정돼가지고 되게 기분 좋은 것 같고
좀 제가 보여드린 게 많지 않다고 생각을 해서 이번 결승전 때는 최고의 모습을 보여드리겠다고 생각하고 있습니다.
이렇게 높은 곳에서 만난 건 처음인데 좋은 승부 한번 겨뤄봤으면 좋겠고
1000킬 기록을 앞두고 있어요.
와우! 저의 1000킬이 베이커 선수를 솔로킬로 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
웬만하면 1000킬에 대한 희생양이 되고 싶진 않고요. 준비를 단단히 하고 갈 것 같아서 쉽게 죽진 않을 것 같아요.
먹잇감이 진짜로 결승에 왔기 때문에 가볍게 먹도록 하겠습니다.
LCK 4변속 우승을 노리고 있잖아요. 기록을 끊고 싶은 마음이고
9번이나 하셨는데 한 번 정도는 양보해 주시면 하잖아요. 네. 한번 양보해 주세요.
이번 결승전은 사실 기록을 위해서 하는 느낌은 아닌 것 같아요. 저 자신을 뛰어넘기 위한 길이라고 생각하고 있고요.
담원기아가 꼭 LCK의 역사에 남길 기록을 한번 남겨보도록 하겠습니다.
고우스 선수 만나면 인간상성이라는 소리를 생각을 좀 많이 썼는데
플레이오프 때 갑자기 다시 나타나셔서 엄청난 활약을 많이 하면서 올라오셨는데 저한테 최근에 엄청 많이 지셨거든요. 하필 결승전에서는 저를 만나셨는데
딱히 지금 별로 신경 안 쓰는 것 같아요.
테디 선수가 2판 정도 지고 구마유시 선수가 나와서 한 판 지지 않을까.
제가 체급으로 밀면은 쉽게 넘어지실 것 같은데 한번 박살내 보겠습니다.
되게 독특하신 것 같아요.
저도 이제 책으로 한번 밀어붙이고 싶네요.
진성이 형 예전에 같이 연습생일 때 밥 먹었던 것 같은데
알고 지낸 지 뭐 오래됐고 그래서 서로 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠고 제가 더 잘했으면 좋겠습니다.
이번에 결승에서는 되게 좋은 추억으로 남을 것 같아. 나한테만. 너무 슬퍼하지 마 이렇게 할게요.
결승전도 캐리 하도록 하겠습니다.
담원기아가 1라운드 때 이제 포지션 변경이 많았었는데 흔들리구나라고 생각했던 것 같아요.
막바지에는 그래도 이제 좋아진 모습 보여드려서 되게 다행인 것 같아요.
결승전에서 3등 당하고 롤드컵에서도 3등 당했었는데 복수하고 제 커리어를 쌓고 싶습니다.
캐리아 선수도 보면 되게 큰 무대에서 긴장을 많이 하는 스타일이더라고요.
역청계는 그런 거에 긴장 안 할 스타일이라 뭐 역청계니까 지금 데뷔하고 나서 제일 잘하는 것 같다.
서포터하기 아까운 그런 피지컬? 라인전 제일 빡빡하게 하는 선수?
베리 선수 렐하는 거 봤는데 되게 잘하기도 하고 잘해서 승률이 높은 것 같아요.
15승 0패로 알고 있어요. 렐 같은 경우에도 이제 함부로 이제 선픽할 수 있는 상위 티어 챔피언이 아니다 보니까 아마
상대가 잘 당해준 게 아닐까. 결승전에서 롤드스타님을 역청계가 잘 꺾어보도록 하겠습니다.
썸머 결승이 이제 좀 중요하다 보니까 우승은 우리가 할게.
제가 왜 퍼스트 서포터인지 제대로 증명해 보이겠습니다. 역청계 간다. 첫 우승 꼭 이뤄내겠습니다.
T1이 지금까지 9번째 우승한 걸로 아는데 저희도 이제 우승을 좀 많이 쌓아가야 할 것 같습니다.
LCK 첫 결승전인데 우승 한번 해보고 싶습니다.
썸머 우승까지 거의 다 왔는데
더 이상의 독재는 두고 보지 않겠습니다.
결승 11번 진출인데 2번이 저한테 맡기게 되는 거잖아요.
동아 형도 LCK 우승한 적이 많기 때문에
이번 해는 저한테 넘겨주셔야 되지 않나.
3연속 우승을 안 막아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
패배라는 고배를 마시게 해드리도록 하겠습니다.
사장님을 위해서 10회 우승 저희가 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
역사에 또 한 번 기록을 멋지게 장식할 수 있도록 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
최고의 기량을 펼칠 자리에서 만나게 되는 거잖아요. 이번 결승전을 많이 기대해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
Well, that was really awesome to watch. My favorite part was both Beryl and Carria giving us the little hearts that they threw everybody's way. Yeah, really fun stuff. Always fun to watch Khan as well in trash talk videos. I feel like everybody else did a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, it was a really fun one. I really liked Faker saying that he's trying to outperform himself. He's trying to outdo himself. That's what this final is about for him. Not about breaking the records per se, but just beating his own legacy. And when you've been a pro gamer and been the greatest player of all time as long as he has, you've got to be thinking about how you can outdo yourself.
Yeah, for sure. So, guys, we do have the points of the match video ready to go, so we can hop into that and talk over this and see what we have in store for this match.
And I think that coming into this match, there are going to be a lot of highly contested picks. The main question for me is T1 going to continue the upsurge that we've seen them throughout the playoffs? I feel like they have already powered up. Whereas Damwon Kia, it's basically been a continuous ramp up whenever they get to playoffs. Doesn't matter the state of the team before that. And in recent times, it's obviously, as we can see, yeah, T1, that's a lot of wins. But the most recent wins are the ones that should weigh the heaviest.
And as you could see in recent history, obviously it's a newer team, and Damwon Kia was pointed out in the pre-show, but they have a huge edge over T1. But that's because T1's been rebuilding itself for the last 2 years. And this is a completely different T1 that we're seeing tonight. This is a new version, final version that we've seen at the end of the year. Taking a look at the top matchup here, though, this is where things can get pretty out of control for Damwon Kia. Jace is, as mentioned earlier by GB on the desk, we've been talking about it for days. He is the one you think of when you think Korean Jace, and that's such a strong pick right now in this meta.
Yeah, Jace is kind of crazy, and Kana's got his own kind of pocket picks of his own. You know, we only saw him play Gwen 4 times, but it was 4 dominant victories, especially their most recent victory over Gen.G in the playoffs was quite spectacular. So that's going to be really important for T1 as well. They need Kana to show up here and actually have a great performance up against Khan.
And that is something that coming into the finals, or into the playoffs rather, was a bit of a question mark. But Kana has become so much more stable all around, and you're gonna need it. Because I think this is the big one. This is the matchup that a lot hinges on today.
And taking a look at this matchup as well, you know, as you move into the jungle, this is massive too. But that's one mismatch you have on the top side of the map. But in the jungle, this is another reason why a lot of people are putting right now Damwon Kia to 3-0. It's Owner's first finals. It's his first LCK season. He's a rookie player. Nerves are high right now for this player. He's an extremely aggressive player. He plays based on momentum. And him coming in as the main jungler at the middle of the season was what really turned the style of T1 into a winning one. But if he chokes tonight, or if he falls behind, you can't see that aggression. I do worry that T1 could fall apart.
Yes, absolutely. All eyes are on Owner right now. I feel like of all 10 players, we got to see what his form is like and if he can handle the pressure. Now, moving into the mid lane, obviously Faker up against Showmaker. Faker even saying himself that Showmaker reminds him of himself. And Showmaker, as of recent times, I think the most consistent player at the top here in the LCK. The guy is just insane.
Also, the main reason why I think Damwon's MSI run was still as good as it was, a lot of the games felt like it was this mid laner that in a meta where we've seen a lot of teams with like singular carry struggle was able to somehow still get it done. and didn't have the greatest of mid part of the summer split, but again, ever since playoffs have started, it looks just incredible, and he's up against the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, 19-4 in best of fives. He's played 23 here in Korea across his career. He is the greatest player of all time. He's the most famous player of all time. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to perform today. Now, this is a matchup where if you're pointing towards T1's strength, you can point towards the bottom side. Teddy and Keria will be the starting lineup for tonight. But this is a matchup where Beryl has historically been very sink or swim. You can see his aggression oftentimes pays off, but when it does not, he ends up being a big liability for Damwon Kia. You pointed out, actually, Chronicler, as far back as the spring finals, we saw it was an issue at MSI, and it carried into the summer season.
And the key question today is, I don't think it's whether or not Keria and Teddy are going to have Prio, are going to be the stronger of the lane, but to what extent. Because if Damwon Kia can stem the bleeding, the biggest pressure point for T1 in this straight-up head-to-head matchup kind of disappears.
It's absolutely true. And, you know, Ghost especially has played a lot of a support role for his team from the AD carry position, which is kind of funny to say, especially because Beryl makes so many of those fights happen. Taking a look at the other AD carries, especially the T1 side, Keria, the best support in the LCK by a pretty significant margin. We can all agree on that. And Teddy subs in for playoffs, and then he does this. If you didn't see their best of 5 against Gen G, it was Teddy coming in the clutch, and he had one of the craziest Ezreal performances we have ever seen. And having this guy on your team, you know, it's a 5-person team that you have, but if someone pops off to that level, maybe you can sneak some extra wins.
Certainly true. Also, Showmaker approaching the 17th player to reach 1,000 kills. Be the first player to do so, I believe, in a finals. So pretty massive for him if he can pull it off.
It would also be the shortest amount of time to reach 1,000 kills out of everybody else that's reached 1,000 kills. Second place would be Chovy, who's more than 160 days behind Showmaker if he does hit 1,000 kills today.
And that's just an insane stat, because when you think about high amounts of kills, that's not necessarily what comes to mind when you think of Showmaker. He's not the laning god that someone like Chovy is, right? But he still finds so many opportunities outside of the laning phase. And like I said, I think that ever since Faker, there have been very little players that just have the amount of clutch potential, the killer instinct to, no matter what the game state is, identify how you need to push forward and then take the team on the back and carry them through.
Yeah, Showmaker is that type of player, and it's a really cool situation we have now where Showmaker approaches Faker, right? Greatest player of all time, best mid laner in League of Legends history, and he's making his own history, right? He's trying to get Damwon Kia that 3rd win in a row.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This is going to be one of the best finals that we have had on paper, right? Coming into this one. There are so many stories that we have coming into this. You know, even just talking about Coma versus Faker, who's going to get their 10th title first. It's, you know, that's one of many that we will discuss over the course of this. And guys, we do have our predictions ready to go. So let's see where everybody went with their votes. Now, I'm going to give a little spoiler. If you're a T1 fan, you might want to hide your eyes. Let's reveal some of the predictions that have come out here. As already from the Korean desk, you see 3-3-1s in a row. 3 of us went for the 3-0. Chronicler joined the Korean desk with 3-1. And then
Jisun spreads up here. That's what we got to see. Jisun went for the
Nice.
3-1, Damwon Kia.
Yeah. Originally, we had Changyeon, but she had hers on the pre-show. So awesome that Jisun gets in there. And Jonah Strong with the 3-0.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot more predictions to come through here, too. We're going down the whole list. You could see, again, massive favoring here from the Korean analyst desk for the 3-1 for Damwon Kia. You could see some, you know, votes coming from analysts who did in Nuclear. Nuclear actually going for the 3-1 at T1. I hadn't seen a prediction yet.
Yeah.
Duncan as well, 3-2.
Duncan, a lot of 3-2 votes for the T1 side. Even GVM had 3-2 as well. Only Nuclear went 3-1, and then, of course, Jonah Strong went for the 3-0. But again, he knows what the fans want, right? We do have a lot of T1 fans that do watch, and I think he did want to play into that a little bit. As you guys can see, about 3/4 of the people that did vote for the fan prediction. Again, it's a little bit of a fan vote there. Who do they want to win? I think this is more accurate depiction of, and it does look like T1 once again will take that.
For sure. I mean, I think that the fans were right in the Gen G series. They came in as an underdog. You know, I myself gave Gen G the 3-1 advantage, and after that first game, I thought, man, this is going to be a 3-0. I remember texting you guys, I thought I should have predicted 3-0 for Gen G. T1 came up big then. If they can have another big performance tonight, I think this would be a bigger miracle than that Gen G series, but if they could take it tonight, it would be a huge upset, and it would be such an exciting moment for T1 fans.
Yeah, and the thing with, I think, all these predictions and why you see so much Damwon favored predictions is not because T1 doesn't have the class. We saw how much they popped off. But if you don't have a level of pop-off as insane as Teddy did in a previous series against Gen G, look at the record of Damwon Kia recently when it comes to playoff series. Look at how dominant they have been for so long. It's such a tough ask for any team.
Yeah, and, you know, I think it begins... and it might end with the jungle matchup there. You see Canyon is pointing to himself. He was the world's MVP. And yes, in spring, he had a little bit of a, you know, a downswing. He was still very good. And then, of course, in round one, Damwon with the changing roster and big changes over there. But they're all back. It feels like that Damwon inevitability is back. And T1, while they do have a chance to win this, absolutely. They have some incredibly strong cards in their own right. They are up against the strongest opponents that they could possibly face.
Yeah. You know, I said it in many interviews leading up to this finals, but Faker came onto the scene and popped off early on in his career with his ability to use his physical, as we call it in Korea, his mechanics, his ability to make flashy plays in the mid lane, out-duel people. And at that time, he was far ahead of everyone else. And now, many, many years later, where he stands is one of the most experienced League of Legends pro in best of fives, in world championships, whether it's domestic or internationally. He not only defined how League of Legends was seen in the West, but I think he defined how gaming was seen to people who were not gamers. A legend in his own right is going to be commanding this team with a huge controversial coaching swap that they had mid-season. Most analysts, myself included, didn't think it was going to work out. And you know what? We were big time wrong.
It's quite ironic because both teams got better from that swap, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the crazy part, and it ties into something that we've seen a lot, which is also has been shown by T1 themselves, right? Gumayushi had some great moments in summer, but Teddy has just elevated this team to another level. And honestly, the same can be said for the impact that Danny has had on Damwon Kia ever since he's been back. Some of that zaniness, the counter picks, the flexibility that made Damwon such a multifaceted threat during Worlds last year has come back.
He's back, and perhaps he has some secret inside information from the T1 side as well. Something to think about. Again, though, the last time these two teams did face off, T1 was able to get the victory, and in large part due to this player's performance on the Thresh. Keria, just insane what he's able to do with that champion, and if you give that to him, I don't know what to say. The draft is a whole other topic that we have a lot to talk about here, and we have one awesome best of five to discuss it all.
For sure. Stardust on stage here, you know, coming up, so really stepping up big. But I think the real leader for this team right now is Faker, as I was mentioning before. But still, it's a really trying time for T1 fans. It's been a year of almosts. It's been a year of close calls, but never able to cross the finish line. And now when most vote against them, how amazing would it be if they actually get to win that third game and lift the LCK trophy here in 2021 ahead of their Worlds performance that we're looking forward to in just a month's time. That's what is so exciting about this series, is when you have this David and Goliath story like this, you always point to the underdog, and when the underdog is also the more popular team, you get really excited.
And it speaks to the quality of the LCK as well, that we can have the greatest player of all time, and he's the little guy going up against the big guy, right? Like that in of itself, I think, is insane. And it shows us not only how many talented players we have, but also that I still can't get over the facts for how long Faker has been dominant, how much he's been able to carry his team in the recent playoff performances. And the fact that there's still players that can somehow match him. And going into this draft, I personally am really wondering what are some of the prior picks. Are they going to come through the draft? The Jace, I think, is the most obvious one. Because both of these two top laners absolutely love it. And I want to get into the draft. I want to know what's going to happen. I really can't wait, guys.
Look at this. We got a little bit of mad dog in the camera here from Owner.
Yeah, we didn't mention it, but I will say it now. It was on screen. Damwon Kia did choose blue side. They won the coin toss, and that was their choice. So they will be on blue side for this first draft. Of course, T1 will have first and second counter pick. And it's all going to start off right here, right now. I want to see that Jace priority, as you were mentioning, but I also look towards champions like the Rise right now, Twisted Fate, which was targeted against T1 in their playoff series. These are picks that you don't see necessarily in other regions prioritized this highly, but with these two teams, you certainly do.
Well, we're into draft, guys. Game number 1 starts, and you guys were talking about the Jace. I think red team might be forced to ban that every single time because both teams want it, and if it's left open, like GBM said, you just first pick it.
And the Aurelia, of course, an incredible power pick on the patch 11.16. The Aphelios ban is an interesting one and also kind of mitigates the threat of that fresh from carrier, right? That's the most popular combination, whereas you can go for the Jinx. Isn't as blindable, in my opinion. And the Renekton, we were wondering, is it still going to be a consistent... Yeah, it is still going to get banned away. And I love the Ziggs, because that is something that Ghost and Damwon Kia have used to neutralize the power of enemy bot lanes a lot.
Now, there's a lot of different things you could pick into this Rise. The Lucian that's left available, not a strong matchup there. We've seen oftentimes the LeBlanc chosen into this, but also Faker can pull out the Azir, which is being hovered right now. You do kind of point yourself towards late game scaling with this a little bit more, but it's a good lane matchup. They'll pivot away from it and look towards that Viego. Still an extremely strong pick. We're seeing it in all regions right now across playoffs.
Yeah, and the thing about the Viego is that it can be flexed, although Kana, it is his third most played alongside of Khan, so it's a takeaway, it's a flex. You don't have to throw it to the top lane, even though you might, as Azir will be picked, and that will be Faker's first choice, as Ashe and Camille follow it up for Damwon.
And already Damwon have a lot of the picks that they like. You pick away the Rise from T1, which is one of their main components in how they are able to not only find early game leads, but then turn it into very quick and snap map movements. And you get a utility AD carry for Ghost. He's looked incredible on the Ashe. Kind of hard to punish as well, has a lot of good matchups. And then the Camille getting picked here, to me, is... I don't know whether they were going for the read that it was indeed guaranteed going to be that Viego top, because Viego top, of course, not as strong on the current patch. Jungle is a lot more consistent, and it will be again. We saw this into semis as well. The Gwen for Kana.
Yeah, the Gwen coming through here. It's always a chance that it's flexed to the jungle, but seems very unlikely at this current stage. And when you're T1 here, you're targeting jungles now because you know that that's going to be the strength that Damwon Kia is looking for. Next, you take away the Xin Zhao here, which is going to give them a lot of mid-game control. You do not want this Camille to snowball out of control. The side lane pressure she can put off later on in the game is strong. Not as strong, though, with the Gwen coming through that you mentioned. You definitely have an answer now as T1. Both of these teams have really strong late-game power. I think what's missing here for T1 is a late-game scaling AD carry, because right now you have Ashe that is going to be great in terms of the support, is going to be able to set up a lot of team fights, but doesn't do as much damage as some of the options available here for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you just go ahead and ban out Canyon's most played in the Diana, or do you just say, okay, doesn't look like they're going to want to play it with this comp, and in fact, they are going to take away the Tom Kench alongside of the Xin Zhao, so that will be the choice. As Thresh available, other AD carries available here as well.
And I would love for T1 to hold the counter pick for carrier here, because I think you can, knowing your AD carry matchup, go and pick up something that matches up well into the Ashe, and by doing so, make use of carrier's champion pool. This is a different approach where obviously you're gonna use the Leona, which is a much stronger power pick. Does really provide T1 with some much needed engage, so I don't mind this as much. And now it's up to Damwon to actually round out their compositions. The Rel is still available, which is something that Barrel in counter pick situations has absolutely loved. Don't know if they want to go for that when the Braum is open, which is, yeah, feels very good into the T1
The
composition.
Braum is so strong into the Gwen and the Viego, not to mention hard engage that the Leona is going to try to offer you here. The slows are going to be massive. He'll go for the exhaust, and it does give you a lot more time to react if T1 engage, because you yourself already have the better engage. As you mentioned, the Leona's Solar Flare are going to be your best bet for T1 to actually start a team fight. You have a lot of follow-up once you do. You have the Emperor's Divide, as we will see this Trundle, which has been so popular in Korea, come through. Looks to be Canyon's jungle pick.
Wow. So if Damwon don't want to fight, They never have to. They also have a lot of different ways to open fights of their own. And look at this, we get Teddy on Ezreal for game number 1. This guy popped off so hard in the semis against Genji. If you missed that, you get to see the encore here.
This is what I was talking about. You know, when you have the Ashe, you do have a lot of engage opportunities, and with this composition, there's a lot of power in the side lanes. You can avoid team fights, as you mentioned, Valdez, but if you have a late game scaling AD carry here as T1, you've already got a scaling Azir here, and you're just heading towards making sure this late game carry can pop off. You have a lot of disengage options with this comp as well, and I personally really like T1's composition more.
I think the risk with T1's composition, though, is that you get run over in the early game. If you look at the Damwon Kia composition, they still have a lot of ways to force in the mid game, and the most existent early game power that you have available as T1 is exclusively at Viego, and Viego gets enabled when he can skirmish, but then you look at the Gwen, needs some time, Azir as well. So Damwon Kia very strong in terms of early game pressure points, very good side laning, but if T1 can make it through the early game, they're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, looking at a late game for both of these teams, I feel like either side could have a decent opportunity, right? T1 have an insane amount of scaling on their side, but there is so much pick potential and side lane potential from the side of Damwon as well. We could be in for a real treat here, especially if T1 are able to hold on early.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting one. I've got my money on T1's draft here, but we'll see how it turns out on the Rift.
That's where it all matters. We have to get onto the Rift and see who will be able to take this game number 1. And guys, it is time. Let's jump into that game 1 right now. And here we go into the finals. Damwon up against T1. As you can see, guys, we have recorded a bunch of fans cheering. Unfortunately, with the current situation with the pandemic, of course, there are no fans here currently with us, but they are watching from around the world, including you guys listening to this right now. So thank you for being here, and I hope that we just embark on a absolutely fantastic journey of hopefully 5 games.
That's the dream, right? And it's exciting that we're finally in a venue for this finals, even if there aren't fans here. It definitely adds a lot of gravity to what is already a pretty amazing final story-wise. And Chronicler gets to have his first offline final in Korea.
Hey.
Very excited to have you having that opportunity.
Owner as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even Carrier, right, is someone that, if you go back, like, a lot of these players debuted during the time when there wasn't other venues to go to for a final. So that's also something that, of course, comes into play. And when we look at the early pathing here, leashless start for Canyon, which does mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the Damwon Kia bot lane to take some early control. And both of these top laners have gone for the Ignite, of course, much more common, but does also increase the volatility. So if one of these two gets ahead, and with that in mind, I like the early pathing from Canyon towards top. It can mean so much for how that matchup plays out throughout the rest of the game.
For sure. And, you know, you do add a lot of risk with this, as you mentioned it too, if you're the one who is losing out on the top side of the map. So a bit of a trade here. But it's definitely one that, you know, it favors snowballing. And for both of these players, I think that has kind of been the snowbally style we've been seeing from them throughout the end of regular season and playoffs. As Cannon does path up, as you mentioned.
Oh, that was pretty quick. They're going for this. The flash comes in from Canyon. There's no flash on Kana, and a first blood at 2 minutes and 46 seconds. What a huge gank this early on in the game.
And I love the commitment there, knowing that there is no Ignite available.
In there. He's going to land that stun, but the teleport takes a while to get on top of him. Canyon, of course, no flash, and now the teleport coming in, but the stun landing once again, and everybody's getting into this fight here as the Ignite is not going to get the kill onto Canyon. Will
Faker
Faker,
flash!
though, he's flashing for this one and going through the wall. One more auto would do it, but he can't see him over the wall. We're 3 minutes into the game, and Faker might just die to the turret, although Showmaker's just gonna laugh at him. Lands it, throws up the thumbs up, and that's it for Faker over here.
This is a disaster. Faker uses both of his summoners, dies. Kana loses summoners, dies on the top side of the map. But this is a huge lead for Damwon Kia early on. The teleport, it takes so long to pull off. They use 2, and it does not work out.
And it's incredible when you see that hard commit from Damwon Kia on top side, knowing that Kana doesn't have a flash available, right? Using the pillar as an extension for the hook shots and make sure that you actually get on top. And I think that play in of itself is survivable. That's manageable. At least Kana will be able to get this wave. Thank you for the leash. But then, I like the idea behind what T1 tries to do that, because do not forget, this is a Viego in the early game. If he can get a single soul, he can start those resets, you can turn that around, but the response from Damwon Kia is just too clutch.
Yeah, and you mentioned the pillar was so perfect to actually extend the hook shot, and that's where this happens here, as Canyon flashes forward as well. And look at that, the pillar just barely gives the hook shot enough edge. And Kana goes down, then he teleports right back in because Owner is here. But by the time he calls the teleport on this ward, it's already too late. So Faker feels like he's going to double down. It's a bit of sunk cost fallacy here as T1 all in on this push, and it just does not work out.
Yeah, keep in mind this wave was pushing into Faker's turret, so he wasn't able to pick up a lot of that farm. By the time he got back, I think actually Owner had to pick it up, and yeah, Faker uses his flash. He has to run underneath the turret to at least force Showmaker's flash, but as Showmaker, you're like, oh, thank you very much. I mean, we were very good in the early game, but now we're exceptional.
Yeah, that's a lot of CS lost. Being down a summoner spell really hurts your options as Faker, especially once you hit level 6. That Emperor's Divide kill pressure isn't as strong anymore.
One upside is that Showmaker, as Valdez pointed out, did have to use his flash, which in terms of Rise, with a lack of escapes, is still going to have to play a lot more careful once that Shurima Shuffle does become available. But the main thing that this does for Damwon Kia is it alleviates the strengths that they had, right? Because while I think that, as you pointed out earlier, their scaling is good, it is also just incredibly hard to play into T1's composition in late because they can do so many things. They can poke, they can hard engage onto you, their skirmishing is great, their team fighting is great, they have a lot of really hard to get on backline threats, and by being able to get these early kills.
Oh man, the realm warping. Poor Kana, man, he just can't catch a break. This is Rise and Trundle. How about Camille? How about all 3 of them get in there and bully? He's just gonna burn down to the Ignite as Khan. He doesn't have to look at the explosion. He know he got the kill.
He's got such a massive lead now, Showmaker does, but also Khan. And you have so much power in the mid game with this composition as well. And look at what the items are for Showmaker here. Builds a little bit of extra magic resist early for this, so he knows he can actually make an aggressive play like this without any threat of being traded. I mean, you're such a massive lead now. You're going to get turret plate gold. And yes, the bottom side of the map is going a little bit Teddy-sided, but I think you could allow that when you consider how much gain they get on the top side.
The cool thing is Barrel was also roaming towards top in case that did turn into another extended skirmish. Ghost was just chilling 1v2 in the bot lane, not really being threatened by the pre-6 Leona and Ezreal, so he can just sit there, farm up the wave, be fine. If he loses a couple of creeps, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this Realm Warp is just so well played. Faker's, you know, under his turret, he can't make any sort of counterplay, doesn't have teleport. And this is the power of rotating mid lanes right now in this meta. You use your teleport early for any reason, and Rise is going to crush you in this situation. Twisted Fate is going to crush you in this situation. You're going to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, and Showmaker with this lead, as you mentioned, Wolf, he got that extra magic resist, made that into the Merc Tread, so now he's got movement speed. Winning there against Faker, he can move up, he can pressure a bit more, and they're just going to have multiple winning lanes here, which is really what you do want with Damwon Kia's composition, which we did touch on a little bit at the end of the draft. And you would have to imagine that with this lead, they should be able to secure early Rift Herald in this game, maybe even the Infernal Drake if they want to try to get that and take it away from T1's immense scaling. Lots of options here for Damwon.
It's really hard for Teddy to sit bottom as well and get an advantage because Damwon Kia are going to hold their bot duo as well because they know they have an advantage. They don't need to rotate first. And in fact, Teddy is heading up first. They are going to start this. T1 are so desperate.
They're going to bring everybody up to this one. And you can see the late rotation is coming in from Ghost and Beryl as well. They're going to spot this out. Dom1, they say, no, we're going to want to fight you here. You're not just going to get this free objective, but the Rift Herald's already pretty low. Need to hit that eye, trying to get it down there. And now the engage's going to be started off onto the level 6 Trundle. The exhaust used onto him as well. And they can't even kill him. They finally do get him down, but Faker's getting low now as Ghost is coming in from behind, but here comes T1 on the front side trying to take out Showmaker. That Rise not doing enough early on in this game, and T1 will be able to take the 2-for-1 plus the Rift Herald in this fight.
And after such a cleanly played early couple of skirmishes from Dam1 Kia, I think they should have just let the Rift Herald go. When it's half health by the time your Ashe is around your Raptors, you're not gonna make it. Just rotate back, let them have that objective, because now they're obviously starting a fight from a position where you're always gonna be at a man disadvantage.
Yeah, you get Canyon here stun locked, you know, you have the knock up there from the Azir, and it's really just a war of attrition you can't win without Ghost being here. Also didn't use his arrow until very late. Could have tried to use that for a little bit of extra appeal. Doesn't do so. They gain nothing from this. And the risk was just so high, as you mentioned.
And this is something we've seen a lot of LCK teams struggle with, right? Including the best. It's like the Rift Herald, it's like some kind of magnetic force. It pulls everybody in Korea to it. We have to fight over Rift Heralds. Doesn't matter who you are. And Dalman, I can understand, you know, with their early game power and their early lead, they wanted to fight over it. But as Chronicler said, like, sometimes you just don't respond in time, and you have to let it go.
And that's okay as well. The ironic thing is that even with that happening, currently the gold lead for Dam1 Kia is still roughly the same, meaning that until that Rift Herald actually drops, there's not the biggest lead. As Invade does come through here, Owner should spot that momentarily. Can see that still up.
Yeah,
he just pieces out.
Yeah, he's just going to get out of here. But yeah, as you mentioned, the gold lead still stands for Dam1 Kia. They still have a really nice lead in the top lane, which is the most important, I think, part of this. The mid lane, you know, you got a nice lead as Showmaker. You're still very comfortable here. So things need to get a lot worse before you're feeling comfortable as T1, but this definitely makes your mid game a lot smoother than it was otherwise just moments before.
Teddy has played 60 games of Ezreal in the LCK. He is 5-0 on the pick this season, and he gets it again. So that was actually their last pick as well in the draft, and he wanted to show that he could carry once again here in the finals. Very excited to see that now with T1 getting a bit of a blow back after taking that Rift Herald, if he can pop off.
And both teams have very low Dragon percentages when it comes to a lot of our other teams in the LCK as Ghost.
Okay, he's just going to cleanse there at the end. The Zenith Blade not landing onto him, so doesn't even have to flash. They're trying to get some pressure down here. Canyon, though, waiting in the wings. Owner looking to potentially drop that Rift Herald, but it will not amount to much.
Yeah, this topside play, though, could happen as well. You got to be careful as Kana. T1 really want to collapse down here to get that Drake control, though. Faker's here.
Looks like they may have wanted to drop the Rift Herald after a pick, which would have been really nice for the snowball, and then you maybe even get the dragon, but not gonna happen. As Owner thinking about dropping it mid now. We got to fight up in the top side. The needles are coming out. Khan is gonna miss the hook shot as the damage is coming out here with the Ignite, but trying to turn it back. Khan will be able to do it. I'm not even sure if he knew himself he was gonna win that fight.
All according to plan, misses the hook shot, and if you hit that hook shot, you go over the wall, you're fine. If you use it to go back into the Gwen, you're fine. But I did not expect him to somehow still win the 1v1, and that is the payoff of having your finished Mythic. That is the payoff of what Dam1 Kia has been able to do thus far.
Exactly, you have that extra dueling power, and Showmaker was looking to realm war up top several times. He was rotating over, he was roaming, didn't actually need to do so in order to get this kill, actually ends up keeping it here. T1 end up losing out on that bottom trade as well. Don't get the Drake control they're looking for. And suddenly, you know, this looks like a fantastic position yet again for Dam1 Kia. That top side control is going to be a problem for the rest of this game.
I mean, any Camille that's 3-0 is going to be a problem, as Beryl seems to know something is amiss. Just kind of hanging out there, and Owner just gets away with stealing the red buff, gets over the wall. Having a pretty good start, I would say, to the game. Doesn't look too nervous.
Perfect crime. Just goes in, avoids anyone, and is able to pick up the red buff. And it's those type of tiny wins that, let's not forget, Khan?
Oh, Khan, he doesn't have his Hextech ultimatum, but the sticking power of this Camille is kind of insane right now. And you can see the amount of damage that he has anyway. He's going to push Kana all the way out. We had Showmaker roaming up to the top side as well for a potential Realm Warp. It doesn't amount to a kill, but you're pushing him out of the lane without teleport, and you can get so much pressure here.
And the big thing is, if Canyon can also make his way towards this lane, that they can get through this turret very, very quickly. Both of these are exceptional at taking down turrets. Don't think they can quite go for the finish. Should play respectful, but again, that's more plates, that's more minions going into the turret. And Kia are taking that pick of the Rise that T1 loves and does exactly what T1 has done in so many of their games.
Kana, and you can see that Kana's not able to get in range, so. And look at what's happening down on the bottom side as well. Karia's not here yet to stem the bleeding up in the top side.
Exactly, when Karia goes up here to help relieve that pressure, you see pings instantly go down for Ghost and Barrel. They're looking to push that turret. They know they can force Teddy out of lane.
Khan seemingly still wanting to face check. He's like, yeah, sure, I'm fine. I mean, he had vision of Karia sitting in the brush, and he doesn't care. Karia blows everything except the exhaust, I suppose. And Khan just walks away.
Riftmaker's still not ready here for Kana. It's very difficult for him to actually end up doing any sort of extended trading. We're going to watch this fight once again. And like you said, the hook shot doesn't actually connect, but you know what? At the end of the day, look at how much sustain he has. The mythic advantage here is massive. He has that Divine Sunder, and that's the reason why he ends up winning out, even with the Leeching Leer on the other side.
Really nicely done on avoiding the damage there as well. Of course, that is also one of the ways where, as Camille, you can be so deceptively tanky if you are able to use the Hextech ultimatum in vulnerability as...
Wow. Yeah. Trundle on the replay ends Trundle in live. The pillar value is huge, although Damwon, I'm not sure about this. They're going to try to force another fight around this Rift Herald, this one being the second one. As you can see, the engage, the Zenith Blade will miss, and that's going to be the key for Damwon to start up this fight as they get on in, and Karia is just blown up immediately. Barrel soaks up a lot of the damage, and he has a stopwatch. Faker is trying to carry this as hard as possible, and now Owner's got some value potentially on that backside, but it's just not enough, as another pillar is going to come in here from Damwon. Even slowing down Damwon a little bit, they had to walk around that one. And Faker and Teddy, it looks like they should be able to get away, but yet another team fight win will go the way of Damwon.
Another set of summoners blown here as well. Unfortunately, Faker using his there, Owner having to use his to try to clutch that fight. Unsuccessful. They will defend here. But at the end of the day, once again, T1 staying a little bit long on that exchange, really doubling down on the rotation and giving over a bunch of extra kills.
And at least in this game, we're getting a clear answer as to, is the Damwon bot lane doing enough? And they clearly are, right? They didn't really get pressured, and the top side of the map, Khan, Canyon, and Showmaker are doing so much. If you look at these team fights as well, I thought it was a valiant effort by T1, but it does go back to what I said earlier. With this composition, your spikes are a little bit later. Due to the early game, they don't actually have just the right amount of power, because then this might turn around. Maybe you get a couple of more resets on the Viego. Yep. Maybe you see that Kana is able to do a little bit more there. But with how far Damwon Kia is already ahead, straight up 5v5s are always going to be hard. And when they play this well with one player on T1 immediately getting demolished, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, the other thing to consider, too, is he was a little bit late on his possession there. Ended up picking the Ashe, who's just extremely squishy. So there's not much you can do to kind of pop off as an early game Ashe, you know, at that moment as you get the possession. So they will get this Rift Herald to charge through. And that's going to be a lot of extra gold going over the top side, but it's not without a cost. It's not without being punished, right? Showmaker's getting value bottom side. Mid lane is being dominated by Ghost, is picking up a lot of extra farm. And they're just everywhere on this map. However, this looks like it might get an extra charge.
It's a lot of pressure from T1, and they're looking for a bit more. I'm not sure about that play, Faker, but at the end of the day, it's okay because you push them out of the lane, you get the turret. It's a lot of value that T1 need right now to stay, you know, at a similar level, at parity here, at least with Damwon, in order to scale up a bit more.
I actually think this is the first really big macro win that we've seen for T1, because the cross-map play from Damwon, you get the first Drake, Took 17 minutes for us to get there. And you get one turret. But not only does T1 get the first turret blood with that Herald that they fought so valiantly for, didn't go very well. But if you then pick up first turret blood, as well as that second tier turret, you see that the gold lead that was starting to balloon for Damwon Kia stabilizes a little bit. And let's not forget T1 still has the kind of composition where a single team fight that goes well in the late game and either owner pops off or Teddy goes unchecked, still terrifying to play into.
Yeah, it could be very explosive, and you could suddenly, if a mistake comes through from Damwon Kia, really turn this game around, and you stem the bleeding after what you lost in the early to beginning of the mid game. Now you've at least got something back. You are keeping the Camille's gold lead manageable. Yes, it is a pretty disastrous situation. You're 0-4 and 3 as Kana here, but you're still getting a little bit of side laning done. The extra pressure that T1 is putting on the map is what they became famous for in the second part of summer, is controlling macro, having better control over turrets and objectives, and that's what we're seeing here.
That's why I was so excited after I saw the drafts. I'm like, this is the perfect game to go kind of even for 20 minutes, back and forth, blows going back and forth, and then you just get crazy macro plays. Who's going to make the better play at the end of the day, I think is going to make the difference, right? And you can see already the split pushing is coming in here for Damwon. Kana is trying to do his best down on the bottom side, but they stop the backs. Nobody can get up to the top side, and Damwon are going to be able to take down potentially an inner turret here.
Yeah, really love the expensive resources just to buy more time for Khan and Showmaker. Do need to play respectful, as there is still the threat of a T1 hard engage there, but it's exactly this type of decisiveness that has categorized both of these two teams throughout basically the entirety of playoffs, right? And something that I'm really excited about if the game continues on this pace is that while I think T1 has an edge in terms of raw scaling, Damwon Kia's decisiveness in team fights has been insane. And with Ashe, Camille, and Ryze, you can just blow up targets in split seconds. So they, as we saw earlier, can still find someone from a really large distance, blow them up, regardless of what the later game state is.
Yeah, and when you consider that you have a Ryze to engage from a long way away on top of an already winning Camille, it's going to be really difficult to control the map, as T1 has been trying to keep up with here in this mid game. When the game goes later, suddenly the amount of resources you have to rotate to deal with Khan is too much, and you can easily be countered and crushed by a Realm Warp. You think you have a numbers advantage chasing that kill that Khan down, the Camille, and then suddenly Showmaker shows up with 3 other people, and you get caught, you get collapsed on.
Yeah, it's that, or you have the Camille balloon out of control, which, by the way, is happening, right? Camille, 3-4 items. I don't even know if even the Gwen is going to be able to handle that. I mean, no. Gwen is kind of insane in her own right, especially with the sustain from her ultimate, but it's Camille with 4 items, right? And she's getting there extremely fast, and then you just get the Ryze over there as well, and nobody can stop that unless you're going to rotate your entire team. So it's already happening. We're only 20 minutes into the game, and I don't think Damwon are ever going to elect to fight a 5v5, and that's going to be up to T1 to potentially set up, team fights like that and force Damwon into their favor.
And what I do like about that scenario for T1 is the Drakes are so late that if Damwon Kia is going to avoid fighting, they at least have a lot more time to get Teddy fully online, to get this Azir fully online. And the longer the game goes, that gap is going to be as hard on the top side.
The exhaust has to be used here in their own jungle. Keria just trying to clear out vision again in their own jungle. Yeah. And Showmaker level 13 just begins the machine gun Ryze plays.
Ghost arrow.
Okay, trying to get on in there, but here comes Faker, and look at that Emperor's Divide. He gets 3, and this is the team fight T1 we're looking for. This is what we have been talking about, as the damage is not enough to take out Showmaker. Somehow he gets out of there as the Gwen is going insane. I'm not sure, Damwon, you want to take this fight. Kana is ready and willing. He doesn't care that he's 0-4. He's a Gwen, and he comes in there and does insane damage.
Such a nice counter engage from Faker. You know, this composition has really nice counter engage when you dive in, when you do extend into these fights. Emperor's Divide is perfect for this. And in a scrappy skirmish like this, the Gwen, even down on items, is going to get tons of value.
Yeah, if you're able to get that front to back, Gwen in any situation with the needlework can get so much work done. But honestly, Damwon Kia, the Azir is there. Faker sees you. Can't really get away with this, especially this close to a turret. And it's a really good punish by T1, and here you still see the power. The fact that Showmaker gets away here is pretty insane,
It's
especially
unfair.
yeah, especially considering there's a flash. The back end of this fight with Khan finally making his way over actually isn't too bad, and I think that even with how poor this looks, if Khan is here, this is salvageable. There's low health bars on the entirety of T1, despite that amazing shuffle from Faker. But this is some of the inconsistency that we've seen from Damwon Kia. Yes, they're decisive, sometimes a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man. I think T1 are going to have a decent idea this is happening, but the damage is insane from the Fed Rise already. Here comes Keria, puts down the ward, and
It's
now
gone.
they know the damage is already there. As you're saying, where's the jungler? Owner's trying to get over here, but he cannot on time. And now, this is the thing about Damwon. They have Braum, they have Trundle, they have Ashe. If they don't want to fight, they don't necessarily have to, but they're going to wait in the bush. And I don't know about that one, as Kana once again is throwing out the needles, but the Trundle is doing so much. They're going to be able to blow up the Ashe, but who cares about that? As it looks like the wallets of Damwon are getting there at this point in time. Kana desperate to try to turn this one around, but the stun is going to go down onto Teddy, and there is the ace, as Damwon will pick up the win in the team fight.
You're so late to respond here, but you can't just let it go. You try to look for a fight here, and Faker's Emperor's Divide was decent, but he's blown up instantly, and now you've given Damwon Kia full control plus Baron, and this should be inhibitor pressure.
And I actually love this. I think it's really risky, but it works out very well because you have the Braum, right? In exactly these type of situations, it gets so much done, and you know that the teleport is available. And the moment that Khan teleports in, it's over, right? And it speaks to the class of Kana and Teddy that this fight is as close as it is, but simultaneously, I was talking about the top side for Damwon Kia, and it's Khan, Canyon, and Showmaker that are still standing with that Baron buff.
You know, it's insane how much this could have been a turnaround for T1. Like, that was actually a moment where you could have deleted a majority of those Baron buffs, gotten all that gold deficit back. You could have then had control over the map, and for the first time started clearing vision not only in your own jungle, but on the blue side of the map. You would have actually had a lot of power, a little bit of extra side lane you could put on there with Kana, but they're unable to actually win the fight decisively. They're on the cusp of it, which speaks volumes, like you said, to the power of this composition, or rather these players, but also the power of this composition, and how well Teddy is going to do in these upcoming fights in this game that is already very delayed by the late first Drake take.
I love the role of Ghost on the Ashe in this game. He throws out hawk shots, and he gets vision and control for his team to make map plays. And look at this. Kanye's just like, yeah, I dare you. Like, you want to walk past that pillar. I don't think you want any of this right now. And with the Baron buff, they're trying to chip away at as many inner turrets as possible.
Can we also know that Kane has gone for Pillar Max? Like, he's all about the pillars, right? And this is a Trundle that's also decently fed, has gone for the Divine Sunderer, and is able to actually chomp people down still pretty well at this point. But the amount of utility that it provides to the rest of his team has been so well used by Damwon Kia, now applying pressure in 2 lanes here. No one can really go on top of Khan because he has stopwatch and is a monstrously fat Camille, and it's hard to defend from the onslaught here as T1.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Damwon, especially with the Baron. You can sit here, throw down pillars, throw out volleys. The Braum is always there. T1, yes, they have a good team-fighting team, but they kind of need it on their own terms. They can't exactly go into a phalanx from Damwon because they have so many tools to deny it.
The only real engagement tool from distance that we talked about in the draft is going to be this Leona, but you do have the Emperor's Divide. You can use it defensively, but you aren't going to be able to make that call under Baron pressure. You know, when these mini waves are stacking up on your turrets, you have to just kind of sit back and defend. That being said, considering the win in that team fight for Damwon Kia with the Baron, they don't break any of the inhibitor turrets. They're not able to get that much control over the map. So even though it's not a great situation for T1 here, the 6,000 gold down, this is a bit of a recovery moment. They are starting to catch up. Their comp is starting to fully come online.
I do think that just with that Baron take, and you can see how much the gold has now gone up, even with how good the scaling on T1 is, the one big issue is that are you going to hit your spikes for the relevant fights that are going to come through? And I think even though the base hasn't actually been broken open, so it's not true desolation yet, the state of the game for T1 is still very disadvantageous, because if you look at the actually completed items, Damwon Kia have so much power, so much luxury as well, which means that they have not only more stats, but also more survivability, more playmaking potential with things like all the stopwatches that are available. And I think as T1, you're just gonna have to give up this Cloud Drake. Haven't talked about the Cloud Soul yet, by the way, but of course we get a Cloud Soul in the first game of the finals. Why wouldn't we?
Just after the pre-show with Atlas, you know. Yeah, you mentioned the stopwatch advantage. 10 control wards currently held, by the way, for Damwon Kia. They are not going to let any vision slip through the cracks here for T1. They don't want them to have any opportunities to flank or look for and engage with Faker or Owner. Just don't allow that to happen. They're just going to massively control the vision. Look at all the control wards around this red side jungle. Just no opportunities for T1.
Vision is incredibly key for Damwon if you're trying to play this somewhat difficult style of 1-3-1. You're trying to pull T1 out of position. You need to know where they're rotating to. You need to keep your Camille safe, your Ryze safe. You need to have better vision and deny vision so that you can look for those incredible picks that we talked about with all of their bursts with the Camille, Ryze, and the Ashe. So it's of the utmost importance, and I would expect that we're going to have incredible vision control from Damwon here.
Notice also that Khan doesn't overstay his welcome. The one part where of the map where they didn't have full vision control is the deep part of that red side jungle where he was pushing top. As soon as the rotation comes through from T1, they know there's a few people missing on the map. He steps back, doesn't overextend, doesn't give over that huge 700 gold bounty that he's holding right now. As Damwon Kia, you just want to play it safe right now. Sit back, like you said, avoid those 5v5 fights. Don't let Teddy come online. And you're just going to look for objective after objective. And this is where the game slows down a little bit at this stage.
And this might be Khan's very last series in the LCK ever. Right?
Very
Like, let
likely.
that sink in. Because yes, we're going to see Damwon Kia at Worlds. But with him being very vocal about going to the military, it's not a bad first game to have, you know? Being this bad
it's okay. Yeah.
Going in, nope, doesn't even care.
3 levels up.
We're getting to the point, 3 levels is actually just too much. And we're getting to the point where Kana can't lane against him, right? It might have to be Faker, it might have to be Owner coming over to relieve pressure, but the second any of these people go, you just start the Baron. They have so much damage, and now this split pushing win condition for Damwon is incredibly online. Kana desperately gonna throw out the ultimate, and now Damwon just go onto the Baron. They can pull off if the pressure isn't there, and Khan will just continue pushing.
It's win-win here for Damwon Kia. You walk away from the Baron, you still have control, and now you're hitting an inhibitor turret. It's basically checkmate. Khan, can he get out of this one? The answer is yes, easily. And, I mean, look, with Realm Warp here, you have so much playmaking potential, not to mention they have teleports on both Soul Laners.
Yes, and Faker's got his own, as does Kana. But if Kana ever teleports out of the lane, I mean, Khan might just win the game. And that's not an exaggeration. This Camille has insane pushing potential already with the Ravenous Hydra, of course, and can destroy these turrets that are coming out here. We're just going to have the Ashe Arrow fly by. We're going to have some more Cloud Drakes on the map here in just a moment. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, this is really just total control right now to Damwon Kia, and as soon as this Drake timer ticks down, you just group up, look for that one, and if you actually have to give it up, that's okay too. Like if T1 gets this, it's such a tiny win compared to what Damwon Kia will be able to take on the map. It just feels like it's inevitable at this point, and for T1, you need one miracle fight, but you don't have great engaged tools, and as long as Damwon Kia don't overextend like they did so long ago in the mid lane, feels like ages ago now, where we did see that overextension, it's going to be so difficult to actually take a fight on your terms.
It also goes back to the importance of that first pick Ryze, right? And there was already talks about how important the pick was going to be. If T1 have the Ryze, what Khan is doing right now is not possible, because Realm Warp counters so many of the plays that you're trying to set up now, and with Damwon Kia locking that in, they enable Khan so much more.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And T1, they're kind of calling the bluff, and here we go! We're going to scoop up 3 under the turret, but the damage is coming out here already from the Gwen. We got a one-on-one here in the river as Owner's trying to win that one, but the Zhonya's is completed. Showmaker going to have some help from his friend, but he's trying to Realm Warp out of here. As the Solar Flare not going to get it done, but that is another big Emperor's Divide from Faker. He's still trying to win this one for his team.
And they made that fight happen. I said it wasn't possible. I said they didn't have the tools, but Faker walked forward and under turret tossed it out. Now they've got control over this Baron pit.
And Canyon, you can see flashless. He doesn't have health. They're going to have to let it go, as T1 will be able to pick up a huge objective. They take it away from Damwon in their split pushing. They get some extra gold, and they scale into this later game.
3 items up for Teddy, starting to feel winnable here for T1. They still have a long way to go. They're not in the lead by any means, but this is once again going to extend the game, and it is going to be a great position for them on the map. As engage tools, again, fairly weak, but you've got a numbers advantage here, and Faker shuffles in and goes for the 3-man knockup, gets it, because this is the only way you can force a fight, is just saying, you know what, I'm not going to play your macro game anymore, I'm going under turret, and I'm going to Emperor's Divide.
And it's the preemptive flash that we've seen some of our best Azir players pull out, knowing that the enemy is going to try and get away from it as well. And this pressure by Owner is so important because him zoning Showmaker away here and actually getting out as well means that your jungler is still alive, so you can actually go for this play. The Ryze isn't there to bounce a couple of 1,000 damage orbs into that relatively low backline. And even if you don't get Baron, that plays a win because you force Khan's teleport. That's a lot of pressure gone, but you do get the Baron. And now, possible fight for the third Drake here.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Damwon, they feel like they can go for fights like these after giving up the Baron. They don't have any split pushing pressure. They're just going to go in a straight 5v5 against C1. That's not necessarily what you're looking for, as here comes the Gwen. Kana gets in there. Going to have a very nicely timed stopwatch as now Carriot trying to stun that backline, and Gwen does her job, but look at Showmaker. He's going insane, but it doesn't matter as Teddy is full health as well, and he's trying to carry this one from the backline. Khan is gigantic, but Teddy trying to keep him at range here. The stopwatch is going to help out. As you can see, Teddy,
Power of Teddy.
He'll try to kite them out, but he can only do so much. Yes, he stays alive, but man, Khan is just a menace. He must be legendary. 9-0 already in this game.
It's insane what he's able to do. If he's not this fed, if he's not able to get on top of and threaten the carries here of T1, then Teddy, absolutely carries that fight. We got Carrier. we got Carrier in here. But it's Teddy who could have potentially carried that fight. As Owner will unfortunately not be able to stop the back here. But this was a huge potential turning point here for T1. They're not able to lock it up though because Khan is so fed.
And also, Khan saves his Guardian Angel there, which makes any subsequent fights even more close. If you're able to pop that, you're going to feel a lot better. And I don't mind the call to go for a fight here. But again, you're trying to fight into a Braum, and yes, while he dies relatively early and Canyon is getting taken down as well, the actual damage dealers are all completely fine, right? Like, the sustain that Khan has with this build, the Steric Shield, the beautiful use of the stopwatch here, means that still, Teddy can't go God mode because there is still too much damage available, because the space is not provided to him. Yeah. But with this Drake getting picked up, simultaneously, Baron buff is gone. Yeah, it's a 5k gold lead, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't mean that much. And as far as game ones in a finals go, it's pretty perfect so far.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of following the storylines, right? Early game control to Damwon Kia, a lot of power there. That's where T1 is at their weakest. They overextend, give over a pretty huge lead, but slowly but steadily they're clawing their way back in. As 5,000 gold the lead for Khan here nearly.
It's pretty gross at this point in time. I don't know how they're going to be able to salvage this lane. They need like maybe even another 10 minutes for Kana to have anything. And again, it's the Camille that's out of control fed with 4.5 items, I should say. I don't know if even Kana at full build will be able to handle it. And Khan played that last fight so beautifully as well. He stunned up the Viego so that Owner could not get early resets and get the snowball going. And then he was able to just survive and peel for the backline so perfectly as well. Khan not dying, but also creating so much for his team. It's not like he's playing like a KDA player or anything like that.
Oh.
So just awesome stuff so far.
In the front line for T1 is just so incredible that it's so difficult to get those executions as Owner, and it's difficult for Teddy to actually threaten the backside of the map. So Showmaker is just free to do damage the entire time, and even Ghost is just a support here in this, but he's starting to do a lot of team fight damage, but he actually gets slow during these fights. And when you're looking at these fights for Kana, yes, he has the Zonias, and yes, he can engage hard, but when the positioning is so good for the front line here, you've got a Trundle, you've got a Fed Camille, you've got a Braum. How do you carry? How do you get those resets? It's so difficult here for T1.
What I am happy is to see that T1 also identifies that split push situation should be avoided as much as possible. And the way to do that is, as we saw earlier, if it's 3 people and they're up too far, Showmaker isn't with them, just dive them, right? And the fact that T1 was able to push the trigger that aggressively, I think is a really good sign for them, because it means that They recognize how much power this composition has. A single kill is enough to start popping off in those fights. And if you let Damwon Kia just freely play the map against you, no one will match Khan. Khan at this point, if he plays it well, which currently clearly he's doing, can presumably 1v2 a bunch of members on T1. So finding those openings like Keria and Faker were able to do twice now in really key moments is what is going to give T1 the win if they are able to get back from this huge goal deficit.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting to see which players have really been popping off early on. You know, we talked about a lot of stuff in the pre-show before the game actually began. I was really looking forward to the Canyon versus Owner matchup. I feel like Owner's been playing decently in his own right. Canyon did so much for his team in the early game, especially the top lane, to get Khan fed to this point, that I think he's doing a great job. It's now T1, they're just gonna pull the trigger on this one. The teleport's already coming out here. The damage kind of insane already at 38 minutes, and you can see that Canyon, he's struggling to get in there, and Azir, Faker of all people, is going to be able to take down that Baron. But now Damwon looking for the fight, the Camille in this one. Huge bounce damage now from the Rise in the front line, but he's going to have to go golden. It doesn't matter, he's got backup from his team. And this skirmish, if you don't have a Viego, I think that Damwon should be able to eventually win it. Don't know if they can kill Teddy. They're going to give it a shot here as Khan doesn't want to let him go, and the pillar should be enough. No flash even used by Teddy. He knows that it's pretty dire and has to give it up.
You just put yourself into a corner as T1 in this fight. Yes, you have the damage to rush down the Baron, but you don't have enough of a positional advantage to stop Damwon Kia from collapsing in. And once you're locked into that fight, you don't have a lot of room to peel. You don't have a lot of room to front-to-back fight.
That might be it as well, because they're pushing in on top side. Look at how long it is before Teddy's actually going to be alive here.
It's such a long death timer.
Yeah, the Baron buff here, I don't know if it's going to be enough. There are no minions up just yet, and the damage is coming out. That is big on the Solar Flare, but Ghost, he's got a front line, and he has the cleanse. They do have enough damage to take down the Viego, and they will have enough to take down game number one. Damwon will defeat T1 here in 39.5 minutes to take game one of the finals.
Fantastic start to the series, though. You're starting to see some of the strengths of both of these teams unfolding before our eyes. The draft fairly even, both teams having a bit of a different idea about how to play the game, but to get ahead as early as Khan did in that early game was insane. They played the map better. That Rise pick, you mentioned it, Chronicler, is what allows you to play that more aggressive style. As Azir, you don't have the ability to match that pressure. You don't have the ability to punish the Camille who's side laning. And when you get that far ahead and Faker goes in, commits his flash to try to kill a Trundle in the first few minutes of the game, his summoner's down. He lost a wave of minions. They were playing with one hand tied behind their back and yet still clawed their way back into a decent, decent deficit there in the late game.
And the most interesting thing that you raise here, Wolf, is what if that early skirmish didn't happen? If Faker had both summoners available, right? The entire fabric of this game might have been completely changed, because with how fed Khan was, Damwon Kia needed to play it out cleanly, and they did. And you called it during the teamfight, Valdez, the bouncing damage that comes through here if you're all stuck in the Baron pit. Look at that.
I mean, you imagine the arrow coming through, the bounce damage you mentioned, and even though Faker gets the Emperor's Divide, Teddy's like, oh, I'm out of here. There's no way we can turn this fight, and it's a lost fight. I think Faker goes in there because he knows they lose this fight, they lose the game, and that's exactly what happened. But you make a risky call here as T1, and that's what they've been doing all throughout the end of summer season, is making decisive calls, whether they're risky or not. This one doesn't pay off, but I think it was a good call to make, considering the payoff would have been huge. The damage they had there was massive, but they didn't have enough of a head start to finish it in time.
You can see here the damage numbers. Khan, it's not every day that the Camille does the most damage in the game. Shout out to Kana as well, who is able to actually have a pretty good game despite going very far behind in the early game, down 0-2 and then 0-4. He was still able to provide a lot for his team.
And I was actually happy to see Damwon Kia focus Kana so much. Kana, he bounced back, but still, the deficit so well fought early on by Damwon.
Well, guys, that was game number one. When we come back, we will jump back to that analyst desk with Atlas, What Did, and Nemesis. Make sure to look forward to that. But first, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
그 레오나 나오고 그냥 20초. 잘해야 돼, 잘해야 돼.
끝낼만해.
야, 기종으로.
그냥 가면 피우빼,
기종으로 그냥 비우고 막아, 본거.
네.
야, 핑크 받고. 아, 핑크 없네?
핑크 없어.
기종으로 그냥 막아, 때리지 마.
사와. 나안 줄게.
야, 비고, 점사.
아, 사와.
웬 나왔어. 구지런 쳐.
끝났다.
웬 기동 건부.
나 이거 터져. 아, 끝났어.
나이스!
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 네, 역대 LCK 서머 퀴즈 대결 서머 전자오락관에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 안녕하세요, 당군입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요, 이정현입니다.
아유,
반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 저희가 10년 전부터 흘러온 LCK 서머 역사를 고스란히 함께해온 전설들을 정말 어렵게 이 자리에 모두 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 사실 저희가 이렇게 모인 게 아니라 이제 퀴즈를 이제 맞춰볼 텐데 룰을 간단하게 설명을 해드리도록 하겠습니다.
주제마다 점수가 있는데 이 문제를 맞추면 점수를 가져갈 수 있게 되거든요.
승리팀에게는 당연히 그에 걸맞는 이제 보상이 주어집니다.
엄청난.
예, 여러분들 진짜 이거 놓치면 후회할 거예요. 자, 그러면은 가위바위보로 이제 해서 주제를 선정을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 준비되셨나요?
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보.
그걸 진짜 찌르내냐. 제대 하셨으니까 봐줘야지.
자, 그럼 주제를 먼저 선정을 할 텐데 뭐 회의 좀 하시겠어요?
잠깐
얘기 좀?
10초 정도만.
네,
그냥
알겠습니다.
얘기하세요. 숫자 어때요, 숫자? 네? 자꾸 공격이 되고 초성?
소성이요?
소성?
알겠습니다.
가볍게.
시점이 걸린 문제입니다. 시작해주세요.
스냅.
자, 바로 다음.
3, 2, 1, 땡.
이걸 몰라.
뭐야?
엄청 많은데.
너신.
농심 엄청 많은데.
마이너스 20.
마이너스 20이에요.
마이너스 20.
뭐야, 저기까지 안 가요?
안 가요.
여기서 끝이에요?
끝났어.
아니, 뭐해?
기회를 한번 더 드릴까요?
잠깐만. 너 진짜 제대로 해라.
알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 준비하시고.
3,
이서행.
오, 다음.
3,
지지.
지지.
3, 2, 3, 2, 1.
리가 뭐야? 리가 아니지.
아니 근데 앞에서
리 맞죠?
약간 리가 뭐야? 잠깐만.
그러면은 이제 한 번씩 주고 받았으니까 저 이제 진짜 실전 어떠세요?
오케이. 흔쾌히 받아드리겠습니다.
흔쾌히.
아니 근데 너무 긴장돼. 나한테 오는데.
시작해주세요.
3, 2.
군인은 이것밖에 생각이 안 난단 말이야.
아지르잖아요, 아지르. 진짜. 이러면 마이너스 20입니다.
일단 보면은 아는 거
그 고릴라 자신 있어요?
점수 주실 거예요?
세개 연속 맞추시면 5점 드릴게요.
5점. 10점 콜. 콜. 근데 틀리면 10점? 틀리면
10점.
저기 일단 마이너스 20이죠.
네, 여기
콜.
오케이.
콜.
3, 2, 1.
전멸을 몰라요?
아니 잠만.
와, 나 답답하다 진짜로.
진짜 여러분들 실망스럽습니다.
그러니까요.
LOL 전선들을 모셨는데 마이너스로 시작을 하게 됐어요.
다음 주제 한번.
그럼 저희 저 이제
선택을 해주세요.
감동으로 가죠.
감동?
감동으로 가죠. 감동.
야, 또 감동이 있죠.
가보겠습니다.
네, 감동. 바로 문제 가볼까요?
네, 좋습니다.
아니 잠깐만 이거
되게 마음고생이 심했는데 우승해서 고마워.
감동스러운 순간에 분위기를 깨는 상황이 이어지는데요. 과연 어떤 상황이었을까요?
네가 울었잖아. 네가 울었잖아. 쿠릴.
갑자기 쿠릴.
네.
이제 그 전용준 캐스터님이 뭐라 하셨는데 기억이 잘 안 납니다.
땡! 뭐야 이 바보.
그 전이에요.
스스. 이제
어떤
프레이 선수가 인터뷰를 하는데 프로 선수가 왜 우는지 모르겠다.
그게 나오긴 하는데 바로 다음 장면은 아니에요. 프레이 선수가 어떤 행동을 합니다.
스스.
뭐야?
프레이 선수가 박장대소를 합니다.
정답!
이거 어떻게 알아?
정답하면 바로 볼까요? 웃음소리 뭐야? 웃음소리가 들리죠? 저때 혹시 뭐 쿠로 선수 기억이 나세요?
아, 너무 생생하게 기억이 나죠. 아, 근데 왜 못 맞춰요? 아, 내가 말했잖아. 정용준 캐스터님이 뭐라 해가지고 그건 줄 알았다고.
보면 또 옆에서 스맵 선수가 이렇게 또 안아주는
맞아요.
네.
위로해주는 모습.
또 정신적으로는 제가 나이는 어리지만 정신적으로는 좀
형 노릇을 했다.
예, 조금 뭐.
그래서 플러스 20이 되면서 빵점이 됐습니다.
이번에는 명대사 가겠습니다.
명대사 갑니다. 명대사.
2012년 서머 아주부 프로스트와 CLG 이후의 결승인데요. 이때 여기서 터져나온 김동준 해설의 멘트가 그야말로 명대사입니다. 정확한 멘트를 말해주시죠.
매드라이프 선수의 알리스타가 미쳤습니다.
비슷해요.
비슷한데 틀렸습니다.
그래 끝장나죠?
땡! 아, 참고로 힌트를 좀 드릴까요?
네.
여러분들이 이제 밤에 이제
아 그래 매드라이프 선수 알리스타가 지렸어요.
뭔 소리예요? 지리세요? 밤마다?
뭐야?
지리세요?
그럼
먼저.
먼저 하세요. 내가 먼저.
매드라이프 선수의 알리스타가 꿈에 나오겠어요.
정답입니다. 스코어. 정답하면 그럼 한번 보겠습니다.
사람만 돌아가면 되거든요.
매드라이프의 알리스타가 꿈에 나오겠어요. 꿈에.
이렇게 멘트를 해서 30점을 따라갑니다. 문제를 한번 또 골라주시죠.
지역으로 가죠.
지역으로 갑시다.
지역으로 가겠습니다. 지역.
20점.
20점. 15 서머. 결승전. 장소는 어디일까요?
그래.
보기가 있는데
보기가 있는데 안 보시겠어요?
바로 갑니까?
보기 번호 말해야 돼요?
찍어도 돼요. 한번 해보시겠어요?
그러면은 내가 어차피 저기 못 맞출 것 같으니까 장소를 틀리게 말할게.
머리 쓰네.
2번 부산 광안리.
땡!
아 아쉬워.
기회는 이제 넘어갔습니다.
4번 고려 화정체육관.
본인이셨거든요, 또.
네, 제가 또 그 당시에 결승전에
맞나요?
네, 4번.
바꾸는 기회 드리겠습니다.
아닙니다.
안 바꿔요? 정답입니다.
나 알고 있었는데.
그때 또 피해자가 계셨네요. 이러면 역전됐죠? 80대 70 됐습니다. 분발하셔야 되죠. 박빙이네요, 생각보다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Finals Analyst Desk. I am Atlas, and thankfully, after a pretty brutal game, I have two very intelligent gentlemen to help us go through exactly what happened. Wadid, Nemesis, welcome to the show.
Hi guys, Wadid here. Hello, excited to be here, and I just have to say, I am superior analyst than Atlas.
I'm glad we've got that out of the way very early on. Gentlemen, let's start at the very beginning. Of course, Damwon Kia being able to take the win in the end. I think that we believe that it was a bit more hard fought from T1 than maybe the draft said. But what happened in the draft and what really began this turbulent game for T1?
I mean, all we can say is that actually I really think the game was over after the draft. Like, I mean, look at the draft. Like, I feel like Damwon Kia, they got everything they wanted, and that was pretty interesting draft from T1, especially they didn't have any synergy between their topside champs. Yeah, I agree. I think their topside champs are very misaligned. They want to do different things. So it wasn't optimal, but also in the game, I feel like Damwon really started the game super fast and snowballed early game.
Yeah, I feel like Damwon certainly got a lot of champions that suited them. Does this mean that like T1 didn't have win conditions? Like, what was the way that T1's draft was supposed to work if it was going to?
I mean, I think they just picked for their comfort pick. And I mean, just one thing that they didn't think about it was that Rise first pick, because everyone expected that the Rise is high prior in this finals. So I think they will think about it for the game 2 and they can choose the side. So it will be interesting game 2 as well. But definitely game 1, Damwon Kia won the draft.
Yeah, I think it was a very topside focused game because Damwon always, I feel like, plays towards topside. And this time we had 2 top laners that played Ignite. So obviously the moment you gank those lanes, they are dying because no flash is there. And this is what happened.
Yeah, it was a little bit dangerous. Of course, the incredible power of the Trundle was on full display. And let's have a look at that first play that we saw at the very beginning. A bit of a heartbreaker here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it was not that special play. They are just doing basics, just using Ashe pressure for all the ganks. And they found out the Viego, and they just simply used the draft in the game. And yeah, I mean, Damwon Kia is just playing their games, so it looks nice.
Yeah, so the positioning of Canyon, guys.
Yeah, Trundle ganks this, and because Gwen has no flash, it's just an easy kill. But then this happens afterwards, where they start trying to make a play on this Trundle, who did use his flash on the gank, but he somehow magically lives with like 1 HP. In the end, and Faker really an unfortunate outcome.
Yeah, of course, this flash here certainly was a bit of a worry, but it was so close, like one auto attack.
I mean, we can say disaster. Like, I think the game was over after this point, but yeah, I mean, T1 did some comebacks, but this play and this sequence was just so horrible for the T1.
Yeah, and we were sitting together watching this, and we thought that there wasn't going to be a whole lot of hope after this particular moment, but there were some comebacks. There was those 2 kills picked up by Owner on his Viego, able to get things started, and man, Faker was playing out of his mind with a lot of these ultimates, but Nemesis maybe wasn't enough.
Yeah, Faker was trying really hard to pull this 5-man, 4-man ults all the time, which sometimes isn't enough. Unfortunately, Azir is just not only a shuffle champion, he also needs to deal damage. I think his build doesn't allow him to do a lot of damage. He went for Magic Pen build against opponents that can stack tons of MR, so I think the champion is going to have a lot of issues.
Yeah, and we saw that kind of happen as well, and that ties into our next play. I don't want to, like, we've spoken about the draft a lot, but the decisiveness of Damwon Kia is what they've come to be known for, and this was just beautiful use of vision.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like T1 didn't have vision control on the Nashor, but somehow they just did Nashor, and then it worked out. They find out that their jungler and one the other player is just doing Drake, and they just simply choose to do Nashor fast enough, and they did have damage, so that was pretty cool to see, because Damwon Kia seems like they're not choking at all.
Yeah, and the Dragon was Ocean, so it's not like it's a bummer to just leave it, right? You can just leave it and trade it for Nashor, and they had enough damage, and then this fight also breaks out afterwards, where T1, honestly, they just don't have enough damage, they just don't have enough things to fight, and Damwon manages to come out on top pretty easily.
Yeah. This looked like it was almost about to be something that that could have worked out, but unfortunately this time around it wasn't one of the heroic Faker Azir ultimates to tidy things up. And the thing that you can hold on to as a T1 fan is that even after this moment, there were a lot of decent team fights from T1. They were able to find group ups and challenge Damwon Kia. And yes, the Camille was crushing the side lane. I think Khan had an amazing performance. This is on Camille, not Sion, not on, as Widid pointed out to me earlier on. Like, this is some high-level Khan that we haven't seen so much in the earlier stages. What does T1 have to do in game number 2, gentlemen? One last question.
For me, like, T1 played so much better than I expected, especially Faker's Azir was making so many super plays. So I don't think like someone is choking or someone is nervous. They just need to fix a draft. Simple.
Yeah, if I was T1, I would definitely play more around bot lane. I think bot lane is where the strength is at when it comes to their team. Because top side will be like the harder part, because Damwon is very top side focused team, and I think their bot lane is the weak part. And also like Jaff could be improved. I definitely think T1 should probably not ban Jace and try to pick it themselves.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that. Game 2 is right around the corner, so let's throw it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Atlas, for throwing it back. And of course, thank you, Wadid and Nemesis, for your fantastic analysis. The draft not looking so hot. They want first pick Jace and all of this fun stuff. Yet, as we are about to see, T1 have selected red side.
And that is a big surprise to me. As pointed out when we got out of the last draft, I felt like it was a draft that did have a lot of power if you get to the mid to late game on relatively even footing. That didn't happen, because on level 3 we had 2 teleports being invested after a really early kill. And the red side pick has me thinking that T1 has like something specific planned, because as pointed out, I would not mind them going for blue side and trying to fish for that first pick Jace.
Yeah, I think the bans will really tell the full story as we head into this second draft, because if T1 leave a lot of, you know, jungle picks open, we might see a combo pick come through. We haven't really seen T1 prioritize the Diana in a long time. That's something else that could come up in this draft, even after the nerf on 11-16. There's also the possibility we see a bot duo committed to early for late game scaling once again for T1. The Aphelios is removed, and they'll actually take away this time the Azir with it.
Yeah, I kind of like that, right? Especially if you're thinking about first pick Ryze again. You take away one of its counters. Faker looked fantastic on it in game number 1. I think it's a great way to tailor your draft as Domwon. You don't have to change all that much, except that ban, I think, is going to help them a lot.
And interesting here is that the Aurelia is open, with the Ryze is actually getting banned here. So the Viego first pick is an option. I wouldn't mind the Aurelia considering how flexible that pick is. Downside of that, of course, is that I think that Damwon Kia have looked the best when Showmaker isn't necessarily on a laning focus champion, but something that can spread his impact around the map. As Khan says, you know what? Give me another one of those.
I mean, this is another problem that you have as T1, is that if Khan just throws down the gauntlet and says, I'm going to always be playing strong side top, Damwon Kia is going to play around their strong top side, and Jace is banned away, you don't have a lot of great options as T1, unfortunately. You could see Kana looking a little bit frustrated at this pick once again. Maybe didn't think they'd prioritize it this highly twice in a row. We'll see what the response will be. The Viego did not work out last time.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that Kana not happy with the way this is going so far. And the Viego will be picked once again. So if we were looking to try to focus on the bottom side and maybe pick away, you know, like a Callista or something that can actually make plays in the bottom side, we're not going to see it yet. And in fact, we're going to be playing Gnar potentially, although they do switch over to the Gwen.
Yeah, I like the Gwen a lot more, and I think that the reason why you're a little bit frustrated with this ST1 is that normally when the Jace is not available, the #1 priority coming up next for T1 is always, or for Kana specifically, is always the Gnar. But picking Gnar into Camille is asking to get camped post-6 when the Hextech Ultimatum is available and you're in mini form. So we're going to have the exact same situation where the early game pressure is going to be firmly on the side of Damwon Kia, rather.
Now, without the Ryze pick, though, this time, you won't be able to push as hard as Camille. You won't be able to run around the map that strongly. The Ziggs pick is going to go through this time, though, and it's a big favorite for Ghost. And Gumayusi, who's not starting today in this final, so they'll be able to lock the Leon up for it, because that could be a very oppressive lane, very strong in the early to mid-game Drake fights. But I do wonder if T1 are considering Faker's Twisted Fate here as a potential option to shut down this Camille in the side lane. You can have a lot more power yourself since the Ryze is removed. You can take a lot of control over those early game exchanges on the top side of the map. You're going to have that rotational advantage. I think it's a really strong pick for Faker, was targeted against him in the playoffs.
Well, you are correct, Wolf. No, you're not.
Oh, no,
sorry.
So close.
You actually got wrecked right there at the end. Faker will be playing LeBlanc, and LeBlanc right now is actually kind of insane. We've seen some LCK players here, our best mids, just really pop off in a kind of disgusting way. She can do insane damage without ever committing to a fight.
And we already saw how much Faker was able to get done on a pick that traditionally needs a little bit more time to get going. So I think that the LeBlanc is going to give him even more agency to carry from the mid lane. Also a nice damage spread on the top side. And I think that the 2v2 between LeBlanc and Viego is indeed quite strong. I do really like the Ziggs pickup. I think it also stifles a lot of strategies that rely on bullying early on that Damwon bot lane, because the Ziggs is such an incredibly safe pick, and we've seen some counterplay. Nongshim's Yumi counter comes to mind, but that is something that comes with its own slew of problems if you want to opt into that, as even though it wasn't enough, Teddy's Ezreal still gonna get taken away here. And I love this ban because I think that playing into a Damwon Kia with Twisted Fate Camille is not a fun experience. You should never let that happen ever.
Yeah, with Ziggs to just wave clear with the 3, and then you just have Camille and TF running the Rift here. We see the Ezreal ban comes out this time around, so Gragas available was the ban.
Yeah.
The other ban that they had here from that one, and they're actually going to go ahead and pick away the Trundle this time.
Trundle can be very interesting in terms of what you can set up for your melees here, and the Viego and the Gwen can slow, can get in the front line, can toss pillars and lock these targets up. Ziggs is an extremely squishy champion. He's one that is going to struggle against all the burst damage, as this would be quite interesting. I don't think it's going to come through. Okay,
it's happening!
In the finals!
What?
First time this year for the LCK.
Damwon have prepped for this, and how about an Olaf to go with it? Kassadin and a Vayne for Teddy!
Okay.
You guys tuned into the right stream tonight, that's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, look, you have a lot of late game power with both of these compositions. You have great side laning. Whoever ends up winning that top lane is going to roll away with that one. It's going to be once again flashless there, as you can see with the summoners. But I gotta say, Damwon Kia's composition is so much easier to pull off, I feel, in those late game fights. You have so much setup. You have the Camille who can side lane really strong. You've got Ziggs' insane damage. Vayne isn't necessarily going to be able to pull that off. You're gonna have to get on top of this Ziggs somehow, and with the front line of the Olaf and the Camille, once again, I do worry about T1's ability to execute the carries.
And I think it's a terrifying prospect either way. There are so many picks on this current draft that if they get a lead, they take over the game. We saw Khan do it on Camille last, and I think that this time the top side matchup should be a little bit less lopsided. But Ziggs, Kassadin, if these champions find an early game lead, it's impossible. But then on the other end, you have LeBlanc and Vayne.
Yeah, you have the LeBlanc, you have the Vayne. I mean, you have a lot of late game power yourself, and if you can kill this Ziggs, if you can blow him up, or if you can pop this Kassadin when he does engage in, there are ways to just easily front-to-back team fight. If you see in the late game, Teddy is rolling around, vaulting through the team fight at full health, you know T1 is bringing us to a Game 3 tied up 1-1. It's just a matter of, can we get there? Can the front line get defeated here on the side of Damwon Kia? Will Teddy be able to pop off? That's the question.
Some insane picks here for Game 2, and it looks like we're ready to jump onto the Rift already. Here we go. Game 2 starts now. Cheers once again, coming from fans that are watching this one from home. Khan getting a nice little ward for himself up at the top side, and man, this is, we talked about, you know, early versus late game in this one, and now I feel like we're teleporting back some years as we have Kassadin up against Vayne in Game 2. What are your guys' thoughts on these two picks specifically?
The interesting thing for me is how much punishment is T1 going to be able to find with that mid-jungle duo? Because while I think the top lane 2v2, or top jungle 2v2 is incredibly strong, the Kassadin early on loses a lot of pressure, and even post-6, like, you're able to make some plays, but it's not even remotely comparable to how fast a Ryze scales up. In addition to that, the clear speed obviously going to be much less strong, and that means that there should be a lot more space for Faker to make plays, which terrifies me. Also, I wonder, I actually love this Trundle and Vayne combo because it's beautiful. You don't need a wall to condemn people into something because you have the pillar.
Yeah.
And I actually think that against a champion like Ziggs that can get punished with his only real reliable escape being his W, can actually be a problem as you get a little bit further into the game.
Yeah, it certainly can be a very oppressive lane to deal with, especially once, you know, level 3 is up here for Keria and Teddy. What's really interesting to me is how this mid matchup is going to go, because in terms of what they're going to offer in late game teamfights, they're very similar, but also the opposite, in that Showmaker will be able to help execute kills, especially post 16 that Ghost does the chip damage for, whereas Faker is going to be doing a lot of poke damage himself so that Teddy can help clean up those kills later on with Owner, and there's a lot of reset potential. So what both of these mid laners offer in terms of what they're going to do in late game is completely different, as here's the fight.
We saw that combo. Didn't exactly work out, and Ghost immediately throws up the, of course, Damwon Gaming from last year, victory at Worlds emote. So a little bit of trash talk with the emotes. We always like a little bit of that here at the LCK.
And if we look at the amount of early pressure that's available for T1, as you can already see, right? Like basically every single lane is fully pushed in, and we see Owner moving up towards top side, just going to secure himself some vision. But it beckons to me the question: who is Canyon going to play around, right? Because with this Olaf, you want to try and get a lot done in the early game, but then you look at his lanes, and outside, I think, of Khan, who is on the top side of the map, which is a little bit further away from generally where you want to be, it can actually be a problem early on. Showmaker not going to be offering that much. Same for the bot side, who are already getting pushed in very aggressively.
And with the lane prior, they're going to look for a double scuttle here, and they will be able to get it. There's just simply nothing that Damwon Kia can do, and at this point, Canyon can't fight it out. So another trade goes into Kana's favor here on the top side of the map, but it's really difficult right now for Canyon to find power with this Olaf pre-6, and even with 6, you know, in this mid-game, he's going to do a lot for you maybe on your Rift Herald fight if you can have 6 for that one. But otherwise, Viego is so much more powerful in these early skirmishes because he has that explosive damage, he has that kind of guaranteed lock-up CC. This Canyon's going to have a long wraparound here, but will not be rewarded.
He might wait for the teleport, though. Here we go. Khan will have to teleport up here as well. And let's see if Kana gets baited into this one. He went all the way around the vision, as you mentioned. No flash again here for Kana. See, Undertow will lands. They need that stun, though, onto him. Do they have the burst? Damage is the question. It looks like Canyon wants to go for it, but he will have to give up his life. But yet again, First Blood will go into the pockets of Khan.
Takes a lot of power, yeah. I mean, it really does. To pull this off, you have to actually wrap all the way around. And, I mean, the amount of, you know, burst that you have at this stage of the Olaf is very low, but if you can hit the Undertow, you can wrap completely behind that Gwen. It's going to be a lot more powerful, as you were saying, Chronicler.
The big thing here is that you trade a kill, so it's not as much of a destitute situation as it was in the last game, and it will keep Kana on much more even footing. The one downside, of course, he has already used his teleport. A lot of extra survivability that comes through from the Hallowed Mist, just the extra resistances that it gives you this early on. Very, very nicely, and as we see, Kana, with the wave state as it was, able to just make his way back to the lane without too much issue. As it has been a long time since we've seen the Kassadin, and it wasn't.
It was Showmaker.
Yep.
He did it last time, last summer. What a treat. And, you know, just a little bit over 1 year in that one, so cool to see. And you can see that he's got a nice little win rate here, 6-1. Nothing crazy, but he hasn't played that many games and only 1 loss so far.
And this is the thing that we've seen with the LeBlanc as she's kind of changed over the years. LeBlanc used to be an incredible strong lane bully, and even in scenarios like that, the Kassadin, with the amount of survivability, especially with Fleet and MR that he has available, already did kind of okay. But with LeBlanc kind of shifting into more of a poke style, which sounds weird, but it's a mix between poke and assassination, right? The Kassadin feels even less threatened in the early game. Now, Faker's still able to get himself a sizable CS lead, but Showmaker not really getting zoned out of too much experience, and with this matchup, you kind of expect to fall behind early. I think the real issue for Damwon is that this in of itself is fine. It's more about what's going to happen in between that kind of dead zone where Showmaker, yes, he has his ult, so he probably won't die, but he also doesn't bring that much to the team composition, whereas the LeBlanc has lockdown, has damage, and a lot more side lane threat.
She's extremely mobile. You know, you're going to have a lot more power on this Rift Herald fight as the LeBlanc in this exchange. Plus, you have the Viego, and if you get a single kill in this fight, it's going to explode for T1, right? And then you're going to get the Rift Herald, you're going to get a huge early gold lead, and we know what T1 can do with gold leads, as we've seen so much, as Faker just continued to be annoying here. And the question becomes now is Damwon Kia, how do you handle this first Rift Herald fight? Do you commit or do you just keep Ziggs in the bot lane? Because he has a lot of power down there. If you actually do just skirmish for it but not commit to the fight, you can get some turret plates, but that's only if Teddy leaves. So there's a lot of macro decision making that's going to have to come through here in the next few moments for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how heavily are we focusing onto that Rift Herald objective. We saw crazy stuff in game number 1. This might turn into a little bit of a different scenario. I don't think Damwon feel as forced to all in onto that. And of course, as you mentioned, Wolf, they have that side lane pressure with the Ziggs. As Khan, you know, just a cheeky little roam down onto a LeBlanc with Flash. Not sure if this is going to work out. And he doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to run up to the top lane.
Faker still gets the root, only misses the CS out of that whole exchange, and Kana's going to get a plate.
And yeah, on LeBlanc with Flash and W available as well. If you force a summoner, it's nice, but with the distortion available as well, there's not really any opportunity there, even with the amount of lockdown that you have available. As it looks like this is just going to be a free return as well. And this ties into what I was saying earlier. I think that Damwon Kia have opted into a lot of lanes that basically get shoved in perma, even with the early kill that they got onto Khan. This isn't looking like the monstrous snowball they found in game number 1. So it's basically the entire map is up for the taking now for T1.
Yeah. And this is a really nice response here from Teddy. He doesn't rotate all the way up, comes back very quickly. So not going to be a ton of value actually gained for Ghost in the bottom side like I was talking about. Doesn't even get a plate here. So T1 really knowing their win conditions and their strengths in this early game.
Well, let's see the setup in the top side. Khan could definitely force something onto Kana here if he wants to go, and here we go, the Ghost will be popped, and Kana just gonna have to try to sustain. He has the damage, and he's gonna trade a kill back, and that is huge. As Owner is here, not quite on time. Canyon will at least be able to pick up a kill of his own.
And it's a huge moment for the second time in a row. Damwon tries to go for the same play, and for the second time, Kana is able to answer his Ghost.
This is a little bit rough. He's going to have to flash there, and Teddy just doesn't care. He executes him with the E. The Condemn gets the kill, and that's all he's got to do. And that was straight up solo. Didn't even need Carrier.
And this is something I wanted to point out in Game 1, but we're seeing it here in Game 2 as well, is T1, there's so much to play for here. There's so much pressure, and yet there doesn't seem to be any nerves. The early game has been extremely aggressive for them. We saw Owner, you know, flashing forward, being extremely aggressive in Game 1, and in Game 2, you're seeing the same aggressive plays from T1. They're not backing down, and that's a good thing in a best-of-5 like this. This could be an extremely long night of League of Legends, and T1 look extremely composed. They're playing to their win conditions. They're playing to their lane control.
Canyon is doing so much to help his lanes. Like, he is foregoing so much farm to just stay in the top side. And now we're just going to try to bully Kana once again. And you can see Khan can easily just tank this up. Kana surviving for a crazy amount of time. And Showmaker will just barely live. No, he goes down. The burn gets him. And you can see they're going to have some damage done to this turret, which will be nice. But it's 3 people committed to just kill the Gwen.
And this is a really strong position for T1 because even though you get the kill there, they have full prio here now on mid. They're going to grab several plates and they can rotate back to take the Drake and that Rift Sculler. You have so much power right now, and all that Damwon Kia get is a single kill, a few plates, and they're not getting much for the Ziggs. Rift Herald gets tossed down. It's going to be the whole turret.
And this time, it is a huge mid-game lead for T1. And Damwon Kia, 3rd time's the charm is what they think, but Canyon spends an incredible amount of time waiting there. And then if you invest 3 people on top side, you can't give up a kill like that. You can't take that long to actually take down the Gwen. And Kana, unlike last game where he fell behind incredibly, has been so good about absorbing all this pressure, because by the end of it, yeah, he's died 3 times, but he's also picked up 3 kills. He's not behind in CS at all. I think all things considered, he's actually up in terms of farm. And the playbook from Damwon Kia that worked so well in game number 1, not working out for them this time around because they have less mid-game power.
Yeah, and you can see on the bottom side of the map here as well, this is where Ghost, you know, is just pushed back, not able to get anything, and then is punished, in fact. Goes down here, and you can see the Drake control is not really that great in live here for Damwon Kia. They're taking a big risk themselves. Meanwhile, can't secure the Drake. And things are just going hairy for them very, very early on. And this is a comp that doesn't necessarily need to have momentum control, but if with this much control going to T1, getting through that mid game as Kassadin is going to be so hard for Showmaker.
Absolutely. And I misspoke before. It was actually Keria that got it started in the bottom side onto Ghost with the pillar, and it kind of kept him in the lane for longer than he thought he would have to stay, not, respecting the Vayne and what the Vayne can do against the Ziggs. Ziggs tries to throw bombs at the Vayne, and the Vayne just laughs at him, right? Like, the 1v1 is ridiculous. And as the Ziggs, you're just going to have to run away. And already with a kill here on Teddy, he's going to be feeling quite nice.
And this is, of course, the power that you have available with the Vayne, is that in long lanes, you can chase down people so easily with your passive, the additional movement speed that you get. And the problem with Vayne is that in terms of late-game teamfight, she needs pretty specific circumstances to do well, right? Effectively, Vayne just wants to 1v1. Take one target at a time. As Showmaker, it's taken a little bit low, but should still be fine. And if you can create that situation, if Barrel, like that, just roams up and Ghost doesn't pay the utmost of respect, you just get blown up.
Showmaker getting delayed here as well. A little bit more power to Faker, who does have his Ludens first, so has a huge, massive advantage in terms of the poke he can do in this game. And he's just constantly threatening Showmaker, which means that Showmaker is losing a lot of farm. We're going to see the teleport commit here, which is actually dangerous.
Yeah, not sure about this one, but it is Kassadin, extremely mobile. He's able to hop around that stun and use that home guard speed to help him out here. Even a Ziggs bomb just to clear, as now Canyon is getting there onto Teddy. Though Pillar not going to do anything, and Canyon's going so deep for this kill, and yes, he will be able to pick it up. But at what cost? The cost of his own life. Showmaker gets low, and here comes Kana. Kana's trying to come in from behind, and he's like, wait, where did my team go? He's definitely trying to corral them quite a bit. The flash stun going on to Ghost, who is left all alone. But look at the bottom side. They're just going to kill the LeBlanc. Ghost is kiting this out incredibly. Keria desperately trying to tank this up, and yes, they will get the kill. But the chase is on, and it's Camille and Kassadin who are on the chase. The scariest nightmare you've ever seen. Let's see if they can actually catch up here, as Barrel on the Leona as well. Trying to catch whoever they can. Owner up here. There's still the top turret left. And so they actually are really corralled in here. The pillar is not good. Down goes one. Kana on the Gwen. He might be able to get it done. That Ripwalk is not good enough, and Kana is trading it back so well. As now Faker gonna teleport in here and try to get something done to Khan. Eventually Gwen goes down here, but Khan is corralled into the alcove, and he will be left to die.
LCK Finals, baby. This is what it's all about. Kill after kill after kill. And when the dust settles here, a lot of summoners expended for both teams, but T1, again, maintaining control over this mid-game lead. You see so much has to be committed here for Damwon Kia in order to get this to succeed. And it's still just not really trading up. Look at how much has to be committed to kill Teddy here. And it's just, at the end of the day, not fully worth it.
The one thing that you do here, I think, as Damwon Kia, is you buy time and you try and get as much gold as you can on Showmaker and Khan. Because even in a deficit, these picks have inevitability once they reach a certain item, or in case of Kassadin, experience breakpoint, right? And Ghost going down here at the very end, there is also a big investment coming through on T1 side. Kana on this Gwen honestly should just be left alone. Like, just don't deal with him anymore, because he keeps finding these trade kills every single time. Just an incredible performance from a player that had a pretty rough summer split, and in players has truly leveled up. And it's mayhem all across the map. I think you'll still take it as T1 because of the other objectives that you're able to get as Canyon.
Oh boy, they really do not like Kana though. Like, how many times are they going to commit to killing this Gwen? It's insane. And again, it kind of ties into what you were saying, right? He's getting Khan fed, and they're trying to set up this insanely strong Camille once again.
Yeah, and now when you have the Camille set up here, you could do a lot with this mid-game, but it isn't the same type of control that we had last game. As we talked about in the draft, there is no Rise, there's no Twisted Fate to kind of help support the Camille that's pushing. So yes, if Khan gets fed, as he is starting to very quickly become, you're not going to be able to push all the way up towards inhibitor turrets as easily as you did last time. However, with this trade, it's definitely a massive win for Damwon Kia. They get that extra inner turret gold, something that T1 can't say they got on the top side.
And now Damwon Kia suddenly is heading gold again. Right? And they find these mid-game plays so consistently, where they take a situation that seems at the first glance like just pure chaos around the map, and just read their opponents so well. Because unlike the last couple of games, the immediate damage that's available doesn't allow Kana to actually get off multi-stack snips, or find a needlework through multiple people, which was what got him the earlier return kills. And I still think that we'll never reach a game state, as you can see. That's a gold graph right there. The game state that we had in game number 1, where Kana will be categorically unable to match Khan. A situation we have now is much more interesting, where it's more about how is it played, who face checks who, and what is the supporting stuff on either side. And then you look at, is Faker gonna roam around? Is Ghost gonna throw a bomb on top of an Hextech ultimatum?
It's a lot of questions that we still have yet to be answered. You can see Teddy, he's farming. So, he's trying so hard in the mid lane to farm up here and get something going. Showmaker, he's only level 12 here with that second level of the ultimate. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have that unlimited mobility just yet. And you can see Keria trying to threaten some picks onto him. Second Rift Herald comes in here, is going to deal a lot of damage and take down that inner turret. And so T1 gaining a lot of map control over the middle of this map.
I feel like where the gold is going here for T1 is where you want it to be right now. Because yes, the Vayne is not at a massive lead or anything like that, but she's in a position to where she will be able to carry later on. She's building a little bit of magic resistance, which is something you can also do against T1's carries. Their comp is very AP focused. She's going to be fine to set up if the damage is there from LeBlanc and from the Gwen. And so far, the positioning has been good of these two players. And if you end up getting those champions low, then Owner suddenly becomes the biggest threat. It's Ghost once again.
Oh boy, look at this. I mean, he has to flash. And this is what I was talking about. This is why you pick the Vayne into the Ziggs, because if it's ever one-on-one, the Ziggs always runs.
Yeah, you never have a chance. And the Ziggs is a pivotal point for Damwon Kia. And if Ziggs dies, they have no wave clear. And this is something that we're going to have to see. Ghost positioning in the mid to late game needs to be immaculate. Because if you lose a team fight and Ziggs is still alive, you're fine. You know, you can hold on to your turret, you can hold on to your base, but if the same fight happens and Showmaker and Khan might still be alive, yeah, they have Olim potential. As here they go again.
Goes for the face check, and he doesn't even have Subjugate here. Took Ignite for the lane as well. And so probably wouldn't have even used Exhaust. So he's just going to go down just like that, trying to get vision around this Baron. And I can't blame him after game 1. And how about this? Damwon, doesn't really matter what the current state of the game is. They always seem to find these picks. As now the teleport comes in from Kana. And you can see that Damwon Kia at least are going to respect him.
And Teddy's winning out because he's getting a lot of extra free farm for this. And yes, eventually Damwon Kia will be able to take this turret out, but they're not going to be able to do it with any other advantages on the map. You can see Teddy gets away with this for free. Now it's still a win in grabbing the turret itself, but that was a really risky play from Damwon Kia. You could see a lot of question mark pings going down when they were making the aggress forward there to look for the pick in the jungle, but they decided to commit for it either way because they saw how Faker was moving. As Keria getting picked here is what starts it all off.
Just an unfortunate situation with Keria face checking without really any help from his team available. As you pointed out, no Subjugate means that there isn't even the potential to stall a little bit longer. When you hit the Leona with Aftershock and Eclipse, you can become insanely tanky. And I think once Teddy has the Wits End finish, the Damwon threat becomes basically only Khan. Canyon is still a relevant threat in terms of AD damage now, but I think the further we get into the game, the less it's going to be a problem for the Vayne as she gets more and more items going. But Khan will always remain a problem, right? And if we look at last game, Khan was able to find consistent backline access, and it's starting to feel like a game where T1 was actually in a good spot, but Damwon Kia, they drag it back again.
Look at the map positioning here. Canyon is literally chaperoning them into an inner turret on the top side. The teleport committed to by Showmaker, who's got Everfrost. He's going to have to get out of here as he is level 13. And here comes the wraparound from Canyon, actually just running straight at Kana. And he's got the damage. He makes this Olaf look so insane. Even picks up the second kill. And that's going to be Baron, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, and there's nothing that Teddy can do about it. The entirety of the point of T1's players to set up defensively against Khan here, limit how much he's able to do so that Teddy can free farm. But the power of this Vayne isn't going to come online until much later, and you're not going to be able to do this until you get the 5v5 team fights. The power of this Camille is now, it's here, and this is not an equivalent exchange. This is not what you want.
Oh boy, an Owner just running straight into vision. Not the play you were looking for. Even Showmaker looking for more. He's going to get a little bit trolled by the pillar. It's still a gigantic swing and win here for Damwon, getting the kills and picking up the Baron.
And last game, it was all about Khan. But who enabled Khan, I ask you? And the answer was this Viking right here. Because it was incredible, right? Well, he's able to, the first game on the Trombo in a much more supportive way, but man has no fear.
And you can't punish this as T1. So you, because of the chaperoning, as Valdez called it, which I really like, that you're seeing from Canyon here, you have this push for free because Olaf is always going to be able to stand as a blocker between the rotation of T1. And yes, if you look at the minimap, you can see that Teddy is getting farmed on here. This is a great collapse onto Owner. They know that someone's going to be staying there looking for the 50-50, the jungler in this case. And you do gain something with this extra farm for Teddy, but he's not ahead enough to make it worth it. And T1 have just lost complete control over the map. There's no split push power here.
It's definitely an issue for T1. You can see they're trying to get whatever poke damage they can do right now. And they're trying to get Teddy to actually have some kind of impact in this game. You know, so far he's just been farming. We need him to get more than just the solo kill if you're looking for T1 to get the win. Kana in the pit here, all alone. He's going to have Faker over the wall to help him out here, but a lot of damage already done. And you can see that that zoning power of the Ziggs is getting work done. Keria even taking some damage. Khan is such a menace right now, and T1 just going to have to back out of it. There's the cleanse out of Teddy. And they will just have to give away that dragon.
And that's a big moment for Damwon Kia as they're still looking for a possible chase. Of course, have the Baron buff available so you can try and get a shove in mid here.
Yeah, Damwon are just kind of crazy at times. They are feeling themselves right now. They know that they have so much potential to win these fights. They're just going forward as Beryl is going to go extremely deep on this one, but he's got his team to back him up, and now it's a bit 1-by-1. T1 holding the Phalanx. They can't get the damage. Teddy has to flash the Mega Inferno Bomb as he will not have that for the next fight. No summoners for him, and now with the Baron, DK gets so much.
And that's the combo, and the fearlessness of Damwon Kia is something that very few teams in the world can match, and it feels like T1 were from a position where they were looking favored, Kana was trading nicely, and suddenly it's free, 4 plays that Damwon Kia just completely forces upon them, and there's nothing that T1 can do. They're unable to find any of the setup, the poke doesn't land, Teddy is given no space whatsoever. It leads to a situation where we've gone from a T1 gold lead to now 2 Drakes up for Damwon, 4K gold lead, and Kassadin is level 14.
The only times you've seen Ghost under any pressure were in those 1v1 scenarios that Valdez was talking about. And if you can't get on top of this team, you can't get on top of the Ziggs, he's going to zone you out. This is not just an issue with the Baron buff pushing down mid, but this is an issue as we saw on the last Drake fight. If you can't actually close the gap on top of him and you take too much chip damage, your Viego, your Gwen, these champions are not going to be able to engage when they're at half health anymore. So this is a really big problem that's starting to compile upon itself, and Faker isn't able to find those picks that poke, as you mentioned, either. And so it's just a problem that begets a problem, especially when you don't have vision.
Oh, no. Oh, this time around, doesn't look like they want to commit to it, especially with Teddy still in the bush. We do have Showmaker around as well, so it doesn't look like T1 really want to commit to this either, although Teddy will come back. Maybe waiting for Owner. A little bit of skirmishing down on the bottom side. There's no objectives right now, so this is one way to try to look for picks and get back in the game.
And as Damwon Kia right now, you're fine, taking it easy. You know, just try and get Showmaker into a side lane where he's relatively safe. The rest of the teams will scout out, you know, we'll secure some vision for you. Just trying to get as much experience as possible onto that Kassadin for that famous level 16 spike. Also has his tier fully stacked. And everywhere where Canyon is, T1 need to respect. And this is something that I think normally would go away around this time, 25, 30 minutes is where the Olaf starts to drop off. If he's this fat though, that doesn't really apply. I think at this point, Canyon, especially with how good his decision-making has been, can 1v1 anyone as Ghost.
Oh no. This poor Ziggs, it's like escorting the president. Like, how is he gonna get away from all of this skirmish from the side of T1 though? That's really a huge question. They find him in the jungle alone, and that was really all Owner setting up the pick onto him, so the flash stun comes in, and you're gonna take down the Ziggs, which is an crucial part of Damwon's team comp.
And this is when the cracks really start to show. When you don't have the full phalanx setup, when you don't have that front line for the Ziggs, when he gets caught and picked, your wave clear is gone, your control of the map falls with it, and when T1 are grouped up together like this, 4-1 with Teddy split pushing, you're going to get a lot of value. This Vayne, if she ever gets to team fight front to back, if that front line ever kills a Ziggs before a major objective, the fights become almost unwinnable for Damwon Kia. So mistakes like this are just unacceptable. The risk is so high, and if this happens before a Baron or before, Soul Point, this is where a T1 can catch back up in this game.
Because that's the one saving grace, is that there's no objective up. Yeah, they lose a bot side turret, it's a lot of gold going into the pockets of Teddy, but it's not the end of the world. But they had a lot of vision as well. This was not something that came out of nowhere. There were multiple wards, there was a control ward that was aware of this movement around the map. And I'm loving that we're seeing Owner and Faker still consistently trying to look for these type of picks, because that is actually where Damwon Kia is the weakest. If they don't know the situation of anyone on T1, there's a lot of fog available from which you can play through. You can still blow someone up. Faker hasn't been the highest profile player in this game, but he's still LeBlanc with 3 kills, a death cap, and a Ludens, right? Like, if he ever looks at Ghost angrily, he will just fall over.
That's the key. It's just been so difficult because of how well Cannon's been playing, how much vision he has control. But if he's not there, it gets more difficult. He's going to be annoyed here.
Trundle, very fun. You can see the side lane once again. It's a 3-level difference. Not sure how this happened, but when you bully Kana 6 times, I suppose, that's enough to get Khan to that insane part. And yes, Kana did just hit level 14, but you can feel the deficit in that side lane. As Damwon Kia, they're just going to go for it. They have the damage for this Ocean Drake, and there's vision on the Baron. And so Teddy's like, well, I'm Vayne. We could probably burst this down, but they just have too much vision, too much control, and we can't exactly make a move like that right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem.
Well,
I mean, this is desperation. This is so late. They have time to rotate now.
They have a lot of damage, though, but as you mentioned, the teleport here from Khan is available. The rotation will come in on time. And that's really the important thing. Damwon Kia are here, and now there's no distortion, and this LeBlanc can't get away from Khan! He's just gonna take him out, and the 2-man! Solar Flare as the Vayne and the Gwen are trying to do something to this front line, but Showmaker, he's not level 16 actually, he's gonna have to come back here, Khan, trying to escort the rest of his team, and he should be able to. Teddy is pretty insane, but the tankiness is too much as the kill will go into the pocket to Khan, and Damwon Kia, they might just do it again.
That's almost a clean ace! They find him on the Baron, and as Wolf pointed out, it's so late, T1. If they want to go for that play, I think, even as scary as it is, they need to pull the trigger immediately. And man, you can't give Khan this Camille anymore. That combo with the Ziggs literally won the fight from the start. And I feel like we've said so many times, it's a nice effort from T1, but effort isn't enough. You need to actually be able to win the fights, and no matter how close they get, in the end, it's always done.
The pieces are there for T1. As you can see, by the time this Baron hits 5,000 health, Damwon Kia already rotated in. You mentioned Valdez Khan gets that kill onto Faker because he knows he's already used his distortion. And once LeBlanc is dead, there's not enough poke damage, there's not enough consistent damage for Teddy to carry. Look at how close he gets. Like, he's dancing on the edge, but like you said, Crunkler, that's not enough. You need these fights to be cleaner, you need these calls to be more decisive, and this is something that we really treasured from T1, honestly, at the end of summer, was how much more decisive they became. And yet, here in this second game, it starts to fumble a little bit. The pressure is on, and T1 make a late call, and it's way too late.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of, okay, let's trust in the Vayne damage. We can probably burst this down. They just committed to the Ocean Drake. I mean, they had to have known that Khan had his teleport, though, right? So you have to question the decision for them to go for that, but just a little bit of a miscalculation, and Damwon are the team that you never want to do that against. You'll remember the spring final, Gen G were so far ahead in game 2, and one mistake, it was only one mistake, and then Damwon 3-0'd them, and they made it look easy. You cannot make mistakes against this team.
And now they're shoving in with the Baron buff available. A lot of siege, and it's all on Teddy now. The amount of defensive MR that's available for Damwon Kia is so hard to deal with. Showmaker is level 16, still needs to be respectful.
I mean, look, they could just split Showmaker on the side because he's able to get away from anything. Look at him flashing the Teemo.
What is this?
He knows there's no way anyone can punch him. There's no way anyone can chase him, and that's an inhibitor.
Yeah, And Teddy's like, well, I can't stop the push on the top side. So obviously he's got to do something else, right? He just wants to farm mid, push Showmaker away from the one lane, right, with the 4-1. And so they are actually able to push him away. But at the end of the day, it just looks so ridiculous because you can feel that Teddy's trying desperately. He wants to make a big impact on this game, but it's just so difficult.
And the inevitability on top side, if they get an Ocean Soul, I think that should be it, right? Because a Camille and an Olaf this fed with the itemization that they have, double stopwatch, and an Ocean Soul, they're never gonna die. Like, I don't think Teddy physically can get enough autos in before Khan hits the second Q and just blows him up. And if that's not enough, you have Ghost. And yeah, you know, Ghost hasn't had the greatest of games, got caught a couple of times, but it didn't actually lead to anything. And now he's sitting on 3 items.
And yeah, by the way, Cassidy.
Yeah. He had 16 a while
Don't even
ago.
get me started on Cassidy.
There are 2 essentially glass cannons. I mean, they're not even that fragile anymore.
Oh, no. Not like this. Kana's bullied again, and you can feel the power. It feels almost inevitable, right? Level 17 on both Khan and Showmaker. They're playing late game scaling carries. They find enemy champion, they commit. They don't even know where the rest of them are. They have some vision in the enemy base, and they know that, you know, a couple of guys are there in the front. Teddy here, he's trying to make some plays. The zoom in is coming in. As Teddy,
he's chasing.
Should be able to get Khan here, you would have to imagine, as that will be a good kill, at least a shutdown. And as you said, Chronicler, so much relies on this Vayne on Teddy.
So much relies on Teddy, but he's only able to take these fights in perfect scenarios that are given to him on a silver platter. Every kill he's gotten so far has been T1 finding a... Oh, no, hold that thought.
And look at this. This is so important. The Ocean Drake is about to spawn. And Carrier just goes down like that. You cannot make that mistake again. And now Owner, he's just going to get blown up by Ghost.
Game.
And say what you want, but he's been hitting those ultimates. And sometimes that's all Ghost needs to do. Quite literally. As now Faker, he's trying to make the play. You can feel the desperation from him. Maybe it's Teddy that can make the play. But now, with 3 of them caught out, they could just go for the end here. They don't even need the Ocean Soul.
And I don't know if there's anything that T1 can do, as you pointed out. Who needs Ocean Soul when you're this far ahead?
They don't need anything but the Nexus. That's what they say. Canyon burns down. It doesn't matter. They get the stun down. This poor Vayne. There's nothing that Teddy can do. And Damakia are going to take yet another game in this summer finals, even looking for the mental kill as well. With that extra kill, not going to get it, but it doesn't matter. 2-0 to Dom1 as they are crushing the finals.
2 insane fed frontliners. Again, you have Showmaker on the Cassidy, and he ends up getting 16, but it's not about the level 16 spike. It's about the frontline that can't ever be cracked. And yes, a few times, Teddy was left on his own to farm, but that damage never meant anything because they could never take a proper 5v5 fight. Eventually, so far behind with Baron against them, T1's only option is to assassinate a single target, is to find someone and blow them up. And LeBlanc is great at that, but not when you have no vision control. When Dom1 Kia has wards everywhere, all 3 lanes are pushing, you've got no options. And T1, they had such a lead, but they found themselves backed into a corner. One small mistake is all it takes, and that's a second light lit up for Dom1 Kia. 1 win away from the 3-0 that so many predicted.
It's the Canyon on top side. Like, these guys are just unstoppable, and they are aided by the resurgence of Beryl. Because we haven't really talked about Beryl as much, but Beryl was one of the most criticized players during MSI, and I think justifiably so. He had such a rough tournament, and to then see him perform this well, find a consistent Leona engages, always be there for his team, right moment at the right time, it's just beautiful to watch.
The confidence that they are exuding through their play is also, you can feel it. It's palpable. It's in the air here at the finals. And T1, you know, they're not out of it yet, but it's a couple of losses that you're not going to feel happy about. I mean, there were some moments in that game, too, where you thought, okay, you know, they're grabbing back control of this game. They're coming back, but as I said during the game, you make one mistake and Dom1 are going to jump down your throat.
It was mentioned earlier, but I think it's time for the Camille to get banned out here. Canyon, 18,000 damage this game, but you give this team a frontline like this, and you play through Khan's side lane pressure, you get enough of an advantage, and you have glass cannon carries. They're always going to be able to deal with something like a Vayne that needs to close the distance so much. And when your frontline is so far behind, you never have the space as Teddy to do anything in this game.
And it is time for a change. You mentioned the Camille. I want to see T1 on blue side. I think that we need to see a full pivot in the draft. This draft, while not exactly the same, still felt somewhat reminiscent. We need a curveball in game number 3, otherwise that might be the last one.
We may just see the inevitable happen once again. Damwon seen back to full form, and T1 need to figure out some way to crack the beast, the unkillable beast that is Damwon. Guys, we're going to take a bit of a break. When we come back, we will have that analyst desk with Atlas, Wadid, and Nemesis once again. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
나 집 갔다 텔 되는데. 야,
르방 노플. 잡았다. 야, 노스펠.
야, 집 갔다 텔 타자. 끝날 듯.
카밀 텔 타면 끝날 듯, 직스랑.
천천히. 먼저 뚫리지만 봐.
안 뚫릴 때.
조심해.
야, 그래 잡자. 얘 존이 없어.
나이스!
정 없어요. 예, 만년소리.
델 일로 와.
잡았다.
나이스!
야, 잡자. 감정표. 얼마한 거?
야, 나 기다려봐. 나 공 써볼게.
야, 이거 해볼게. 잡을만해.
하나, 둘, 셋. 까비.
자, 그러면은 주제를 선정해 주시죠.
숫자 가서 먹고 시작하죠. 50점 정도.
다음 공식을 보고 정답을 말하시오.
동빈이 형 준우승 횟수는 10번 아닌가? 쏘리.
10번?
쏘리.
자기 기록은 다 알죠?
저희 이분이 잘 모르는 것 같아요. 16.
16?
땡.
코릴. 15.
15?
15가 어떻게 나와?
정답. 25.
25? 아닙니다.
스스.
24? 아닙니다. 정답 24? 정답!
난 맞았다니까. 아니, 나는 맞았어.
당연히 아닌 줄 알고. 죄송합니다. 불신이 있었어요. 수매분 결승은 5번이나 올라갔네요.
예.
그중에 우승 몇 번?
3번. 2번?
2번.
많이 하셨네요, 그래도. 2번이면은.
다음 문제 넘어가시죠.
네, 알겠습니다.
저희는 그러면 공연으로 가겠습니다.
공연. 좋습니다. 14 서머 해운대 결승 현장에 온 걸그룹 발샤벳 멤버 수빈이 어떤 챔피언을 가장 좋아하냐는 질문에 뭐라고 했을까요?
스스.
자, 기회는 한 번씩 드리겠습니다.
카시오페아.
카시오페아.
갑자기요?
힌트를 좀 드릴까요? 이게 좀-
아니요.
그럼 일단 들어보고 그럼 듣고,
네, 듣고
힌트
나서,
드릴까요?
정답. 롤을 안 해요.
아니에요.
아닙니다.
띄어 읽기를 한번 해볼까요?
스스.
네.
타이머 빙거.
그럴듯해. 그럴듯해.
질러와 엔드로피.
아닙니다.
아닙니다. 이게 원래 챔피언 이름을
잘못 말한 거예요?
잘못 말해서 웃겼어요.
아.
고릴라님이랑 굉장히 관련.
이게 다 준 거.
미스터 포춘.
정답입니다. 미스터 포춘이라고 얘기를 해서.
포춘을 가장 좋아한다고.
사실 원거리 딜러 미스터 포춘
어떻게 그걸 맞췄지?
음악?
5번째요.
정답입니다.
프릴.
정답 처리하겠습니다.
나이스.
자, 지금 90대 150이 됐습니다.
처참합니다 지금. 이렇게 고를 차례가 여긴데 뭐 그냥 여기 고르게 할까요?
저희가 고르면 되나요?
네.
명장면.
명장면으로 가시죠.
명장면 갑니다. 명장면.
오!
50점.
됐다.
장면을 먼저 보겠습니다.
네.
자, 이렇게 페이커 선수와 류 선수의 제드 대 제드 미러전이 펼쳐졌는데 함께 있었던 스코어 선수의 챔피언은 뭐였을까요?
이거 어떻게 알아?
케이틀린.
케이틀린? 정답입니다.
너 알아? 몰라.
아니 심지어 방금 화면에
여기 나왔잖아요.
동빈이 형 정글로 알고 있었어.
이러면 마지막 요 문제 때문에 역전이 나올 수
20점 이상 제발.
20점 이상?
20점 이상.
10점?
아니 모두 통과시.
아니 모두 통과.
운명의 장난이야.
이번 거 이기는 팀이 역대급 상품이거든요, 이거.
뭔지 알 것 같아. 나도 뭔지 알 것 같아.
자, 그러면은 문제 부탁드리겠습니다.
LCK 서머는 역대 최연소 우승자를 정말 많이 배출했는데요. 이 중 알맞게 짝지어지지 않은 것은 무엇일까요?
저 정답.
자, 기회 한 번이에요.
네, 5번. 왜냐하면은 저스티스가 형이라 불렀어요.
자, 정답인지 아닌지는 말씀 안 드릴게요.
근데 표정 보니까 정답인 것 같아가지고.
아, 뭐 마음대로 생각하시면
해보세요.
제가 또 메소드 되거든요.
안 됐던 것 같아가지고 지금까지.
아, 그럼 뭐 해보세요.
4번.
4번.
4번이요? 5번 정답인가요?
아닙니다.
4번 정답인가요?
아닙니다.
수술 3번. 프리.
너무
빨랐어. 스스가 빨랐어요. 자,
모르잖아 저기.
자,
3번. 아니거든요.
3번? 자, 3번.
이거 방금 맞았다 이거.
맞다. 3번.
3번 맞아요? 네. 정답은 3번 피는 맞습니다.
이거 진짜 너무 어렵다.
원래 그 3번 자리는 데프트 선수입니다. 14 스프링 우승 당시 17세, 만 17세 214일로 이렇게 정답이 들어갔습니다.
자, 이렇게 하면 우승팀이 가려졌죠?
스스팀이 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
아, 정말 드라마 같은 승리였어요.
승리팀에게는 정말 여러분들이 꿈에도 그리던 키보드, 마우스 그리고 슬리퍼 세트를 선물로 드립니다.
자, 그러면 이렇게 해서 스스팀이 상품과 함께 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 소감 한마디씩 들려주시죠.
사실 뭐 승패와 관계없이 너무 재밌었고 가끔 이렇게 또 LCK 팬분들께 인사드리는 자리가 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저도 마찬가지로 이제 가끔씩 불러주시면 재밌을 것 같다.
아직 조금 적응이 안 되셨다는 말을 첫째 하시는데 아마 팬분들도 또 보셔서 너무 기쁘셨을 것 같고 분석 데스크도 하시고 뭐 해설도 하시고 이러시는데 역사를 이렇게 모르시고
양보한 거죠. 그렇죠.
그런가요?
저희는 너무 자주 보니까
어쨌든 뭐 함께 했는데 소감이
네.
어떠신지?
재밌게 놀다 가서 되게 좋고 이런 자리가 더 있었으면 좋겠네요.
제 친구의 똑똑함을 좀 봤어요. 잘 모르지 않을까라고 생각했는데 오히려 제가 모르더라고요. 공부 좀
마지막은-
하겠습니다.
알겠습니다.
공부 좀 하겠습니다.
자, 이제 모든 경기가 마무리가 됐고 벌칙의 시간이 돌아왔습니다.
원샷이요? 이거 원샷이요?
냄새
너무 행복한다.
꿀떡꿀떡 넘겨 그냥.
가만
알았어요.
야,
확실히 고릴라라 그런지 나무 쪽은 전문가거든요.
야! 너무 몸에 건강해진 것 같죠 벌써? 죄송한데 숨 쉬지 마세요. 짜증나니까.
고려시대 냄새가 나요.
쉬지 마세요. 프로 선수 그런 벌칙을 진행해 보겠습니다.
빠르게 갑시다.
바로 갑니까?
네, 빠르게.
야.
나 진짜 이거는 형 얼굴 조심해야 돼.
하나, 둘, 셋.
옷 좀 어떻게 해주시겠어요?
지금 2021 서머 결승전 함께 무대를 보고 계신 여러분들도 LCK 서머의 역사를 되돌아보는 시간이 됐었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 지금까지 서머 전자 오락관이었습니다. 저희 화이팅 한번 외치면서 이 시간 마무리해볼까요? 네, 2021 LCK 서머 결승전 화이팅! 안녕히 계세요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Summer Finals Analyst Desk. It is now match point for Damwon Kia after a game of League of Legends. That was an absolutely crazy one. Gentlemen, let's start at the draft. How do we feel about how this back and forth went?
I mean, there was so many fun picks that we could see, like Kassadin and Vayne, but I think most important part was T1 picking red side again, even though they know that they need to ban Rise. So the Gwen into Camille happened again, and it didn't work out. So that's why T1 seems pretty hard for this series.
Yeah, never in a million years I expected ever to see Kassadin. I never see it in my soccer games. I personally don't play the champion anymore. It feels very awkward. I don't feel like he has any power anymore, but this game I feel like it was mostly decided in top and jungle again.
Yeah, and I think that that came through very, very quickly as well. The Camille was the first pick priority, and then we moved down towards the bottom lane at the very end of the draft, and honestly, it felt like all of the craziness had kind of concluded by that stage, but then we get the Vayne pick into the Ziggs. Now, this can work, but didn't here. We did why?
Yeah, I mean, the game one, they could ban Ziggs because DK bot lane always like to just play 50-50 bot lane, but they needed to ban Rise, right? Because the game one, the issue was Rise pick on the mid lane by Showmaker. So, I mean, that's why I'm keep saying that why T1 picked up red. Are they really love their Gwen and Viego 1-2? But, I mean, it's not working out that well, you know, so.
Yeah, I kind of thought that maybe they were expecting a Ziggs first pick to come through. Like, if that happens, if they, like, grab that high priority champion, then maybe that's a thing. But Teddy's probably not going to play it, so they don't have to. Like, it is very, very difficult. And the draft is largely a bit of a tightrope walk. As it was crazy. And then the game was even crazy. We haven't even got to the fact that Olaf was picked in this game, and we all raised our eyebrows. We're like, well, Olaf is, you know, Olaf, and we've been talking about this champion for a very long time, as you guys know. Let's get into our first highlight, because this sort of illustrates the craziness of this game from a macro sense for two teams that are known for their macro nemesis.
Yes, and they were camping kind of like crazy this game, and he kept getting these 1-for-1 trades the entire game, which was very surprising. That was like, I think, the biggest difference compared to game number one. So they really are trying to focus on Kana a lot.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily working, but T1 were able to trade back here. It felt like the game was just being played really, really fast. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is most intense and bloody finals I ever seen in my life. So I don't know what's going on, but like, if someone says this is just random solo game, then I could believe that, you know? That's how intense and aggressive the players are taking this game and serious, and I like it. But it feels like Damwon Kia is a little bit more collected.
Well, they have won the first couple of games, so I definitely can't argue with that. I want to talk about the jungle and the Olaf pick just a little bit more, Nemesis, because they did pick away the Trundle, which was so pivotal in game number one. I felt like that was a good idea. Maybe T1 weren't expecting this Olaf to pop off quite as hard as he did.
Yeah, people who watch me, they all know that I think Olaf is a fantastic champion. And I think he did a great job. Honestly, he did kind of carry this game together with Camille. So, I don't know. I feel like at this point, Damwon can just pick whatever, and it seems to be working.
Well, I mean, they picked the Kassadin. We know how this desk feels about the Kassadin pick, and it worked out. So let's have a look at some team fights here. You guys had some question marks about how a 5v5 is going to work with these crazy compositions, and this one basically illustrates exactly what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is just synergy, you know, just Camille ulti into Ziggs ulti. I mean, what can you do, you know? There's nothing you can do. And also, finally, Kassadin is popping off Nemesis. So.
Yeah, he's providing the slows and the ever-frosting team fights and repositioning and trying to be annoying. But honestly, I think a good point to mention is that Teddy is really trying to carry all these fights, and he's always super close. I feel like in both games so far, he's trying his best to just 1v9, and I definitely do think T1 has to just put all the eggs into the Teddy basket the next game.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's not Teddy. It's not Teddy's first, you know, like I feel like he's just trying his best, but this meta sucks.
Yeah, that might be part of it. I think that Teddy and Faker, both of them, have had a pretty good series thus far despite the results, and I don't think that it's necessarily over just yet. I'm still hoping that we can get to some sort of silver scrapes at the end of this one. Imagine a reverse sweep.
Oof.
Cool. Do you think that the answer is just pick blue side and then it should be okay?
I mean, the issue is that they have like so many cards to ban, like Ziggs and Ryze. I mean, he played fine with Vayne, but as I said, the meta didn't allow like Teddy to carry. So for me, they need to pick blue side and they need to get out of the Gwen idea because it's definitely not working out.
Yeah, for me it's a mix of a lot of things. It's like, first of all, I think Gwen isn't working. Second of all, I think this Vega pick isn't working. Third of all, I think Faker just put him on probably utility. Not because like he can't play carry, but because I feel like his team functions better because of it. And then definitely put Teddy on a carry if Teddy is playing. I think he is, right? And then try to let Teddy carry.
Yeah, I think go back to basics and see whether that can work out. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for the analyst desk. It is time now for game number 3. Damwon match point. Can T1 fight back? Here are the casters.
Thank you so much, Atlas, Wadid, and Nemesis once again for that fantastic breakdown. And, well, you guys will get some of what you were expecting, but not all of it, as we do have some surprises going into Game 3.
We do indeed, and it's already been posted publicly on the social medias out there, but we will have both T1 picking blue side, but we'll also have Kumiyushi subbed in for Teddy. Kumiyushi debuted just about 1 year ago in his first time playing the LCK stage, and he was playing in the regional qualifiers. He was one of the most hyped players. Also the younger brother of Innovation, who was himself a StarCraft player for T1. You and I have commentated him on many finals, and now the younger brother will take the stage for his first LCK finals. Didn't know if we'd see him tonight with Teddy stepping in for playoffs, but after 2 losses, they are going to pull him out here, and this might be for something like early Ziggs priority, a champion he's played so much.
And I don't know if that's going to be what T1 need. I think the blue side pick has a much bigger impact. I think that Teddy, especially in playoffs, has looked incredible. And whereas Kumiyushi has had a couple of pop-off games, the Jink performance that he had semi-recently does come to mind. As a whole, I feel like he's been serviceable as an AD carry, but I don't expect him to come in and, you know, pick Draven into whatever Ghost is running and then run him down. Is a possibility, but the big thing for me is the blue side. It was already highlighted by the analyst desk how we need to see a pivot from T1. I don't mind it as much going for it the second time in a row, trying out again to go for the Gwen, but Gwen with Ignite has been bullied permanently for what feels like 40 out of the 50, 60 minutes of game time we've had, right? It's been consistently just camp, camp, camp. And on blue side, might have the opportunity to, at the very least, eliminate Camille and maybe secure a better matchup for Kana.
Yeah, you would have to expect at least some kind of change, and the question will arise, right? And I say that on purpose because will we see them focus on the Ryze and try to first pick that for Faker? We want to see more utility for Faker, as Nemesis was saying, and I do agree with that. That is where this team has found a lot of its success. And, well, they're going to start with the Camille ban, so I like that as well.
So obviously going into this third game, there's been a lot of discussion. They pulled Teddy out, but the blue side pick, I think, is the way stronger decision that they've made. The Camille ban being taken into consideration right away. They're also removing the Ziggs. And one of the questions I had was whether maybe they'd prioritize that because Gumusi is a great Ziggs player. But that's not going to be the case here. And now, Damwon Kia have to ban the Jace. And what will T1 leave open? They don't have to necessarily ban the Renekton here.
And what I'm hoping for is a T1 that, as already was pointed out, I think, in between the games, that plays aggressively for bot side. I think that while we have seen some 1v1, 2v2 kills and pressure coming from the bot side of T1, as they do, in fact, not want to first pick the Ryze. And this is really interesting because I was actually expecting them to try and get them themselves. Don't want to trade that for a bunch of the other power picks that are still open. Let's not forget, Renekton looking like it might actually make it through the draft.
If you ban the Jace here, Irelia is also a strong pick to take here as T1. You don't have to deal with the Camille anymore, and you might be able to get a lot of side lane control. You might force, with the rest of your draft, Khan to play weak side for the first time in this series. Jace will be banned. Let's see if they go down that Irelia path, because I do think it's a very strong pick considering the Ryze ban.
You may want to also consider something like a Thresh if you want to go for something they were talking about after game one, right? Try to put a lot of your power into that bottom lane for T1. It's a consideration, right? They don't want to take Jace and give over the Ryze, so they have to ban the Ryze. And take a look at this. Well, we don't have Ryze, but we may pick... Nope, it's not going to be that.
Bait again!
It's just going to be Viego. And so we will see that for the third game here on the side of T1.
Gets you every time. I'm not opposed to the Viego pick in of itself. I think it hasn't worked out as much, but we saw it close to working out in the first game. Second game, not so much, but it had more to do with the overall game state. Damwon Kia, are you going to play Renekton in Italy? You might. Can also go, and I was just about to say this, for the Diana. And this is something that they obviously have loved. I think that the Diana provides a lot more power and is a little bit less fickle and binary than the Nidalee, even though obviously Kane's Nidalee is something that we're always happy to see. This is a great response though. Cannon is really good into dive, but I have a feeling that we might still see this Renekton get flexed around, and that does provide the opportunity for a counter pick if a one.
Twisted Fate's still an option here, but it feels a lot weaker into the Diana Renekton because it's so fragile. Yes, you can, from long range, stun one of these melees who are trying to engage. But another thing to consider here is Damwon Kia, will they once again, as we're going to see the Azir, will they once again pull out Kassadin? Because Kassadin is also fantastic with this because you have an insane front line. It was the same problem that we saw last game. Now Diana going to be a little bit more fragile in this case, but she can set up the engage for you with the Renekton. The Kassadin follow-up can be there. We already saw that with this kind of mobility, Showmaker is free to do whatever he wants through the mid game.
And I'm glad that you have a reasonable take on it, Wolf, because I'm just sitting here in awe of Showmaker. And, I mean,
that's a lot of confidence.
To have the guts to do that 2 games in a row, like, yeah, it worked out in the last game, and yeah, you have a lot of ways to enable it, but, like, Kassadin is not a thing that anyone plays, right? Like, this is just not a champion we see. Showmaker's like, no, I'm just going to play it in finals twice. Like, what?
It's pretty insane.
What?
The Ashe here is great, to ban away because it's going to really empower that front line. Once the engage comes through, you can follow up with an arrow. Kassadin gets easy setups. Really appreciate the Thresh ban, too, for what you were talking about earlier, Chronicler, here on the Damwon Kia side.
And it's also important to note that there is a lack of physical damage available for Damwon right now. So you know they're going to have to go into an actual AD threat. They can't try and kind of avoid laning phase by going, obviously Ziggs is banned, but there's other picks of it. Varus, but I was thinking about the Syndra as well, right? Something that doesn't actually need you to lane, but instead, obviously with double AP already locked in, it's gonna be Ghost Kalista and lock the Draven.
I mean, you can't actually stop the Barrel Gragas pick from coming through here either, which is, I think, very likely going to be the final pick. You took away the Tahm Kench here, so you wanted to weaken some of those picks. The Thresh is banned. You're worried about maybe Jinx, Tahm Kench on the bottom side, but the Kalista is so strong. Now you can deny, or rather take the Jinx yourself. The Kalista's already locked in. You could take the Braum, but with the ability to engage so safely from so far away with the Gragas that I still think is going to be locked in here for Barrel, Damwon Kia have such a great front line. They have such an explosive comp that has a lot of power in the early game and tempo, but also later on with the cast and scaling up as well.
Can also go for the Alistair, which is a pick that doesn't really get punished as much. And this is Barrel's terrifying Rel pick. Another pick that I think into the Braum will be just fine. And the engages that Damwon Kia is going to be able to find between a Diana and a Rel are honestly... That's disgusting. That's way too good, right? That's insane. They have such a short range composition. There's no range,
now,
nothing.
On the other side of the coin, though, T1 have a lot of decent disengage. There's Slice and Maelstrom, right? They have the Emperor's Divide. Viego can stun someone who's coming in. You can interrupt Rel's ultimate pretty easily as T1 here. You have Braum, so you can help slow these melees from coming through and trying to set up for these team fights. Not to mention that T1 scaling later on with the Jinx, the Azir, really, really strong if they do survive that insanely scary mid-game for Damwon Kia. Their draft has a lot of power late, so it's really about riding through the waves, riding through the storm that will be that mid-game. But as we've seen in games 1 and 2, it's been rough. The snowball has been real.
Yeah, I mean, as we were kind of highlighting, I kind of like what T1 have gone with. But to be honest, I see Damwon in their draft, and it kind of feels like they're really coming into their own. Like, I feel like they're really embracing their play style. And I think they're, with a ton of confidence, they go into a draft like this, and they're not expecting to lose early. They're expecting to come into the mid-game and just crush them. And this is a comp that screams that to me.
And honestly, in terms of drafts we've seen so far, I like this one the most from T1. I think that if you don't win this one against this draft from Damwon Kia, that feels like disrespect, but in the best Damwon Kia way, where this is what they do. Terrifying.
Well, here's game 3, guys, so let's jump into that right now.
Remember, this is the first year of Gumayusi's LCK play. Someone who was so hyped up because of his brother's history in StarCraft, because of his high rank in Challengers, his ability to insanely solo queue very successfully, right? And on multiple accounts, T1 picked him up early, and a lot of teams were kind of jealous that they got the new prospect. We didn't see him as a mainstay for a long time, but he's kind of been a flex that they've used, and now he's playing in his very first finals. So there's a lot of pressure, and yes, there's no audience, but this is T1 now having to begin a reverse sweep. Imagine the pressure on this young rookie that he has to feel right now going this game as a hyper carry on the Jinx. It's pretty insane.
Well, we know that Gumayusi, he's kind of got the attitude for it. He actually exudes almost cockiness, right? And overconfidence at times. So hopefully that's not just all an act, right? He comes out here and he plays confidently, and he can put on a show. He's had some great stuff, shown us some great stuff in the regular season, but excited to see him here in the finals.
And some interesting choices here. We do have a really nice early pressure coming out from the T1 bot lane due to the leash that was given over to Canyon, meaning that Ghost and Barrow are going to be on the back foot in that lane early on. Khan also pulling away from top side. And really liking the adaptation from Karnaya to go for the Conqueror. Really good, obviously, in the short range composition that is available for Damwon Kia. Faker also going for the lethal tempo, which is a pick that, in terms of laning pressure, doesn't amount to as much, and also clearly says T1, they're looking towards the mid to late game.
For sure, and I think their draft really screams that as well, right? And if you could survive through the mid game here, you're going to feel fantastic, because we do have to address Faker, one of his most iconic champions here in the Azir. Been target banned against him for years, 71 games of it. This will be his 72nd here in the LCK. It is insane that, you know, he's a player who's the longest standing LCK player. He's the player who's been on T1 since the beginning. He's looking for his 10th title here on an iconic champion. Gotta love it.
Smite comes down here from Canyon. They saw Owner invading the jungle, and you can see Khan, he's taking a lot of damage up on the top side, so even though it is in their own jungle, he can't necessarily leave with the lane coming in. He would lose a lot of XP. So Owner might actually get away with this. This is one way to punish that Diana early, even though this was seen.
And not only was it seen, but it's also a leash start, right? So you see that the best way of dealing, as you pointed out, with this Diana is trying to invade her early, keep her as from getting that level 6 as long as possible. And I don't think, unfortunately, that Teddy and Guma have been able to find a wave as strong as to also deny this one, because that would really put Canyon's early game basically into the bin. We'll be able to pick that. Yeah, that's a 100% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy win rates. You know, you think about Def's Jinx and stuff like that. It's like 93%, 92% now. Doesn't get better than 100%, guys. And he's played a decent amount of games on that champion. He even mentioned in his own interview that I think it's like 15-0 in international play. Like, even he knows how good he is on this champion. He's confident to keep that streak going.
Speaking of confidence on champions, you know, a lot of people, as we will see a gank here. I'm going to hold that thought. Canyon rotating down.
And there is vision, and you can see that Canyon just comes in. They easily back away, and especially with Owner here, not going to be able to stick around and do too much. As here's Faker going for the solo kill. Showmaker going to have to flash away, and that is very early on in this game.
Yeah, great start there. As I wanted to mention Kana's Kennen, because we've seen a lot of mixed opinions about Kennen around the world, and obviously here in Korea, a lot of Korean analysts are not a big fan of Kennen right now, but Kana is one of our best. He's 3-0 in his playoffs on the Kennen. It was something they prioritized. He's, you know, basically the direct opposite of Rich. Rich struggled on the Kennen. Rich struggled to win lane on Kennen, was actually falling behind on Kennen in a lot of his games, whereas Kana is winning lane, getting massive advantages, and winning over team fights with teleport flanks, really nice slicing maelstroms. It's a really strong pick for him that I think that with the call he's built early here, he's going to get a lot of extra gold. It's going to be great for T1's mid to late game.
And it's something that, especially when it comes to those fights that we've seen teams consistently take around that first herald, the power of that cannon flank can set you off on the right foot. And that in of itself is not going to be enough. Even with an early lead in the last game, T1 were not able to maintain that momentum, got run over by Damwon Kia's extremely decisive play around the map and the chaos that they introduced overall. But it's still something that I think for T1 you're going to be very happy to find, considering the amount of power that is in this composition. If you do get to the later stages, if you do have some of the items available, right? You're looking at 2 items on Jinx, 1-2 items on Faker. That's when the comp really comes online. But for Kana, he's level 6, he has a blasting one. He'd be happy to team fight right now.
We have this rotation of the top side. Owner just barely out of vision, it seems. They pinged a couple of times at where he could be, right, with that Scuttle Crab coming up here in just a moment, but it seemed like that war was able to see him there, so Showmaker going for a bit of a trade here onto Faker, even without his flash.
Yeah, that's so greedy when they don't have any vision of where Owner is right now. There is a control ward for Faker on the bottom side, so that could have been a very, very deadly trade there to actually go for. Does get away with it, though.
He sees him with the scanner, and yeah, it's going to stop that back. Pretty annoying for Beryl, but he will be okay to back now.
No ward this time, but no 6 for Canyon either. They're going to have to rely on a big push up here, and with the back completing. Not going to happen. Tense there for a moment.
Taking it easy. No real needs to force anything, especially pre-6. With all summoners available as well, it can also backfire quite aggressively for you. And as you pointed out, limited vision and knowledge that Owner is probably going to be on the spot side of the map based on his pathing thus far. And this is a similar story that we saw in game number 1, where Damwon have kind of given up a lot of the mid lane pressure that they've been utilizing so well over the last couple of months. And early lead for Gumayushi and Carrier in this lane, all going back to those early levels where they were able to take control of the lane and then use their superior range, as well as a lot of early trading on Ghost and Beryl to kind of keep him down.
It's really interesting that for the first time we're going to see Damwon Kia play so passively around Canyon. In games 1 and 2, he dominated the top side of the map, gave them such an early lead that it was very difficult for Kana to play the game. Khan was just controlling the map, getting a lot of extra power in terms of the split pushing. Now, that can change very quickly now that Canyon has hit 6, and he can obviously become a very big threat to deal with. The first step, I think, is going to be winning this Rift Herald fight, and we'll see a big group up. Looks like all 10 will be going for this one. The Slicing Maelstrom is so powerful here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge. We've seen Kana go for kind of an insane flank all the way around the back from the top lane. But look at this, Canyon up towards the top. There is a control ward. Trying to zone Kana off of this for now. As level 6 going to be hit here for Ghost, but not for Gumayusi. And that Fate's Call is huge. And look at this fight that's happening already. But the Slicing Maelstrom going to get that value. They take down Canyon already before the fight even begins. And they say to hell with Ghost level 6, although here comes Showmaker trying to burst him down, and oh man, that might have been a mistake. Two people getting caught up in here, as Khan is also going to be baited in, and T1 take a massive leap into the lead.
So much control of this fight by T1 here around the Slicing Maelstrom, and you have to realize, as Damwon Kia, when you're trying to collapse onto Owner here, that he has 2 flashes. He's got his Heartbreak, so he gets over the wall. Oh no.
Yeah, Showmaker's dead. You can see he's trying to fight it back, but literally Kana's just waiting here and letting the minions kill him.
There's just so much in this fight that goes well for T1 because Owner is able to get over the wall there, and Damwon Kia overextend into a composition that, even though it hasn't really hit its power spike just yet, has so much threat around these early ultimates.
And the first time I think that we've seen Damwon Kia opt into a fight where it's just off in terms of how they synergize, right? We see Canyon kind of overzealous, try and 1v1 a Viego early on as Diana without any of the items finished as of yet. We have Kana who is prior on the roam, Kana who is already chunked fairly low, and then also Khan going in here is very over-enthusiastic, right? And I get that with Showmaker coming, you might feel a little bit of confidence, but that's a level 7 Kassadin. He doesn't provide that much. Yeah. Whereas a single kill on for the Viego is already going to be a problem. And then now they're forced to go in, right? The immediate exhaust comes down, and it's over.
Yeah, when you have a Diana ulting for a single solo target who just Heartbreakers over the wall, it feels tragic, right? As we watch this once again, Showmaker getting picked. But it feels tragic because you don't get to use any of the power of the combos you do have, right? You don't get to use that with a Renekton. You're not going to be able to follow up with Fate's Call or anything like that, unfortunately, as T1, or rather as Damwon Kia, when you waste your ultimate that early.
Of course, Kana playing into Damwon Kia, rocking the Nuguri Kennen skin, as you might as well. Takes him down. Beryl here, suffering a little bit from Owner and his fantastic start on this Viego so far, which has been key.
And the thing for Damwon Kia now is that you have a composition that, as pointed out earlier, very short range. You're basically reliant on finding fights and actually winning them. There is no just sitting around and waiting for skill. Yes, you have the Kassadin. Yeah, he becomes a big threat when he's level 16. And yeah, his power with Canyon might be okay, but that in of itself is not going to be enough against a comp with as much anti-dive as well as backline peeling potential like T1 has.
Oh boy. Showmaker greeting for the ward, and this is not what you want at this point in time. He has his flash, but he doesn't want to use it. But he has to at the end of the day. Down he goes, and Owner picks up a kill with the Rift Herald. In the mid lane, T1 are just stomping them here.
Canyon's not going to be involved in this fight whatsoever. He so desperately needs gold to come online. Without his Mythic, engaging is going to be such a pain.
Oh boy.
Oh man, Ghost in trouble.
Yeah, he's all alone. The exhaust comes in. He flashes straight into that ultimate. Beryl's doing so much to keep him alive, actually. It's perfect in the Attract Repel, as Beryl will go off the horse and feel very confident about his survivability. They dash and round that Jinx. Rocket as well as Ghost is moving forward into 3. Damwon looking to turn this around as they get another kill out to Owner as well.
Do not engage into Damwon like this in these skirmishy situations or you'll pay for it. They do get the Rift Herald crash through, but that's all they get, giving a ton of extra gold here over to Damwon Kia. So expertly played.
Kana got a double kill too? What happened?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a replay of that, because that's definitely not supposed to happen. Maybe
Canyon on the top side of the map overextends.
Now I think what happens is, oh no, never mind. I was like, maybe he tried to teleport, and no, they try to dive the Fed Cannon. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't work out very well.
Under turret, he is able to Slicing Maelstrom both of them. This was a huge mistake.
And that's coming from the top side that has been carrying Damwon Kia for the first 2 games. Fortunately for Damwon Kia, T1 in an attempt to try and punish overextend crucially. Ghost doesn't actually die thanks to a beautiful save that comes up from Barrel with the attractive Talon Magnet Storm. And now you can see the value that Kalista can have in these extended skirmishes where people aren't actually able to lock her down in a single combo, and a lot of gold going over the Damwon that didn't need to be given.
Yeah, if you end up getting those resets as owner, it ends up being a completely different story, but they survive with so low health. Still feels very confident to roam through the red side of the jungle here.
Owner with the mobility that the Viego gives him. He's got priority down on the bottom side, and he just walks through. Even though there is a nice amount of defensive vision on the side of Damwon, it's still a pretty huge lead for the side of T1. Yeah, I mean, Kana's just really popping off in this one. You can see he's really feeling the cannon pick so far.
And Damwon Kia, they don't have a way of actually dealing with a fed cannon, right? Every answer they have outside of literally blowing up in one rotation, which to be fair, they can do, like they have the CC chain available. But if you don't manage that perfectly, Kana is literally just gonna press R, and a cannon this fed with a Riftmaker, Conqueror as well, it's just never gonna die.
I mean, he's completed his call. This guy had so much money right now, and that means he can get a fast stopwatch too, which means these upcoming fights, the second Rift Herald fight, if that's where they want to make their stand, is someplace where you might actually have that item. And if they fight the Rift Herald before he goes back to bite, guess what? He's still got a pretty nice advantage. And this is a big problem for a Damwon Kia that, as you mentioned, there's no realistic way to deal with the cannon as owner.
Did he not see that ward go down? Oh, he's definitely going to see that one go down. I mean, and he will be able to back away, but I mean, take a look at what's happening on the map at the same time. The top lane is being zoned away. Khan can't even save his turret here, as everybody on the side of Damwon Kia is coming up to the top side, but Khan just going to die before any of this happens. And yes, they might be able to get owner, but look at that!
He's Viego!
He's Renekton and Viego! He's able to get out of there, and Showmaker just dies in the mid lane. Huge Magnet Storm, or rather, the Moonfall is coming down here from Canyon. They're trying to get something back, and yes, they will be able to pick off 2 kills, as the Rocket is also not enough.
And this is so massive for Canyon. He's going to get that huge amount of shutdown gold, the gold he so desperately needs. This play is absolutely worth it here. Now they've got a little bit of extra prio around the Rift Herald, but T1 have rotated up, but this is a play that is risky, but at the end of the day, getting that Diana gold is absolutely worth it here.
And while I think that it's nice that there's... for last time the close escape didn't work out, this time it does. The thing that we're seeing now from Damwon Kia is even trade, but unlike the last 2 games where they did this, game 2 in particular, where it was just cross-map every single time, they're not really getting the favorable ends of it, right? Like, they're the ones losing turrets. Yeah, they pick up a kill here. I think it is really big, because if someone's gonna carry this game outside of Ghost and Barrel, who are looking like the main source of threat right now for Damwon, getting Canyon fed is a great way to do it. There we see that beautiful Attract Repel with Moonfall combo. The burn of that red buff eventually going to be enough. But with Showmaker also going down, very happy to see this Kassadin pick getting relentlessly bullied, as it should.
I mean, he looked good in game 2, not looking good in game 3. There's no other way to put it. I mean, these are 3 preventable deaths that we have seen from this Kassadin. Maybe a bit of overconfidence, not only in the pick, you know, in the draft, but also in the play. And you can't afford to do that. T1 are a fantastic team, and they will jump on this lead that you have given it to them.
T1 have always been a really strong team when they have an early lead this season, and this is the first of the 3 games where they have a commanding lead, control of all 3 lanes. And yes, you see a little bit of split pushing here for Showmaker, but that means he's not here to defend this.
And you can see the lack of range means that they have no wave clear. They have a Diana. Like, what are you going to do? Khan can't get close to that. And here we go. Just the 2 of them bounced against the wall like stuffed animals. And down they go alongside of the turret. Showmaker's like, well, I guess I'll just farm because T1 are smashing him.
And there's nothing you can do against this. As Damwon Kia, you're too far behind to go for straight up 5v5s. You're trying to stall desperately. Showmaker off in the side doesn't have the teleport available, but even if he did, doesn't even have his mythic finished. And T1,
2 inhibitors, 17 minutes.
Yep.
This is a massive, massive lead. A teleport to try to flank.
Yeah, they have Showmaker coming in here, but again, he can't quite jump in there alone, but they're trying to corral them into the river. The chase is on yet again. We've seen this before. And
Faker has flash.
Let's see. Okay, that Everforce is going to land onto Faker. He might be the sacrificial lamb. He's going to try to flash to safety, but this is a Kassadin we're talking about, and there's so many low health bars. As Canyon, he's got the stopwatch, but that might not be enough. His owner is going to be able to take him down, and look at this Renekton. He can't get the kills under the turret. The Jinx lives, and viego still around.
The bot push is hitting the base as well during this.
Oh man, they're just running through the turret and they will blow up owner. It's like a freight train right now. They're taking down everything in their path. As Gumayusi might be next. The final kill, Ghost is trying to catch up to him.
He's buying so much time here. And he's gonna get away with it too. There's just nothing they can do.
They're just corralling him around the map. I
That's
mean,
the heal.
We went from the river all the way around, and that is going to be the kill finally coming through, and a massive shutdown into Showmaker's pockets.
It's very unusual to see two inhibitors taken this early in the game, because when you do that, you give your opponent a lot of free farm. But the playmaking here from Faker, the shuffle into the huge Emperor's Divide, is something you expect from the Emperor himself, and we see this pulled off here time and time again in this series. Part of why the Azir is a targeted ban against this player so often. The punish does come through, but two inhibitors down right now on the map means that T1 have so much vision control, and they've got the strong cannon on the top side too.
The key question is this too early to take down two inhibs, right? Because if what you gain on the rest of the map is not enough to offset the amount of gold that's now going to get thrown into the pockets of Damwon Kia, combined with, that in of itself I don't think will be a problem, but combined with the amount of gold that was just given over to Ghost and Showmaker specifically, I think might turn out to be a problem. And I still think that T1 are in a great spot. I think that they have an incredible comp that can siege very well, and they should be fine.
There's a Baron being taken right now. Showmaker runs into a bajillion things here in the replay. And T1 say, fine, enough with the shenanigans. We're going to take the objective, but the slicing maelstrom gets nobody. It hits nothing. And here comes Damwon. Showmaker is going to be able to get out of there, and Beryl is zoning them. They're just going to turn up to the Baron and try to take it away. They smite it down. As the damage is coming out here, though, Jinx is getting out of control. Super excited as Gumayusi. They're going to take down 3 as the push is looking to come in here. The empowered recall might be the case, but Showmaker's trying to turn it. Can he kill the Jinx? The answer is yes, but it doesn't matter.
Cannon's killing the Nexus.
There we go.
T1 is going to take the game.
Look at the push here, and the answer to your question, whether you get two inhibitors early matters or not. When you have this much of a lead, you can win a team fight. We are going to have a 21-minute game here from T1. The answer was yes, killing those two inhibitors was worth it, as T1's back in this finals now, and with one swift draft decision, go blue side, put Gumayusi in, you pick the cannon, you get a huge snowball lead, and now T1's on the map.
And I gotta be honest, when you saw that Baron call, I think as a T1 fan you were terrified. And initially it doesn't look like it's working, but it turns out to be the correct call, as all they were doing, as you pointed out, is just wait for those two inhibs to push in as deep as they did. And then, as long as you can manage to fight afterwards, even with throwing the slicing maelstrom into the ether, T1 gonna go to 2-1 score here.
They had the two inhibs pushing for so long because of that chase, where Gumayusi was able to buy an insane amount of time. So there's already minions stacked up. But the second the respawns go through, they rush straight to Baron. We couldn't even finish our replay before T1 was on it. And yeah, it was a risky call, and it was very terrifying, right? And even me as a caster, I'm like, well, I don't want to see T1 throw another game away, but they are able to win the team fight because they have that much of a lead and rush down to end the game. One of the fastest games in LCK finals that you're ever going to see. And it's T1 putting 1 point on the board. Reverse sweep is possible here if they can keep the momentum going.
It actually can happen. I think, you know, as we've all kind of touched on that Baron, we were like, oh boy, is this just the 3-0? Is this how it happens? But the committal from Damwon, even after the Slicing Maelstrom came out, they committed to the Baron that was at least incredibly low, and that just allowed all the room in the world for Gumayusi on Jinx. I mean, it's so early in the game, but it doesn't matter because he was just able to shell out so much free damage onto low health bars of Damwon, and Just like that, they were able to chase him down, and in 21 minutes, Kana able to do so much for his team as well.
And as Damwon Kia, you take that one in stride, I think. After draft, we already identified that this was going to be a game that was won or lost in the early game, and they fell behind really far in the early game. They shouldn't have been able to get back in the game, and clearly they didn't. It is T1 that utilizes the power of their picks in that first fight incredibly well, able to shuffle them together, throw a Maelstrom on top of them, and it creates life in the series.
You give this team an inch, they'll take a mile. This is one of our best early game teams. They take early game leads and get huge macro advantages out of them. They had a late game comp, but they had that early lead. And T1, you can say what you want about them, but they have been one of our most decisive teams this year, whether it's talking about coaching changes, roster changes, or drafts. And that game 3 was certainly another example.
Well, they grab back control of this series. They still have a chance to try to pull off the reverse sweep. Damwon will have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can come up to handle this. But guys, we're going to take another quick break and go back to that analyst desk with Atlas Wadid and Nemesis. Don't go anywhere.
야 중지 한번 빼고 한번 빼고
한 빼자.
나 봐줘 나 봐줘
카사딘. 봐줘.
봐줘
나 딜가 안 나와.
괜찮아 보이긴 해. 야 바로 친다. 바로 2천 카사딘 바로 2천 안에 좋아
한 명 신난다. 좀 터뜨려. 신난다.
좋아
존나 신나.
야
미드면 형 집대.
야 미드 끝날만해
칼리 노플. 집 끊어볼래?
끊어줄게.
노플이야 노플.
야 죽지 마 안 죽어도 돼
잡자.
잡아.
땀났다 아래
민영아.
나이스 나이스
야나 프리 온거 몰랐어.
야 되잖아 민영아
좀 이따 이야기할게. 끝나고. 아니 나 없네. 미안. 진짜.
아니 뭐하는 거야?
나 프리 없네.
나 오히려 좋아 나이스
뻘쭘하고 이긴 거야?
나 진짜 깜짝 놀랐잖아.
미안.
한판 하자
나이스.
감독님 불 꺼주세요. 나이스. 할 수 있어. 레벨업. 네, 안녕하세요. 배우 조연입니다. 하지만 오늘은 일반인 원딜 유저 대표 조연으로 나왔는데요. 너무 떨리네요.
네. 이제 제가 인사하면 되겠죠?
네.
안녕하세요. 저는 LCK에서 분석가 및 해설로 활동하고 있는 고릴라 강범현이고요. 오늘 이렇게 조연님과 함께 LCK 샵 리뷰를 한번 하러 왔습니다. 이제 LCK 레전드 마우스입니다. 일단 무조건 컨셉이 가벼워야 된다인 것 같아요. 어느 정도 보관도 용이하고요. 쓸 때도 어쨌든 이게 힘이 들어가잖아요.
네.
그런 부분에서 많이 의식을 한 것 같습니다.
그리고 뭔가 이 줄이 다른 마우스 줄이랑은 달라요.
네.
되게 얇고 가벼운 느낌이 있어요. 마우스
보통
펜이.
일반 마우스라고 하면은 이 선이 빡빡하거든요. 빡빡하다 보니까 마우스를 움직일 때나 또 오래 쓰다 보면은 마우스 선이 꺾이면서 단선이 되는 그런 경우도 있는데 선수들도 또 그런 부분에서 되게 예민하거든요.
예민하죠.
그래서 이 마우스 선은 이거는 진짜 잘 만든 것 같다라는 생각이 드는 것 중에 하나였어요. LCK 레전드에서 나온 그런 마우스다 보니까 여기 보시면 또 LCK 로고가 적용이 되어 있고요. 그 다음에 이렇게 좌측에 보시면은 레전드. 괜히 나도 레전드 된 것 같이.
제가 손이 막 그렇게 큰 편이 아니거든요. 근데 아까 전에 요거 마우스가 전체적으로 아무데나 눌러도 다 클릭이 된다고 해서 요게 좀 탐나는 것 같아요. 그런 게 불편했어요. 이렇게 누르는데 잘못 눌러가지고 괜히 실수나 놓치고 그런 점이 있었거든요.
네. 축하드립니다. 드디어 이렇게 장비 욕심에 들어오게 되셨어요.
겟했습니다. 그래서요, 고릴라님,
네.
저희가 오늘 리뷰한 LCK 이 키보드, 마우스 도대체 어디서 구매할 수 있는 거예요?
저희 lckshop.com에서 만나볼 수 있고요. 다양한 제품, 그러니까 뭐 티셔츠, 슬리퍼 다양한 제품들이 있으니까 다들 한번 와주셔서 구경하시면 좋을 것 같고 조연님도 혹시 와주실 거죠?
당연하죠. 일단 테스트를 해봤는데 여러분 이거 체험해보세요. 꼭 구매하세요.
LCK 레전드를 꿈꾸는 유저분들이라면
절대 놓치지 마세요.
놓치지 마세요.
여러분 할 수 있어. 레벨업.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Analyst Desk for the finals of summer. What a ridiculous game. I barely have words. Thankfully, I have two far more intelligent gentlemen next to me to break this one down. And let's start at the very beginning with the draft. T1 brought it back, but I think it all started here.
I mean, I really don't know what to analyze this game. I mean, even draft, you know. I really didn't like the Viego again, but I guess DK is showing that we are even worse.
I don't know what to comment either. I feel like Damwon, this is not the way to go. They picked a very early team comp. I don't know. And
is it early though? I don't
know. Is it early? Like I feel like it doesn't spike at any point. But yeah, it was, I don't know. It was a bloodbath. Honestly, I'm really surprised how T1 managed to come back. This was a stomp. Honestly, they played so well.
And of course, subbing Gumayushian was a big part of it as well. I thought that looking at the draft and seeing like the Jinx come out, I'm like, oh well. I mean, Teddy, Guma, like I guess it doesn't really make a difference. But we saw he was still very bloodthirsty on that pick. The Kalista from Ghost didn't really do anything. Played very well, but I think a lot of it did revolve around Damwon having some, I guess we should say, narrow win conditions in this game.
Yeah, that's true. Like I really don't know because like Kalista and Kassadin doesn't make sense, or like maybe only Renekton Diana is a combo, but I mean, they couldn't do much against their comp early game, you know? So I feel like they just had so many different ideas. Maybe they're just a little cocky as well because they're 2-0 ahead. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Damwon just couldn't snowball top in this game, or top side. So the game looked like easy for T1.
It certainly did, and we have our first highlight here as well to go through exactly how the beginning of this one did eventuate, and it was not clean. Starts with a dive top lane that could have gone better for Damwon Kia.
I mean, it's not collected, and yeah, I don't know. So many things are happening at the same time. When they're diving bot lane, and also they're trying to do something on the top lane too, but somehow Kana just makes out double kill on the top side too. So. Yeah, I really don't know. Like the game is just so random. So even though I'm ex-pro player and I'm here to analyze the game, but it's really hard for me.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I feel like the obsession with camping Kana just doesn't end, and it seems like he's doing better each game with surviving. So that's definitely an improvement.
He went from like just getting camped and dying in game 1 to trading 1-for-1 in game 2 to getting double kills without dying in game number 3. What's going to happen in game 4? Like, what's the next step? Do you have to pentakill under your own turret at level 1? Like, is that the next portion? I don't even know. And I feel like we can go deeper on the Kassadin pick just a little bit more, because picking that again after Nemesis, you're already saying that in game number 2, it wasn't even the greatest option. Yes, it won. But did it have to be Kassadin in game number 2? I'm not.
I mean, it won game number 2, but he wasn't like the main factor why it won. And this game definitely he didn't do anything. I mean, he never got the lead, and because he never got the lead, Kassadin is a very resource-intensive champion, and this game he just couldn't get going.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Diana needs a lot of resources as well. Often takes from your mid lane, and your mid lane's a Kassadin, and so it's going to be, you know, a flow-on effect that doesn't necessarily work. Let's have a look at our next highlight. This is, of course, T1 very swiftly taking the game at the end. There was a slight hiccup where things went wrong just before this, but this was pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to know that T1 actually cleaned out this game perfectly, because it ended in 20 minutes. And also, they knew that they're super ahead, so that's why they just didn't care about Nashor. They just kill all and just kill the Nexus as well.
This was one of the fastest games I think we've seen in pro play, in LCK especially, and I don't know, like Damwon tried their best here. They tried to steal the Baron, but unfortunately the two inhibs coming into their base, and then they got cleaned up in the end. It was super close, but the minions were already doing like the main job.
Yeah, this is the thing, like already they'd taken 2 inhibitors before Baron had even spawned. They didn't even have an option of going towards the Baron to try and take it because it wasn't even on the field yet, which is not something that we're used to really talking about here at the LCK. But still, congratulations need to be given over to T1. It was one of those Gen G style compositions where it's Jinx Azir and you win the early game, you win the mid game, and you win the late game. And it's absolutely fine. But I think there were a few more issues with the Damwon draft. And as we move to a game number 4, we're going to search our hardest to try and find some silver scrapes, because if there's ever a way to build momentum moving towards a potential game 5 and a reverse sweep, it's winning in 21 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, and also I'm wondering, I just heard that Damwon Kia picked red side again.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what they want to show, you know? Like, are they gonna pick Diana and Kassadin again, or do they have other strategy? Because for me, blue side looks so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like T1 looked really good this game, and if they can keep up like the same play, I think we're probably going to game 5. Especially if Damwon keeps drafting like this. Like, we obviously mentioned draft every single game, but that one was definitely like not even close.
Yeah, and draft is super important, so we absolutely have to mention it. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go towards that game number 4. So here are the casters.
Thank you so much, you guys on the desk, Atlas Wadid and Nemesis, once again, for giving us the hard-hitting analysis there. Not super happy with the Damwon red selection, but we'll have to wait and see what they have in store, and we're all kind of hoping that it's not the somewhat cocky draft that we saw in Game 3.
I think that's a great way to put it. I don't think Damwon need to go for such one-dimensional, and as pointed out, when does the comp spike? We never found out. I don't know if Damwon knew, and I think the red side in of itself is excusable. I think blue side is stronger, but we also saw that there have been very specific drafts that you can get on red side, counter picks that you can maybe look for. With how the game has gone thus far, though, I am actually surprised that we don't just see Damwon go back to blue side, because they looked so comfortable on that.
It's also a meta where we have extremely high priority picks, so many of them, and to be able to take that first pick priority and dictate the draft from the start is so powerful, and that's something that you lose when you pick red side. And right now, it's hard to argue that having the double pick in your first rotation is actually stronger than having the top tier pick, whether it's the Rise that we've seen, you know, the Viego that we've seen in that slot, even Lee Sin oftentimes, that ends up being so powerful in this meta.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are just about ready to hop into draft once again, and I think it's kind of all eyes on the draft after Game 3. It's 2-1 so far, but as they were talking about, this is the beginning of a reverse sweep. You got to start with 1, and it may be coming from one of the players that we're not necessarily expecting it to come from. I mean, Kana's been having a great performance over the course of this series, getting better and better, it feels.
Does Damwon Kia have a plan for a potential Jace, leaving that one open? One of the ways you can use red side is set a trap, have a potential counter pick ready. See the Aphelios and Lee Sin taken away once again. I think the answer is going to be no. I don't think they're going to leave that one open, as the Diana is actually removed here for T1. Now you have to give the Rise or the Jace to T1 here, and that's why blue side is so powerful right now. You don't want to give either of those champions, but you have to give one.
And as Damwon here, you can pick the other one. I wonder if you do indeed go for something like an Azir ban, and then you just trade, right? You're gonna not feel that great, but no, leave all of them open. And I think that this is a sign that they think that T1 is gonna, yeah, exactly, gonna lock in the Jace.
That's what I was saying. You know, do you have an answer?
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, do you have an answer for this? Because this is so obvious that it's being hovered here for a moment, because T1 have to really think about whether they want to lock this in, because you're going to give over the Rise, which is so powerful right now, and they think better of it and to take the Rise, because it feels too obvious. It feels like a trap, and the Rise is so much more flexible than the Jace, but you've given Korea's best Jace.
Who's falling into the trap is really the question, right? Because, you know, you could take the Jace. Kana's been having a fantastic series, as we talked about, not necessarily right at the beginning. He's been bullied so much. He's getting a lot of practice, let's say, and he's having a great, you know, game 2 and 3 at least. Maybe you put him on the Jace and have a lot of power there, but instead they take the Rise and you give Khan Jace. I'm not sure about that decision.
And the big thing to me is that with that Aurelia ban, if Damwon Kia are gonna pick the Jace themselves, right? If they do go for the Rise, you get the possibility of picking that Jace without being as afraid of counter picks. There is, of course, still things like the Wukong.
The Wukong is a scary one.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong, I think, honestly, Malphite is insane as well, but that's picks that traditionally LCK teams haven't really favored whatsoever, and into a Trundle, I'd say Wukong also feels a lot better than the Malphite in terms of power, as the Viego priority unchanged. And I think that Damwon Kia in this third pick is going to pick themselves up a mid laner to avoid getting banned out and then having to play into a Rise from a position where they don't really find a comfortable matchup.
We're going to take the Gragas instead here of the Wukong that you know, the Gragas might still be flexed to support, but the Wukong was available, probably be banned away here from Damwon Kia because you don't want to deal with that counter pick. And you mentioned not as common here in the LCK, but it is a pick that Kana has played extensively in the past, so certainly an option for them to have gone for. Let's see what mid laner Showmaker actually going to go towards the Ashe here instead.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost was really great when he picked it earlier on in this series. He offers so much to the team, not just in shooting, you know, arrows in general, but also his Enchanted Crystal arrow and the vision that he provides to the team and being able to keep the enemy team at range as well. This Ryze really struggles against Pillar and Ashe because they have greater range, they have so many slows, and you can kind of keep lower range champions away from your team.
And to add to that, it also fits with the Damwon Kia game style that is very topside focused. You can just leave Ghost on his own in a team fight with the more tanky Ashe build, where even if he does die eventually, which we saw in game number 1, it doesn't actually amount to that much. Not a big fan of the Kalista ban. I feel like that is one that with the Ashe pick you've already kind of taken care of. And now, is it a counter pick for Showmaker? It looks like that is the direction that they are going for. And this is not something that we often see barrel on, and this makes a lot more sense in terms of pressure.
I was definitely surprised to see the ban on the Leona over the LeBlanc, just considering how strong LeBlanc can be into this Ryze matchup. You already have a lot of poke with the Jace, and when you add in that Luden's LeBlanc amount of poke here and Ashe's engage, there's just so many ways to chip away at the side of T1's composition, which is so far very fragile and also a little bit front-loaded in how it engages. Varus will come through as a bit of an answer here in terms of the poke. The Braum support. And let's find out what that final pick's going to be.
I do like the Braum. I think with the amount of damage that's available on T1, it's not as much of a hard counter as you sometimes see, where it completely invalidates the comp. With the amount of damage still available on Damwon Kia, I think you can kind of play around the unbreakable cooldowns. And that would be... Okay. Oh, I love it. So, couple of things. First of all, with Ashe, it's an incredibly strong combination because it allows you to not only have perma-prio in the lane, but your the Ashe Volley's prime for the roots or the stun possibility on your E. But what do you want to do with Braum? It's everyone stands behind Braum. Well, let me tell you, when there's a Seraphine in the game, can't do that nearly as much.
But this is very risky what Damwon Kia are running, because what they're running is a composition that has a lot of poke. It does have a decent amount of engage too with the Seraphine and of course the Ashe arrows. But once you get into the fight itself, if you're not able to land that poke, if you're not able to hit the Seraphine ult going into this, the staying power that T1 have in these longer fights is way stronger. They have way more damage throughput. With the Ryze, it's going to be bouncing a bunch of damage through. You have a Gragas who can counter-engage. When the Seraphine decides to go in and try to encore, you mess it up, then suddenly you're caught. You're trapped between a rock and a hard place when the counter-engage comes through. So I do feel like what T1 brings to the table here is a nice amount of response to when those engages start.
For me, the main thing that scares me about this T1 comp is the Ryze. T1 has relied on the Ryze, and they are able to, barring maybe Damwon Kia, utilize it better than any team we have in the LCK to find these incredible mid-game tempo swings. Outside of that though, I see this comp from Damwon, Showmaker on his LeBlanc, I'd be terrified.
It's a scary sight to see, indeed. And guys, it looks like we do have Game 4 ready to go, so let's hop into that right now. Off we go once again onto the Rift. We've had some crazy games in this one already, but T1 now making a lot of people believers, I suppose. When you win a 21-minute game, that is definitely a statement game. Now you can say what you want about Damwon's draft and how they played and how Showmaker was basically a non-factor, but I mean, to take a lead like that and snowball it that quickly, it takes a lot of skill.
I mean, we talked a lot about the power of what Damwon Kia's draft could have accomplished. It just didn't happen, right? They fell behind, and it's hard to win games from there with that draft. In this particular game, I think one of the big saving graces, as Chronicler pointed out heading into the game, was we're going to see a bit of a trade here, is Faker is on the rise, and he is going to be able to, if Khan overextends or gets too aggressive topside, punish with Realm Warp very effectively. We saw the Twisted Fate ban come through, so there was no way to kind of counter that pressure with a similar roaming champion in the mid lane for Showmaker. So I do like the idea here, because once again we're seeing Damwon Kia prioritize this topside control so much. They do so once again here with the Jace, and if you can match that rotation from Canyon as owner, have Faker Realm Orb up there, win the war of attrition there, win that numbers game, it's a great way to get ahead.
And on the bot side, I think, unlike the second game in particular, where we did see Ghost and Barrow have a really tough time, it didn't amount to that much outside of lane, but it was still a suitable punish. I think that now script kind of flipped. I think that actually punishing this Ashe and Seraphine lane is going to be really hard for T1, and I wonder to what extent you're going to be able to actually cut through the health bars. Once Damwon Kia later in the game starts grouping up, has the sustain that the Seraphine has available for you, and then consistently going to poke. And a lot will fall on Kana's shoulders here to actually reliably find the engages, because he is the main form, right? Yes, you can find a flank, maybe with Faker. If someone oversteps, Guma can hit a corrupting chain, but generally shouldn't happen. Okay,
there you go.
There are two people that win on Rise, apparently, and it's two people that are in this game.
They're on a win streak, 6 in a row. That's what that graphic says, and
yeah. By the way, talking about not only wins, but kills. Showmaker is currently on 998 kills. We discussed that at the beginning of the day. We can get back to that, as Kana really trying to force this fight, making it very obvious that owner could be on the top side of the map. And maybe the bait actually works.
This is what I'm talking about. You overextend, you get punished.
And here we go. The flash will come out already. As owner just being a menace up here in the top side. So annoying to deal with that with the lane pushing away from you.
And now you're calling for Canyon. Khan is in disarray, needs to respect owner. Happy that Canyon is pathing up, because if Khan cannot get that shove and Khan is able to just keep the wave in a disadvantageous spot, you're in a terrible situation. Canyon doesn't even need to get anything done here, just to make sure that his top laner, as we see here, is covered, isn't that threat, can get that bounce and then safely back. So disaster averted, especially with Canyon also picking up with the scuttle on the bot side of the map. Still though, the flash force is nice, because it does mean that post 6, the 2v1 potential with that flash body slam is terrifying.
Yeah, not to mention the Realm Warp potential once Faker gets that online too, and this is exactly what T1 are planning with this weak side Gragas. So we've seen find so much success in the past, especially in spring, honestly, here in the LCK, where you have this ability to punish someone who's trying to harass this Gragas, especially post 6, because he's such an easy punish champion.
Here's Faker, by the way, up in the top side, sneaking around in the enemy jungle, doing an incredible amount of damage. And we just get a solo kill onto the Jace. First blood goes over to Kana.
Pre-6, he doesn't have 6.
Yeah, and that's just, again, kind of greeting for minions, it looks like, up here on the top side, and having that pressure is enough.
Faker's going to stay. No flash for Khan. Okay. He's going to have to head back. Well, that was pretty tense for a moment there. And this is massive. You already got the flash from Khan. Now you've got a really nice tempo advantage here as Kana. Hasn't even backed yet. Faker's messing around with this idea. If he had 6, he would love to go in, but he does not.
Ooh, that's really nice. For Kana, that is, obviously.
So
if you are Khan, you feel very unfortunate. And yeah, there we see the importance, right? Khan doesn't actually get the wave shoved in. Think he's fine because Canyon is there, but love the teleport from Faker there. Even pre-6 ties into the power that he has, enabling the rest of his team. And because Khan is forced to shove in his waves, kind of in a very disadvantaged position, has no mana, has no health. Love the confidence from Kana to go for that. And really nice punish by T1. Faker enabling his top side this early on, even without a Realm Warp.
Yeah. One of the points of the match we had was that Khan is somewhat of a killer of T1, right? When he wasn't on old SKT, which it was called at the time, I believe, whatever team he was on, he would always take wins against SKT and T1. But maybe Kana is the Damwon killer. Who knows? As we are having owner on the run here, Showmaker level 6. They should know that the Gragas is here, and now Faker kind of corralling them up against this wall. Canyon is going to have to flash, it looks like. as a lot of damage comes out and Canyon's still around here. The stun coming in. He wants to wait until the last possible moment, but again, they get another flash out of Canyon as Shock Blast not enough, and they're not able to stop it. The flash committed to here by Showmaker, and they cannot stop the recall.
It's such a great block there. Coming out from Kana, he knows that's going to happen, so he's just going to take one for his team. They get the back off there. The flash commitment there is a bit overzealous, and that's another summoner down here early for Damwon Kia. 60 seconds before this Rift Herald spawns, you don't want to be losing tools like that. Few mismatched micros here from Damwon Kia, or rather macros, in terms of dealing with these rotations is costing them big.
And while I don't think that it is necessarily something that is going to set Damwon's team come so far behind, so yeah, not only that, but it really plays into, you got to imagine, you're Damwon, right? Your last game, it was just a disaster as a whole. This is like the third play that they're trying to go for. It doesn't work out.
나이스. 굿.
He was saying thank you before it even happened.
Yeah, and then he was saying nice and good, so he was saying, yeah, you guys can get out of there as well. So it was utmost confidence, I guess, from Faker that he was going to get out of that one.
In terms of this upcoming Rift Herald fight, a lot of this early game is going to be defined by it. Nice root goes down there, but how much grouping do you do as T1 here? You don't have Faker's teleport, but you do have the Realm Warp available, and that means you can actually wait and warp up the bot lane late, so you could start it early. But the top lane is pushed in from Khan here, so a little bit tricky. That's why neither team rotates in just yet.
Yeah, Khan knows. Some pings going down. Faker, again, looking for that Realm Warp play, but good read there by Damwon Kia. Recognize what is going on and might go and trade the Drake for Herald. Don't know if they're going to be in a position to actually contest that top side.
Doesn't look like it at this point in time. Khan just being left alone up there. And it looks like, you know, there is vision on this dragon, but Canyon's still going to start it up. They have faith that nobody on the side of T1 really going to contest this.
This is perfect for T1. You get the Rift Herald for free because of the Realm Warp power. This is part of the reason why Rise is so strong. And the Drake, you know, gets slowed, it gets delayed. So, yes, it looks like they are going to take it, but look at the extra power here on the top side of the map. Bot just sits pretty. And Faker, the threat of Faker up here on the top side means Khan has to sit back and wait. Extra plate comes through, they get the Rift Herald gold, and T1 with a nice lead in this early game.
Cute deny there as well by Kana as Khan.
Here we go again. Khan's gonna get flash stunned, and he will flash away from this one, but is there enough damage? As he's trying to just kite this one out, he knocks him into the arrow! Are you kidding me? And that's enough to keep him safe. Baker will be able to secure that kill eventually, you'd have to imagine, and there it does go, but man, the teamwork that comes into that one is kind of insane.
Cinematic.
Beautiful. We're going to see a replay of that one a bunch of times.
Showmaker gets his 1,000th kill off of that play. Gotta love it. Congratulations, the quickest player to hit 1,000 kills ever in the LCK.
And that's an insane stat if you think about the caliber of players that we have, right? Greatest player of all time, not as fast. Legends like Chovy, not as fast.
BDD.
Yeah, it says a lot about how special Showmaker truly is. And that play might have such big repercussions for T1, because I do think that Showmaker on a Fed LeBlanc is one of the surefire ways where as T1, if you make single mistakes in the mid to late game, which we've seen them do one misposition, Showmaker is the type of player that finds the opening no matter how small it is.
Carrier is coming all the way up here right now, and this is very greedy once again from T1. The reward can be quite high if they pull it off.
Oh, Showmaker doesn't have TP.
Buddy is up here. Showmaker, he is desperately trying to get that CD back right now, but look at that Braum ult is going to catch the both of them. This is looking dire. T1, it will pay off, although they're only going to be able to get the one, and now here comes Showmaker. The Shock Blast misses, because that one was nearly lined up for him. As the cast comes in, and that's going to be Kana just putting him in the trash. Down he does go, and the arrow will just sail wide. It doesn't amount to anything, and Barrel's left all alone here. He will have to flash, and Kana is still chasing after them.
What a performance from Kana tonight. In both of these games, he's had phenomenal performances, first on the cannon, now on the Gragas. And, you know, T1 fans have been really critical of performance all year long, and even going back as far as last year. And he is coming up big in their most important match here.
Oh. The turret stays alive somehow. After all of that, Damwon desperate to try to get up to the top side and stop this turret from going down. And I suppose they did that, but not much else to say for them.
Still disastrous turn of events, right? So much gold going over into the pockets of T1 as, yeah.
This is going to be the knock into the arrow. It's perfect because it also denies him the chase there. And he's stunned under turret.
And after such a nice mechanical play, it's so cool to see T1 not stop for a second and identify we are in a major advantage here. There is no way for Damwon Kia to actually assist any of these players, and they commit as hard as they do with the utmost confidence that if that shock blast hits, the entire course of this play might go differently. But instead, Showmaker tries and make a play, gets blown up, Barrel is just a few seconds too late.
And critically, if they do get Showmaker's teleport and they don't think they can follow on this play, they can walk out, they still get a teleport. But not only do they get his teleport, Faker doesn't have to use his, but they also get the kills. They get a ton of extra gold. They have a huge tempo advantage in this game. As you can see, the 11th now in current LCK players. I believe it was 19th total in LCK history, but the fastest. Look at the legends that are with them up there.
Carry is becoming an engaged support, it looks like, on this one as a huge encore comes in, but there's zero follow-up. T1 just too far ahead. Showmaker's not going to dive into that. The Trundle, of course, not able to. Ghost not there, and so Kana now just roaming with this team. He already took down the turret before 14 minutes, so you might as well.
I mean, this is such a top-sided series we are watching right now in all 4 games. It has really been dictated by who gets ahead topside, and this time, once again, it's Kana. But the plays they are making as a unit across the map together is what T1 has been succeeding with. I know I sound like a broken record with this, but this is just how great they are at macro, and Faker's going to look for another play here. The collapse comes through.
Khan, okay, the Q is going to miss. There's a lot of damage from the Jace, but it's not quite enough. Faker with the phase rush looking for the follow-up, and he flashes in and picks up another huge kill for his team.
And now we're starting to see the snowball that Damwon found in the first couple of games used against them, right? They're getting caught left, right, and center. They're unable to match the pace that T1 has shown, and T1 keeps finding more and more of these objectives.
Oh, and this isn't even a fight you can take as Damwon. The distortion does nothing, and Faker gets a flank, but he's kind of all alone here. Can they take him out before anybody else gets over here is the question. The exhaust is going to be big. Takes him down. The shutdown will go to Ghost. As Kana comes over, though, and he's really the final boss, so Damwon not going to mess with him.
He's so fed that you can't go through the choke point. In fact, Keria is going to help him zone everybody else out, and that's going to be a guaranteed Drake here for T1. We'll see what soul we end up getting. So they're going to steal the blue. It's going to be Infernal Soul this game, which is absolutely massive for T1's composition. This game is off the rails, and T1 have such a nice advantage right now across the map. Like you said, Chronicler, they're using Damwon Kia's aggression against them. They're punishing the top side of the map. Now they're taking objectives.
And do mind you that this is a Damwon comp that is not out of the game yet, right? There is still an incredible amount of deathball and teamfight potential. And you mentioned how good that Drake would be as Khan overextending. The Scryer's orb got used as well, so he should be aware that someone was on his way. And she gets blown up. Not a lot to be done. Really nice turn here from Damwon Kia, though.
This is such a great play from Faker to help lock them in. And yes, he does die for this. He uses his teleport, but the Everfrost helps guarantee that there's so much follow-up damage there. And once Barrel gets that low, you just can't make the play anymore when Kana shows up. But yeah, I do agree with you. There's a lot of later game potential here for this comp for Damwon.
There definitely is. We'll have to see if it can ever get online. That's always the question. Both of these teams have been so strong with the leads that they have gotten. Damwon in the first couple of games, and now T1. I mean, they won in 21 minutes, and now we have this game. Like, this is, you know, honestly, a lot of us did not expect this strong of a showing, but T1 are coming up big in a couple, and we'll see what happens on the other side here. Showmaker You know, he had a lead. He doesn't have it anymore. Faker ahead by a measly 52 gold, but it's, you know, still at least parity. It's still a very scary rise.
And I think what you're looking for here as Kia is try and hit the second spike on both Showmaker and Khan. Khan, even with the lackluster start that he's had, has shown before that once the mid to late game comes around, he can still carry fights. Also went for the Gathering Storm, which means that even in later game scenarios as Damwon, I think you're going to be fine. The main issue that I've had with Damwon's play thus far is that, and this is something that generally doesn't happen against them, and I think T1 is doing exceptionally well, is that they are behind on the play. Generally, Damwon is very well aware of what is happening on the map, and we saw that they won every single cross-map play basically in game 1 and 2. And in this game, T1 is just out-trading them and continuously dictating the pace. And I talked about, yeah, you know, they have great engage in Kana. Carrier has flashed on top of people as Brom multiple times, just to make sure that the play happens.
And the composition from Kia is so extremely fragile. It needs a little bit of time to set up. And I'm not talking about items, I'm talking about just how you fight out these team fights. Yes, you can harass a Showmaker and get some damage done, but you're not fed enough to burst anybody down just yet. And if you do go in to T1's comp, you have to be ready. Oh, this is looking bad.
All right, this is a big encore, though, but Stopwatch comes in once again. The damage not quite there. Carrier going to get away, but here Khan, and then now Showmaker trying to come up as finally they do take out the Braum, and T1 is kind of zoned into the enemy jungle here once again. Faker, though, full health. And they still have a Varus. They're able to kite away. So it's only the one kill. T1 do get the turret, but this is a lot of map control for Dom1. Let's see what they do with it.
Look at what happens even when T1 are in a position where they're caught, they're overextended. The fragile nature of Dom1's comp, as I was mentioning, means that there's so much of a turn potential there. Look at even what Gragas' damage looks like in this game, where he's building DPS, he's building AP. I mean, if you get hit by a Q from Varus and that Gragas barrel, you're dead.
Showmaker kind of playing with his food a little bit. Didn't necessarily have to stick around. It is Gragas after all, and he is going to have some nice sustain, but it is what it is. He has teleport. He should be fine.
And looking at the next Drake fight, I think is going to be pivotal for either team. Not just because it sets you up towards that Mountain Soul. As we take another look at the fight here, really nice flank. Getting Kana caught there is nice, but look at that block from Carrier to make sure. Combined with the stopwatch, however, he's still on their turret. And the amount of damage available on Kia is still terrifying. If they overchased here though, barrel just dies, right? That's a barrel on barrel in combination with an arrow that almost takes him down.
That's what I'm talking about. You
that
know,
was some good rhyming, by the way. Props to you on that one. Yeah, that was good.
But if you go into these fights, especially at this current state of the game, the longer they go, the better they go for T1. For Kia, you really need to have that explosive engage. You need to use your combos, or you got to get a lot of poke damage done before the fight starts.
And you know what? They have it in spades. There's a decent amount on the side of T1, though. You can see those barrels coming out the cask, but not as many landing. There's a really big shock blast, and also Showmaker's doing a good job of zoning them away, and every Infernal Drake is going to be huge. T1 got to be careful about this fight.
And let's not forget, there is so much sustain available for Kia with the Seraphine. Doesn't have the Moonstone finished quite yet, but once that is done, the poke from T1 in form of the Varus is going to become mostly useless, right? And yes, Kana can still hunt it to 0 people, but first Drake taken here by Kia.
Uh-oh.
Or second one, rather. First Infernal. Oh.
This is why it's, you know, Game 3 aside, because Game 3 was what it was. You give Damwon an inch, you got to be so careful. T1, they're still in a good spot, don't get me wrong, but it's just scary. We've been in this, we've been hurt before, right?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Damwon do this before many times.
Damwon's ability to come back in games where their win condition is not the late game, their win condition is the early game. Even games like what we just watched in Game 3, Damwon has come back and won games like that, and that's what's so terrifying about this team and why they do so well internationally. You put them in a really tough state, and some would even call it, you know, at that moment, unwinnable state for their team comp, and they still turn it around. And we haven't even hit that point just yet. There is a lot of potential with this poke. They have really strong engage as well. It's just managing how T1 controls the map, because the early part of this game has been all about T1 controlling the top side and controlling some of the macro. But as that slows down a little bit, Damwon have been able to make some plays of their own.
And I think a big important thing for T1 to take into account is how are you going to deal with Showmaker? And I think it's going to be up to Faker as well as Kana. They're the ones who have both the burst and the possible lockdown available if Showmaker goes for a play that's too greedy. Because if you just let this LeBlanc poke for free, I don't think that in late game scenarios, I call it poke, but it's Showmaker, so he probably just hunters to zero someone's and then you're very sad.
It's very true. And, you know, we go back to this draft. If you can negate a lot of the poke from the side of T1, and you can outrange them with stuff like the LeBlanc dashing in and out, you have Seraphine Ashe. If you can keep them at range, you're going to be a pretty happy camper. And we'll see if they can actually, you know, play into that win con, because T1, a great team in their own right. They've been able to start a lot of fights in this game on their own terms, basically. And if they can do that, there's still a lot of ways for T1 to win these fights.
Yeah, there's a lot of vision control for T1 right now being taken away from Damwon Kia. The problem is that that's not going to amount to anything at the moment with no objective control. Knows how much Damwon Kia are respecting T1 right now. They're not showing themselves on the map. They're not allowing themselves to be cut or clipped here. Not going to rotate in.
And in looking for the pillar. And you might say in this game, oh, Canyon, he's not really doing much. He was so great in the first couple of games. Where has he gone? But when you're playing Trundle, sometimes your job is just land good pillars and subjugate the right target. And we'll see what he'll be able to do with that, because the pillar is going to be so crucial for keeping the Rise away from your squishy lineup, as we have talked about before.
Owner thanking Kana for helping him out with the Gromp. A little bit of friendliness there as... Oh, Guma.
Oh, but everything misses.
Yeah.
So Guma doesn't even have to use anything.
Guma also going for the Serpent's Fang, which obviously into a Seraphine is an incredibly nice itemization choice. Going to help them out a lot with taking care of some of this tankiness that's available. As Faker on a ward.
He's on a ward here, and he has no idea. Canyon, Ghost, and Showmaker all up on the top side. Flash comes in. You're not able to flash the pillar. Nice try, Faker, but not going to happen this time. And guess who they give the kill over to? 1001th kill. 1001st, I should say.
Living in Korea too long, Valdez.
Yeah, about that. But yeah, I mean, this LeBlanc is kind of getting out of control, and you can see that Owner and Kana not able to find anything on the bottom side either.
Yeah, and this is a big problem. Faker gets greedy, does get punished for it, and unfortunately, there's no getting out of this scenario once you're caught. He tries to get the Realm War, even flashing there. It's not going to be enough. You're just kind of locked in place here. The pillar's so good. But he even uses his Zonias here to buy time, which is another tool he's not going to have for a few more seconds. But like you mentioned, there's no gain on the opposite side of the map for T1. And this is where the lead can start to crumble. This is where you could start to give a lot of extra gold away, give Damwon some of that vision control, which is going to lead to that poke hitting.
And this is starting to feel more reminiscent of game number 2, where there was an early lead for T1, but Damwon Kia, through a couple of key plays, have been able to slow down the game. I still think that T1 is a comp with incredible amounts of power, right? Like, it's not like this is something that Damwon Kia is going to get for free, but at the same time, Moonstone now finished. If Damwon Kia can set up shop in the river, maintain vision control, and hit their poke consistently, it's going to be a rough situation for T1.
They do have Prio on the Drake right now, though, and that vision control removed. Notice that Khan can't do a whole lot without getting closer here. T1, I mean, they don't want to walk into this. It's a big Scryers.
It's kind of rough. I kind of like how Damwon are playing it. They know that T1 would like to get some good poke damage in and just force them away, but they're playing very far back, trying to avoid that damage. Arrow is going to come out. It hits the Braum, though. Not necessarily the target you're looking for. Showmaker going to flash in. The Encore does nothing. And T1 going to drink, and here's the engage. Down goes Barrel. And now the squishiness will come in for the side of Damwon Kia. They don't have that Seraphine, and Showmaker not going to be locked down, though. He will remain on full health. Carry up pretty low as well. Has got to be careful about doing that, but they will be fine. And T1 pick up the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they have a control ward on the Baron, so there's no way for Damwon Kia to just go over there and sneak that one away. They're going to try to interrupt the back here. Does not really work out. But going back to that last fight, it was really another showcasing of how fragile Damwon Kia's comp is. When they don't have vision, they can't consistently poke, and when they do decide to walk forward and engage, the burst damage is there. Even after Kana tosses in a party cast, they still get the instant blow up on a single target, and that's what T1's comp is great at. Then you can't win that longer fight anymore.
Gumayusi's arrow is also hitting very true in that situation, meaning that the health bars were already relatively low. And if Beryl actually hits that encore that finds the continuation of that skill shot, then they might be fine. I like that they wait out the Unbreakable up until the moment before they use that encore to try and take the fight. But if you don't actually hit that, a lot of your damage not going to really get there. And you also see the fact that Khan has been put on the back foot so much means the 2-item power spike on the Jace, it's not chunking as much as we've seen him do before. And with that Drake, it's 2-2 in Drakes. It's a small gold lead, but not one that is going to single-handedly carry on the game.
The turn here is so fantastic for T1 because they toss out the Chains of Corruption and they're able to avoid that Seraphine ultimate, as you mentioned. She gets blown up instantly, and then you just have so much consistent damage in this follow-up fight. There's nothing that Khan could do. He has no vision. If he's tossed out a Shock Blast, he's really literally throwing a Shock Blast into the dark. And that's why those ward controls and having Drake Prio is so important for Damwon Kia. And T1 just barely have enough control over this game and enough of a tempo advantage that they keep that vision maintained.
And the key thing there is that Gumayusi also finds a Chain of Corruption, which is the reason why Beryl can't get out of that play, right? If he sees the Gragas walk up with flash available generally, try to get the hell out of there. Unable to do so. And there's a bunch of big bounties available on T1, so they need to make sure that they maintain the cleanliness with which they've played thus far. Showmaker getting close to that Void Staff. And this is still an incredibly tense game. Like, I think that it is entirely execution dependent. Both teams have a lot of tools available. And normally, you know, you think Damwon, they're the most clutch team that we have generally within the LCK. But how T1 is looking right now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, the question of the reverse sweep after Game 3 is always there, and coming out to a strong start with Kana as well, a guy who's been carrying so much for the team, kind of leading a lot of that pressure from Game 3. You have to kind of begin to believe in that dream here for the side of T1. But as you mentioned, things are very even in this game. Like, 3,000 gold, it is what it is. It's like 2,500 gold. They both have an Infernal Drake. There is a pretty huge gold gap in the jungle, but again, it's Trundle. He doesn't need a lot of items. He can kind of just throw down pillars and do his job. But still, this is a big Viego, and now they're trying to make a move here onto Khan, who is just going to flash away. Arrow and Encore going to sail wide into thin air as Showmaker looking for a little bit more. Damwon not backing off just yet, even though some flashes were burned.
T1 is playing around this comp so well. They're making Damwon Kia look like this just doesn't work. I mean, the way they are executing this, I mean, if that Chains lands too, you can actually follow up on this. They're going to start the Baron without the Encore. They feel confident with this one.
There's a lot of team fight tools taken away from Damwon, and T1, they have all their Fed members right in the front there, kind of waiting, threatening from the pit. And so is Baker. They're just going to root down Showmaker. The cask is going to do a ton of damage. Kana, though, taking a lot himself and even gets knocked up from the Baron. You can see Canyon here. He's incredibly tanky at this point in time, so he's just going to escort everybody away. He's going to tell the kids to stop fighting, and nobody's going to die on an extremely tense Baron try.
And the key thing here is either team has the time to go back and then vie for control, because giving over Soul Point to the T1 composition is terrifying with the amount of one-shot potential they have available. Same can be said for T1. A Jace, especially later in the game, gathering Storm, finishing the items, and getting an Infernal Soul or Showmakers LeBlanc are going to pop people. So both teams need to get this next objective, and unlike the Baron, the Dragon damage not going to be that relevant like it was there.
Now, going into this fight, though, teleport coming through here for T1, they are going to have that prio. They can remove that one blue trinket here. They're going to have a lot of control right now over the vision, and I feel like I've seen this before. Look, 2 control wards going down, and now Damwon Kia, once again, blind going into this fight.
Yeah, they just don't have much. You know, the Hawk comes out. They're trying to find whatever they can find, you know, a pillar here and there. But it's all cooldowns. You're not going to have sufficient vision, as you've been talking about, to really find and engage. But this Infernal Rift actually gives you some extra room, which is kind of funny to see. You know, Damwon are able to split up a little bit more and not just go through the choke here against a Braum and a Ryze. But again, it's still T1 with total control, and they get another huge Drake under their belt. And Beryl he can barely even enter the fights.
It's not every day you see Damwon Kia hesitate around choke points like this, but their composition is so reliant on having that extra information. They don't have it, they can't make the plays, and T1 rush down the Drake. They're on Soul Point now.
Oh, Kana You can see it, the Realm Warp is coming in. 4 members are coming out behind Damwon. Was that the right play? I'm not sure. Count is going to go down, and it's not looking good for T1 now. They're trying to kite it out, though. Canyon nearly dies, but the Subjugate is there, and T1, they're once again corralled into a really awkward spot against a poke comp. This is not where you want to be against Ashe and Trundle and Chase. They're all just going down one by one, and Damwon are just chasing them through the jungle. Not sure how many more they'll be able to get, but definitely some more chase potential from the side of Damwon. Looks like the speed of the Viego will be enough to get him away, but
Baron control.
They're just gonna go for the Baron because there's nothing that T1 can do.
And this is a pivotal turn. T1, though, they don't want to give it up. They're still there.
Faker, he tried to flash away from that one, and now he's just gonna die. Down he goes just like that, and Gumayusi not able to stick around. Owner's still here, and now with TPs coming in, I think Dom would have to respect it.
Key thing there is with the teleport. Yeah, there we go. Kana also using that on mid-wave. And now everyone has to back off with the TPs available. I think Dom and Kia themselves can also deny the Baron if T1 would go for that. But key thing there is, yes, a couple of kills, but still no break point in this game.
Oh man, this is just so insane. T1 from moment one, remember we go back to Faker's Flash in game 1. They have no chill in this series. They will make every possible play happen. And despite the fact that they're on the wrong side of this team, but you can see how much power this poke has. You get on the back side of this, and it's kind of difficult for Damwon to close the gap.
It's basically not playable. A beautiful encore after a couple of missed ones from Beryl means that the immediate decision-making from Damwon, the snap second to engage on Kano isn't part of the Realm War party. And then this play by Faker, all it needs to do, and all it does, is make sure that the Baron doesn't get taken. So it's still a win for T1, making sure that they don't lose that objective as well. But now, a couple of those shutdowns have gone over. More gold on the carries of Damwon.
And if you win that fight with the Realm Warp, if you actually blow up those targets and take Baron, you get an inhibitor. You know, you might be able to, at this stage of the game, actually win it off of that play and go to a game 5. So it's a high-risk play. Doesn't end up paying off for them, but they do stop the Baron. Gumayusi.
Oh man, just look at that poke. The cask is thrown at Canyon. He's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Just gonna run away from that one. The damage going out now on the Faker as the encore. Looks like it landed. Showmaker super low, but it's just his clone. And that's gonna be another pick onto the Rise, which is gigantic with this Baron available. Ghost in kind of an awkward spot. You can see that Damwon, okay, they're gonna start it up. They have the LeBlanc with the teleport available here to get back into the fight. This Owner trying to get something going onto Showmaker, not quite able to do that. The chains are just gonna chunk him so low. Take a look at that damage now onto Owner. He cannot get close, and it will be Baron for the side of Damwon.
You gotta get out of here as T1. You end up losing people here and the Baron. You might lose the game. Might be the end of your finals. Very tense moment there, but you saw the rotation come over from T1. They want to use that poke. They want to deny the Baron, but this time it's not enough.
And what a fourth game here between these two teams, because Damwon, it feels like ever since that play on mid lane came through where T1 tried to go and grab it all, it might have been the overextension, the one little piece of momentum that Damwon needed, right? As you can see, love the sidestep by Canyon there on the cask. If he gets knocked back in the turret, it might not work out. If Showmaker doesn't get the help from his team here with a beautiful encore through the wall, they might get blown up. Instead, though, they have the sustain to stay alive throughout this Baron fight, and look at this damage that comes through here.
It's just insane. Owner goes down to a third of his health bar instantly, and that's the end of that. You can't contest this anymore. Gumayusi is also below half health, so he can't come over and look to poke.
Yeah.
And now you've got Baron buff against you. Now total control of the map goes to T1.
So before that Baron fight, T1 had 4 control wards on the Infernal Drake that had, it was like 2 minutes away from spawning, right? And they knew where their bread was buttered. They're like, okay, if we can get Infernal Soul, we're probably going to win this game regardless of what happens. But they didn't have a lot of vision around the Baron. They were not able to quite get the engage they were looking for. And now, after that fight, Damwon took away all those control wards. And now what are you going to do? The Encore's going to come in. This time, Canyon in a bit of trouble. Showmaker trying to help him out. The flash coming in, and now Owner's getting into that back line. Will he have the reset? Look at this Viego go wild now as Showmaker Showmaker gonna take down his GA.
He's got a res, yeah.
And the poke is here. It's still here for the side of Dom when the volleys rather are coming out from the Ash. And Faker says, okay, guys, let's just go and burst down the dragon.
They've got control wards. They can control this vision and this choke point.
The poke comes in, but again, at the same time, it's like you're on the opposite side of this poke. They're just trying to get the smite down on time and Winda coming in, but Showmaker has the damage, and he takes out 2, but the Infernal Soul will go the way of T1. Can Owner and Kana salvage it? No! Damwon wins the fight, and they're teleporting to try to end the game.
36 minutes in, they win a fight. 2 risky plays off Realm Orbs back-to-back from T1 backfire. What a tragic way to go out. They had such a lead in this game. It started to fade. They lost vision control. Then they made 2 Realm Warp plays that did not pay off.
And it looks like the overextension from Damwon, right? Like they're diving underneath the turret into a Braum, into a composition with this much power, but I think they might have done it.
Looks like this is gonna be it, guys. Game number 4 is gonna go the way of Damwon. They just have to hit the Nexus, and Damwon Kia will be your champions of LCK Summer 2021 in a devastating 3-1 victory.
Devastating. Great way to put it. In that last moment for T1, they desperately Realm Warp in mid. They desperately Realm Warp for that soul that could have turned this game on its head for them. They lost control of the map. Damwon Kia staying strong, as we've been saying throughout this best of 5 in those late games with deficits. Their team fighting, their understanding of how to play the map is just superior to any team right now in Korea, and they are our big favorites going to Worlds from the LCK.
And Damwon Kia, a 10th win for Coma. Gets it done. Khan in what is possibly, likely, his final game domestically within the LCK. Absolutely beautiful.
And Damwon Kia pick up their 3rd finals victory in a row in the LCK. Also put in a Worlds Finals victory at the same time. And there you have it. The streak will continue. The most dominant team from Korea will be Damwon Kia, and they look so strong moving into Worlds. It is unbelievable how they were able to somehow come back in that 4th game. Bit of a hiccup there in game 3. Not gonna lie, that was a little bit, that was weird. That was a bit risky. Did not pay off, and they showed their strength and their consistency, able to pull off the win in game 4.
And it's a gut-wrenching loss for T1 in a game that must have felt like it was within their grasp, but at the same time, this is what Damwon Kia excels at, finding victory where it seems like there should be none.
Yeah, T1, you're really going to be hurting after this loss, but it's not over yet. You could still take that victory in the gauntlet and go to Worlds, go to the group stage. As Khan looks so happy to take his final win here in the LCK. And I gotta say, you know, if you're a T1 fan after this one, you did better than most analysts predicted. You did better than expectations were for most around the world. You were able to take that one game, you almost brought it to a game 5. I don't think you should go home unhappy.
Yeah, it's a rough feeling. Definitely bitter for the side of T1. A lot of players there really reaching for that win. Faker looking for his 10th title. Saw the coach patting Kerry on the back. Definitely our best support from Summer. Not able to find a win yet again. Kerry keeps coming to these finals, these best of 5s, and is not able to get wins. But it is what it is. For that side, Damwon remain triumphant. And very curious to see how they're going to do for the future matches. This is
계속해서 승승장구 결국 SK
As I will hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation of the interview that we will have with our winners, Damwon Kia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the final ceremony of the LCK Summer Split Champions. This is your 2021 LCK Summer Champion, Damwon Kia. Congratulations. We have so many people here up on the stage. Back-to-back LCK champions, Damwon Kia We're here joined by their head coach, coaching staff, and also the players. We have so many new records here. First off, Goma, how are you feeling? Thank you for my teammates and also the coaching staff for, making this happen, this title. And also Tama and Kia is winning the LCK for 3 splits in a row. It's a new record for the org, so I'm so happy for them. What about you, Goma? I did want to mention about this, but it's really different from being a player and also a coaching staff. So making this 10th title, milestone is actually different. But I'm also glad still that I'm the first one to win the LCK for the 10 times. I also want to thank my teammates, the players, and also the coaching staff. Tama, Kia, you guys, we're having a marathon of tournaments, LCK, Worlds, MSI. This summer split was not easy for you guys. How did you go through this? Through the thick and thin? The front desk, the players, every staff here in Tama, Kia did a fantastic work, and also Danny joining the team was also very helpful. Everyone here up on the stage worked as a team, and they did their best to reach up to here. I would like to have a talk with the coaching staff as well, Pumendu and Aris. How are you feeling? I'm glad that we won the summer split, and also with this title, we'll be heading to Worlds as the first seed of the LCK, so that's really awesome. This split was very rough, right? First off, well, I tried my best to prepare for the best draft, and also thanks to Danny joining the team as an analyst, it really helped us out a lot. That was really, really significant for us. And Aris, what about you? I'm just so thankful. I just want to thank all the teammates, all the coaching staff, players, and especially Khan. This could be his last domestic league, the LCK. So congratulations, and also Danny, thank you so much. And also Goma, thank you very much. Next to me is Danny, the new analyst of Tama and Kia. You guys still have your tags on that brand new t-shirt and caps. But let's get back to this interview. Danny, you are back with the Tama and Kia players. How are you feeling right now? First off, I want to say thank you to the Tama and Kia CEO, head coach, and the players. We went through a bit of a talk before, joining Tama and Kia, and after I got kind of released from T1, and with that process, I learned a lot of things. And with the communication and discussion, I was always, confident about League of Legends, and I told them that I can prove myself that I know this game so well. And also, not only the 4 players who I played with last year, and also Khan. We also had great, synergy together. So I was having a lot of fun here. Yeah, this was your first split together with Khan. I guess you guys had great teamwork. A bit of a warm message over to Khan. I mentioned this in the interview a lot. I mean, Khan, he has a very long career, but he still has a very huge desire to win, and also he always takes notes whenever I give them feedback, and really, really appreciate that, I could tell that he was actually writing down everything I told him during the feedback, so I was just so sure that with this player on our roster, we're just gonna success. It felt awesome, having a player like this, because I gave them a lot of directions, but they were so open to absorb all the things that I taught them.
그런데 대단합니다. 자, 그러면 선수분들과 한 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 김동화 선수 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
자, 소감이 어떠신지?
How are you feeling? Thank you. Well,
이게 LCK 마지막
this is my final stage, the final LCK stage. But I was able to play with wonderful players, front desk, and coaching staff. This was, an opportunity that will never come back in my life, and it's a relief that I actually got this title.
동료들과 함께 잘하긴 했습니다. 특히 1세트
I mean,
같은
you guys
경우에죠.
did a fantastic work together as a team, but in game number 1, Camille was so effective bullying Kana on the top lane that Camille was so intimidating.
제가 카밀을 잘 다뤘다고 생각하기보다는
It's not about me playing Camille well. It's more about our mid and junglers helping me out a lot and rotating towards top. And meanwhile, a lot of resources were towards top. The bottom duo were doing a fantastic work down there as well. So I will not, be bossy. I'm gonna, keep the humble state of mind.
본인 뒤에 누가 할 것 같습니까? 뭐 좀 떠오르는 선수가 보여요?
Is your sixth LCK title right? Who's gonna follow you?
아직 다들 너무 까마득하게
I mean, they're way behind me, so it's gonna take a long time for them to reach and even out the record that I have.
근데 내년에 입대 아마 필요하면 해야 되는 건데 의무니까 그 전에 이루어졌듯이 많지 않겠습니까?
Next year, but what is your goal?
이제 프로게이머로서 이제 걸을 수 있는 진짜 마지막 한 걸음 남았다고 생각하고
I only have one final step left as a professional player. I'm gonna burn everything I've got here and leave no regret to reach, accomplish that goal. So I'm gonna do my best to get that goal. I almost cried after winning the LCK today, but it's too early to cry, I'm gonna cry after Worlds.
알겠습니다. 다시 한번 오늘 우승 축하드리고요.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kwan. And let's head over to Kenyon, the jungler of Damwon Kia.
지금 소감이 어떠신지 듣고 싶네요.
How are you feeling, Kenyon?
서머 초중반에는 정말
in the early and the mid split, I never thought that we'll be able to actually win the LCK, but until the very end, we all worked so hard for this. I'm really happy that we made it happen. Your Olaf was doing a lot of work, camping, first decided to farm. So what do you think of your Olaf performance today? Well, in solo queue, I was on a 5 or 6 game losing streak. So I think the effort finally paid off.
중요한 결승전에서 승리를 거뒀으니까.
I mean, winning solo queue doesn't matter because you won the LCK on that Olaf. And you had a huge change in terms of your play style. We had the stats about your round 1 and round 2. So what kind of effort did you put in order to make a shift into your play style? In order to gank and play more around the lanes. Yeah, in the early split, I wasn't able to help out my teammates, but later on, with the coaching staff, head coach, Danny, and also the players, they were just doing a lot. They were just helping me out a lot, to improve. I was blessed with wonderful surroundings. Showmaker, congratulations. How are you feeling?
일단 되게 먼저 감사드리고
Thank you, everyone.
이번 시즌에
And this split,
MSI 때부터 해서
since the MSI, we weren't feeling that well. A lot of the things were happening. I played as an AD carry for multiple games, and we were having a hardship. We were falling apart as a team, and also I was having a lot of personal, issue as well. But I really appreciate for all the love and support from my team, my fans, and also I promise that I will pay off at the end, at the very end. I'm glad that I was able to live up to my own words. And when I was having hard times, so many people around me were just so supportive. So I just want to say thank you to all the people who were around me and helped me out. I guess you were having a bit of a hardship, right? So who exactly was around you? A lot of people sent me some warm messages, front desk, and also our staff, CEO, coaching staff. Also, Danny suddenly joining the team was so helpful. I mean, everything. I cannot really mention everyone, but my friends, my family. I just want to say thank you all.
3연 우승까지 차지하고 또 3연 퍼스트까지.
You are
페이커와의 맞대결도
the back-to-back champion, and also you made it to the LCK first team 3 seasons in a row, and now it's Warriors. Nuguri also said he is wishing you guys the best of luck to win the LCK. Any message back to Nuguri?
저희는 이제 여기서 끝이 아니고
This is not the end of Damwon Kia. We have bigger stage to go, and we will do our best to win Worlds. And also Nuguri, I really hope we can, face off each other and have a good game. I'm gonna rotate towards top all day. Every time I get my tempo, I'm gonna just roam top.
네, 그러면 그 너구리 선수가 LPL의 우승 타이틀을 갖고 올 것 같습니까?
Do you think
어떠십니까?
Nuguri will also win the LPL title?
무조건 우승할 것 같고.
Watching his current form, 100%, unless he gets too nervous at the finals.
이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 고스트 선수.
Ghost.
진짜 빡센
This was a very rough ride. This summer split, right?
진짜 숨쉬기도 힘들 만큼
I couldn't even breathe.
힘들었던 서머였는데
This summer split was so hard. But in the end, we got the trophy, which means a lot more. How did you guys overcome that slump? Especially you. You were not on the roster for a bit of a moment. When I was having my slump, my coaching staff, my teammates helped me out a lot, and also Danny as well. Thank you so much.
그리고 사실 김정희 감독이 프로가 힘든 게 어딨고
Goma said, as a professional player, you shouldn't feel tired about tough schedule and slumps.
그때는 또 어떤 상황이었어요?
So Ghost, what exactly happened?
제가 좀 많이 힘들어해서 조금
I was having a
쉬고
lot
다시
of hard
오는 게
times, so I really
어떻겠냐
wanted some
너 다시
time
괜찮아지면
off.
얘기해라 이렇게
And they told me, the team told me,
자,
just
최근
let us know whenever you are ready.
돌아왔습니까? 그리고 이제 월즈까지 봐야 될 텐데.
Now that you are back on the main roster, you are heading to Worlds. How are you feeling about that? I think we're performing really well, and we're having good feelings about Worlds as well.
너구리 잡으러 가겠습니다.
I'm gonna go hunt Nuguri, the raccoon.
탑으로 쏘겠습니다.
I'm gonna ult top with my ass all day long.
자, 다음 옆에 저 멀어서 말랑인가요? 마스크 쓰셔서 네.
마랑.
자, 그 어려울 때.
You were the relief pitcher when Taman Kia was having a lot of hurdles. I guess you'll be flying together with Taman Kia to Worlds as well. How are you feeling? I mean, I'm so happy to be here. And I'm so honored. And you still have a lot more stages to go at Worlds. What's your mindset heading into the bigger stage? Fighting everyone.
네, 아니 김동아, 네, 카안디가 왜 이렇게 웃어요? 왜
Fun.
이렇게 웃어?
What was that laughter? It's just so cute.
네, 하지만 정말 이번에 썸머 때 말랑이
I'm
긴급
serious
정말
because
역할을
Marang
했죠.
actually subbed in and salvaged the team. He did a fantastic work with a different style compared to Kenyon. He was the pillar when we were falling apart, and I think he's having a lion's share of this LCK title of Taman Kia in summer 2021.
베릴인가요? 왜?
And let's head over to Beryl.
자, 롤도사 오늘 좋은 모습
The
보여줬습니다.
low
소원
guru.
부탁드릴게요. 우승.
How are you feeling about this new title?
이제 동아 형이나
Our top side, Khan, and also
친구들이 되게 잘해줘서
the younger players who are younger than me. I think they were performing so well, and thanks to them, we won the series.
포스팅도 되게 쉽지 않았을 것 같은데 바텀 오늘 좀
Your matchup against
어떠셨어요?
Kira would have been a little bit tough because he's the first team support, right? How was that?
캐리아 선수를 되게
I think I was not performing that well, and always, make compliments about Kira.
부족해서 생각해서
And I kind of realized that my laning phase is not as strong, so I always watch his stream, I always watch him and learn from him. I always think Kira is one of the best supports. Is there any team or a player that you would like to face off at Worlds?
다른 선수랑 똑같이
Just like other players, FPX.
만나고 싶어요.
네.
I really
하거니를 만나는 것도
miss
있는데
Nuguri,
컴플러스의
but not only that, just watching FPX, they're so strong, so I would like to,
LPL의 현재
play
가는
against
최강자일
them.
수 있겠으니까요. 자, 감사하고요. 그 옆에 라일인가요?
And Rahel?
네. 자, 라일도 역시
Rahel, you as
유사시에
well.
또 고스트
You
앞에 좋은 모습
were
보여줄 텐데 소감 말씀 부탁드립니다.
always on standby for Taman Kia.
경기에는 출전해보지
Even though I didn't get to play the game, but it's just a big honor that
큰 행운인 것 같고
I'm able to join this kind of a huge moment together with my teammates.
명이 떨어지면 그때는 항상 준비되어 있겠죠.
And you're
어떻습니까?
always ready to play, right?
고스트 형이 항상 잘했으면
Ghost,
좋겠지만
I wish Ghost always performs
열심히 해보겠습니다.
well, but I will also do my best.
있을 거니까요. 자, 그때 활약을 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 김정인 감독님,
back to
마이크
Goma.
부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 LCK 탑 시드로
You
선거
will be
우승하셨으니까
the first
월드에
seed
가게
of the
됩니다.
LCK heading to
2019년에
Worlds.
그때 뭐 다른 팀에서 좀 아쉬움이 있었잖아요.
You were
이제
on a different
월드까지
team.
가져와야 될 텐데.
So
월드에
now
자신
this is
있습니까?
your
어떻습니까?
challenge
강원
to
말씀?
get the trophy at
지금
Worlds, right?
월즈 일단은
I mean,
자신
for now,
굉장히 있고요.
I'm very
MSI 때
confident. During the
준우승을
MSI,
했지만
we
이번
actually
롤드컵에서는
ensured,
꼭
but
월즈에서는
here,
지금
now
다모기아
at Worlds,
선수들과 꼭
together with
우승하고
Tamankia players,
네,
I really
역시
want
우승하는데
to
자,
win
이런 팀이 좀
Worlds.
라이벌이 될 것 같다라든가
But do you
이런
think
팀만 넘으면 뭐 이런
Will be
구도가 좀
a tough
있을까요?
opponent or
어떻습니까?
rival at Worlds.
아직 뭐 넘어야 될
We have a lot of-
팀은 있다고 생각하지 않고요.
I don't really think that we have a huge rival or a big hurdle in front of us. As long as we perform well,
알겠습니다.
I'm sure we will
자,
be
이렇게
able
해서,
to get the Worlds title as well.
네, 양대 예, 말씀하시죠. 죄송합니다. 그 전력 분석관님, 네.
제가
And Danny,
이제 작년에 우승을 하고
last
FA 나가기
year,
전에
you know,
담원에
after
있던
we
모든
won Worlds
선수들과
and before I
코치님들이랑
became a
약속한
free
게
agent,
있었어요.
I made a promise with all the
기억할
coaching staff and
월즈
the Tamankia
가서
players.
칵테일
I
한잔
said,
하자라고
let's drink
했었는데
some
저와 함께
cocktails
T1에
at Worlds.
갔던 이제 재판
And
코치님은
then
동의를 못하게
Zephyr
됐는데 아쉽고 그건
will not
근데
be joining us
학원이랑은 진짜
maybe,
꼭
but
만나서
still I
다
really
같이
wish
칵테일
to,
한잔
you
하고
know,
싶어요 정말
make a
작년을
reunion with
기약하면서
Nuguri as
근데
well
전
and
그걸
have
이뤄서
some
너무너무
cocktails
기쁩니다
together.
근데
And I'm
그래서
glad
하거나
that I will be
몸조신이
able
와서
to
형이랑
make
칵테일
it
한잔
happen.
하자
So Nuguri,
꼭
fly
나가고
safe
싶습니다.
to Europe and
알겠습니다.
let's
유럽이랑
spend some
칵테일이
time
더욱더 만날
together.
것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 말씀 나눠봤고 여러분 다시 한번
And this
우승차장
is
담원기아
your
선수분들께
LCK 2021 Summer Split champion Tamankia. Please give it up for them.
네, 이제 바로
And this will be the end of
시상식으로
the
넘어가도록
interview and
하겠습니다.
we'll go back
자,
to our
2021
casters
LCK
for the
스포츠
awards
스포츠
ceremony.
자, 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 역대급
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for that awesome
우승
translation of so many interviews. You have done a fantastic job for us this entire year, so thank you so much for, again, yet another awesome interview. As we will be handing out the trophies and the awards here. Guys, any thoughts about the finals as we go through the awards ceremony?
I thought that the big standout for me was, again, just how dominant Damwon did it. Here's our 200 million won check being given over here to Damwon Kia. It was a dominant performance from them. They only dropped a single game in the last 3 finals they played. They are the first team since SK Telecom T1 to get 3 back-to-back LCK finals. And we might be moving into a new era of Damwon Kia dominance. They might one day be able to catch up to what SK Telecom T1 has done in the past.
And it looks like Showmaker putting on the ring here. Okay, they're all going to be trying on the ring a little bit. Of course, the Tiffany & Co. ring sponsoring here for the finals. Awesome to see this as well. Khan giving it a little kiss.
It's just a beautiful moment, right? Considering you saw Khan on the verge of tears, mentioning himself as well, Showmaker, very close, eyes a little red, and considering the journey that Damwon Kia has had, the hardships that they've been very open about ever since losing MSI, the pressure that was on this team to persevere and win LCK like this, nothing but beautiful.
Yeah, could be Koma heading into Worlds, taking his 4th World Championship title. If he can coach Damwon Kia to another victory, it would be insane. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Group stage hasn't even started. We're not even in play-ins yet. But if this level of dominance can be pushed into Worlds once again, there's still hope for this region to win back-to-back Worlds titles. And Koma, one of the coaches you could trust to be the guy who's handled this team so well all year long. Maybe he could push them through that final hurdle. I think LCK fans should be hopeful for what we're going to do at Worlds potentially.
Yeah, certainly hopeful here. And, you know, Koma said it himself. He doesn't feel like there's a rival or something that he has to overcome, even with a lot of other strong teams around the world. As, you know, again, just presenting the awards here. I believe that we will have a short interview as well with the MVP, which we are awarding now. So see who does win it here for the finals. We were pretty split between 2 players. Showmaker will pick up the MVP for the Summer LCK 2021.
he had a pretty fantastic best of 5. Chronicler and I only got 1 vote, but we were actually torn between the top players, Khan and Canyon. But Showmaker also had a fantastic series.
And I think that his picks in that final series were really what pushed it over the edge. Because if you lose that game, if you go into reverse sweep territory, it might be a completely different scenario that you found yourself in.
And here is the reward for getting MVP as well, a nice bracelet. And Showmaker will pick it up, so I believe we're going to have a short interview with Showmaker, which when it does happen, I will, do a little baton pass over to Ji-sun, and she'll pass it back to me once again, once it does happen. So just waiting to see if that will happen here.
We're always just along for the ride here on the global stream for the post-finals moments.
Looks like it's happening now, so I'm going to give it over to Ji-sun for more translation. Take it away.
Showmaker, how do you like that? Bussin'. This is crazy. I've never seen this before. First time seeing this bracelet. I don't know how to wear this, but this is pretty. You're gonna have engraving of your summoner ID, Showmaker. Showmaker, you are the finals MVP. How are you feeling? I'm glad that I was awarded the finals MVP. I actually wanted Khan to win this, but I wish Khan can actually win the World Finals MVP. I'll be camping top for him all day long. And that will be it for the MVP interview and award ceremony. So I'm gonna pass it back to our casters on another battle tossing, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, once again. Was hoping Khan would get it, says Showmaker. And yet there is World's MVP to potentially take it down. And we'll see. We'll see what happens if they can make it to the final stage even. I think things are looking on the up and up. And Showmaker, you can say what you want about Game 3 or some of the plays, but he was incredibly consistent, not only in this finals, but for Dom1 throughout the entire year.
Yeah. Seriously, a top contender for one of the best players in the world right now, and game-defining picks, insanely good decision-making, and even being a showman himself, living up to his name, playing the Castle in 2 games in a row in a Grand Finals, one that had so much importance.
Let's not talk about the second time, but the first time I thought it was beautiful. And like I said, that LeBlanc.
Let's give them their moment.
That LeBlanc. Let's watch as they hoist the trophy here in the middle of this beautiful stage.
And I gotta say, with the amount of chaos we had in the middle of the season, when push comes to shove, it's just Dom1 Kia winning again for the 3rd time in a row, but the way we went about it, I thought, was something that we're going to remember for years.
Every LCK season has its plot twists, every LCK season has its upsets, and a lot of LCK finals end in tragedy, and everyone's going to be talking about those realm warps for days, but no one could take away from Khan this trophy he gets in his final LCK finals, and I don't care what fan you are, what team you love the most, I don't think you can look at that and not smile.
All these players absolutely deserving this. What they were able to go through throughout the middle of the season. Even Malrong, Khan giving him a nice shout out. I thought he played pretty well for what he was able to do for filling in for the team.
It was a really important time for them to actually have him fill in there, so they could get back to where they needed to be to lift this trophy. If you guys aren't familiar with the LCK trophy, every champion in LCK history is engraved on the bottom of it. Dom1 will now have their 3rd in a row.
Yeah, and I remember the first time they did this, it was the remote finals that we had, and the trophy trucked over to their house. And they were able to secure Worlds off of the win, and then eventually go on to be the World's champions. So perhaps this trophy lift will be foreshadowing for more trophy lifts to come this year, as the bracelet goes flying.
That's esports.
Wouldn't be Damwon Kia barrel didn't make a whoopsie.
Just such a good. You can't do him like that, Wolf. He had such a good series.
That's what I'm saying. He had to have one. He had to have one.
Such clean League of Legends, such unclean bracelet handling. We'll give it to him. It's okay. And
hey, let's shout out Atlas. He did a great job on the desk. Really enjoyed the segments he gave us tonight as well.
Absolutely.
And all of our guests.
Everybody who joined and who was part of the show throughout the season as well, to Ji-sun, to James, our producers, as well as all of the staff, to you guys, the casters, to Atlas, to Wadid, and to Nemesis, GBM, Junghyun as well, Umti, and everybody else who joined in the spring finals as well. But yeah, just really fun stuff as once again, Damwon, this is a pretty cool banner that they will hoist. A very long one. We have an appropriate stage for it, I guess.
Dare to be legends. That's a tagline people will be saying for a long time. It's going to be a long time before anyone can match this dynasty. And yes, we haven't eclipsed SK Telecom T1 just yet, but that's what they dare to do here, dare to be legends. And these moments are so wholesome. These winning ceremonies we've had for LCK over the last 10 years are some of the ones that people will remember, the shots that we'll get from years to come. We started tonight's finals showing every single champion winning moment here, every Korean champion, and now Damwon Kia will get their third.
And a team that has been so open as well, and I keep going back to this because that doesn't happen that much, especially not in Korean League of Legends, being vocal about the hardships that they went through, the pressure that they felt after being one game away from winning MSI, and still everyone was giving them such an incredibly hard time. I'm not sure who was it. It might have been, I think it was one of the players from Damwon who said, it's harder to maintain being at the top than getting there.
Absolutely, and you were talking about dynasties. This puts them on track. They haven't overcome SK Telecom just yet, but you have the momentum behind you. We'll see what they can do at Worlds, but that's going to do it for us on the cast, guys. Any final words, any final thoughts before we head out?
It's going to be a long wait before we go back to spring 2022. I hope you guys can bear with us. It's going to be hard for me, it's going to be long for me, but at least we got Gauntlet and Worlds coming up. It's not over yet.
It's been an incredible journey here, also from us at the caster desk, of course, and I can't wait for Worlds. I can't wait for more LCK.
It's just going to be awesome, and we'll have to see about that gauntlet as well and decide our fourth team to make it into Worlds as well. So it's not over with the action here in Korea just yet. But that's going to do it for the summer finals. I want to thank everybody sincerely for watching and tuning in and hearing all of us engaging with the cast. But we'll see you next time here on the LCK, and I hope you all have a great night.
이번 시즌 되게 많은 팀들이 상위권에 있잖아요. 그래서 순위 경쟁하는 재미도 있었고
연승을 많이 하기도 했고 중간에 되게 흔들리기도 했었는데 재밌었던 것 같습니다.
열심히 해왔다고 생각했는데 이번에 성적이 너무 안 좋아가지고 성적이 안 나온 거 보니까 되게 열심히 안 한 쪽으로밖에 생각이 안 돼가지고
힘들게 달려오고 다들 여기까지 와준 거에 감사하고 진짜 사람들